is April 28th, 2026, 7:32 p.m. And we're going to jump right in momentarily with a few things that we need to cover today, including the news, truth, things that are happening today. We only got a couple that are all the Scottish Suns dropping one first, and then we got an Osmond clip. That's Taku, Osmond Gold, Daily Discourse with Arturo, Freedom Insight, Cash Jordan, Anton Petrov, and the Next News Network. We're going to end it with Tasting History with Max Miller. Always great, because that's probably the time I'm going to be eating. I know it's late, but we'll get through this. I will be playing Warcraft 3. If I don't feel like playing that, I'll be playing Fallout New Vegas. If I don't do that, I'll figure out some other game. I might even work into making beats, into streaming how I make beats and stuff, but only if people are gonna like sub and do that, like, and want that, then they're gonna give me a sub, then let me know. But whatever, just we'll figure that out when the time comes. When I got more than like 10 people saying, look, I subbed for you to do beats, where are the beats, then I'll do it. But as of right now, and I won't do it because I'm just kind of like holding out. Anyway, it's fun to think that, like, I could be producing music here momentarily for you guys. So I have that on the back burner. We have stuff that we need to do and cover today. So without further ado, here's something from Nick Shirley.
Ladies and gentlemen, the day has come. The Quality Learning Center has officially been raided.
Now, large-scale raids targeting federal fraud currently underway. Federal agents seen leaving the Quality Learning Center. And Brooke Taylor has more on that.
It's because
it's untrue. There you have it. After everything that's been said and done by politicians like Ilhan Omar, Tim Walz about the fraud, and about the fraud.
This is my girl's channel. Go and follow her on YouTube. Vanessa Heiner.
Non-existing.
She's basically my wife.
And there being no fraud inside these daycares. Well, 22 court-approved search warrants have been going out today across Minnesota to go and see what's happening. So, it's been a while. They've had about 6 months to cover their fraud. So we'll see what happens. But the Quality Learning Center has officially been raided.
That's right, Nick. Good job, Nick. Round of applause for Nick. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. And without further ado, here's the rest of our programming. I stepped it up to 50 FPS for us, and we'll get going here. Thank you guys for joining. Make sure you like, comment, subscribe, and share this with other people who like the same content. Thank you.
The self-styled Kubala King has finally been deported.
Hold on, I gotta do sound checks and such, but I will come back and do commentary on this stuff. I think these first couple ones are crazy. I'll just, because I already seen both these first two. So the first one, this guy right here, I don't know what to think of him. I want you guys to comment about what you guys think. I think it's crazy how he goes around and saying this stuff. And anyway, never F with people who are going to work. Yeah, that's the clip that's going next, and it's crazy how many times he got up in his airspace and stuff and just breathing that stuff. And if you work for a company that you can't smell like that, and he's just blowing reefer in his face, it's basically trying to get this guy fired or something. It's just not even. It's insane to think I mean, just disrespect in general. I mean, we're not even trying to get him fired, but it's just disrespect. Some people may be thinking oh, I'm trying to get you high or whatever. It's just, I don't know. I know, in my opinion, if I was in the Air Force still and somebody was if I was trying to get a ticket at some booth to go into a circus or something, and some dude was just sitting there blowing weed smoke on me, I'd be pretty upset. So yeah, here we go. Anyway, after that, the UK government is evil with Osmond Gold. I'll be back and commenting with that, as well as Nux Taku's clip before that, where the biggest Muslim meltdown is recorded in history just happened, and that's his quote. Sorry, it's just the title of it. But anyway, after all this, after the 20 or 19 or so videos are done, we're going to be doing an AI analysis of, an artificial intelligence analysis of what it means to us. How to break it down, by that, the big picture, and another comment Here we go.
Reported 6 months after he was arrested by immigration officers.
But that's hours down the line. But I'll touch more on the AI later.
Kofi Offeh was arrested in October over allegations he overstayed on his visa. The 36-year-old was held in an immigration detention centre while fighting extradition. But a video has now appeared online showing his arrival at Accra International Airport following his deportation. In the clip, Kofi, who is...
I usually like to do the AI analysis every 6 videos, but I've been getting pretty busy lately, so like I don't know. If I could fit it in every 6 videos, it runs more smoothly that way.
Flanked by officials, says he will take over Ghana.
Ghana is about to change. A new wave from the kingdom of Kubala. All the police are going to serve me. All the chiefs are going to bow before me. If you have a president, he has to come and kneel before me. I've come to take over Ghana.
You've come to take over Ghana how?
Because I'm the king of Kubala. Everywhere I land, I take dominion. When I establish my throne, so the time has come. Kubala, Kubala, Iliswe.
Offeh also repeated his claims that everyone is coming to join Kabbalah in Ghana, a boast he made several times while living with 2 supporters in the woods. He also tells his followers that his Zimbabwe-born wife, Jean Gasho, and their handmaiden Cora Taylor of Dallas in Texas will join him in his homeland. In February, 43-year-old Gasho and 27-year-old Taylor were arrested by police in Newcastle over child neglect allegations after they concealed the birth of a baby. Last year, the trio set up an illegal camp in the woods near Jedburgh in the Scottish borders. They claimed the land was stolen from their ancestors 400 years ago. The group, who have more than 100,000 online followers, clashed with locals before they were finally kicked out after a string of legal wrangles. We previously revealed how Kofi's worried relatives wanted him returned so they could ensure he got specialist help. His loved ones were concerned for his well-being after watching the videos he was posting online with his tribe. The Home Office was contacted for comment.
Bro learned about personal space. Ooh, what's this?
Hold on, bro. Hold on. I might light it back up and
True.
Hold on, bro. Give me some space here, man.
Huh?
Yeah, bro. You smoking a black in his face, bro. Bro, he's been here longer than you have, bro. You need to move aside.
Say on God.
You need to move aside, bro. You're smoking a black in his face, bro.
Hey, say on God, he been here longer than me.
I swear, bro. He's literally gotten here. He was up here before you got up here, bro.
I got shit to do, bro.
Please stop smoking the black in his face, bro. Bro, please move. Thank you.
Here, bro.
Let me see your torch real quick. No, I don't need that. That's him.
Oh my god, I was not expecting that. That was really good. Fuck around and find out. Bro, he just got tapped. Nope. Back. Get down, bitch. I love how nobody gives a fuck. Everybody's like, yep. I'm not even mad. You talking about you gonna hit somebody else and they hit you? Well, you shouldn't have been talking about hitting him. You getting right into his personal space. I think that is a 100% self-defense situation. It's completely innocent. He did nothing wrong, bro. Nothing wrong at all.
One of the wildest disconnects you see in modern politics that a lot of people that aren't tuned in, they don't properly understand it. It's the Islamo-Communist Alliance. It is the alliance between the lefties and the Islamists. You know, every time you see a Muslim, they always vote left because the left is going to keep bringing them in. So that's pretty obvious. But why do the commies, why do the leftists support the Muslims? That seems like pretty wild if you think about it for a second. I mean, the leftists, they're like pro-gay, Muslims execute gay people. They're pro-trans, the Muslims, they're not into that stuff. You know, they constantly talk about, you know, all the sexual, immoral stuff. No, the Muslims, they don't, well, I mean, if rape is rape, the Muslims are like pro-rape, and then you got like the leftists, which are anti-rape, at least they claim they are, as they import rapists. You know, you got the leftists talking about the age of consent. You got the Muslims marrying children in every single Islamic country. The leftists are communists. The Muslims believe in private property according to Sharia law. The leftists preach like this equality narrative. All human beings are the same. All cultures are the same. All things are the same. Muslims literally are a supremacist ideology that want to conquer the world. The leftists are anti-colonizers. The Muslims are colonizers. Inherently, they are a colonial religion. on their face, it seems like they have nothing in common. So this baffles a lot of people, and it's always interesting to me when I see people losing their mind over it. And it's actually really simple. It's because they both hate the West. They both hate the biblical values that the West is founded upon. So therefore, they are more than happy to shake hands to, extinguish their mutual enemy. It's like how the Grand Poobah of Palestine teamed up with Hitler to kill Jews during World War II. Hitler didn't like the fucking the Muslims. The Muslims didn't like Hitler, but they found a way to get along because they had a similar goal. And the same thing is happening now. The communists and the Muslims both hate Christianity, and they're more than happy to destroy Western culture. So, in this beautiful symbiotic relationship, you have essentially the left importing infinite Muslims to get their votes because they want to replace us in our countries. And because they don't breed, right? Leftist ideology very much involves the whole idea of, aborting your children and not getting married. So because the left doesn't breed, how are they going to actually grow in numbers? Well, if they import infinite Muslims and those guys breed a lot, it'll be perfect. And those guys always vote for the left. So they get power by importing infinite Muslims, and the Muslims get to conquer the world for free. They don't even need to draw a sword to conquer the world. It's a pretty good team if you think about it, even though on their face, every single one of their ideologies does not match. Now, I'm going to show you the hypocrisy for what it really is, because this, everything I'm about to show you is a story that happened in the Islamic world over the last day. Every single one of them goes against leftist ideology, every single one, and the left doesn't care, and they'll still import more Muslims, and they'll still take their side on every single social situation. It's honestly just incredible. So, you're about to witness some of the greatest crash outs of all time. So this is children in Gaza. Gaza is basically the leftist darling, and they use Gaza and Palestine and these arguments basically because they hate the West. All right, so this is children in Gaza getting raped and blackmailed into joining Hamas, the terrorist organization that the left seems to love so much. Well, discretion is advised. Right, these are children in Gaza being raped and blackmailed into joining Hamas. Two boys described the horrific abuse and they allegedly suffered at the hands of the Hamas clerics. I wonder when Cenk Uygur is going to cover this, because he cares about Palestine so much. They took me to the mosque, they undressed me, they had their way with me. They screamed and cried because I was bleeding. He said, don't you dare tell your father. Because you see, then he gets the death penalty. Right? That's the catch. Because if you get raped, then, you were raped by a man, then you're gay. And then they execute you for being gay. It's pretty good culture. Former Palestinian officer claimed rape was used to keep them obedient and submissive. This is unreal. And many children came out and were saying stuff like this, and it's honestly insane. It really is. And I'm very excited for all the anti-Palestine protests that are going to happen, because they obviously care about the Palestinians so much. That was a joke, because they don't care. This is Palestinians storming the Al-Mizran hospital in Hebron. That's Palestinian territory in Israel, and they attacked a doctor. They just saw a doctor, and they just beat the shit out of him, actually. Just another day in the Hebron hospital. Man, I really hope that that these guys could find their true way. I really hope so. Like, they seem like incredibly reasonable people. I would totally let them into my land, 100%. It's totally apartheid to have checkpoints, to not want these people in your country illegally. That's crazy. Anyway, breaking news, Gazans say that children have been raped by Hamas-affiliated clerics as parents silenced with threats. Again, no pro-Palestine leftoid has anything to say about this. Probably, the truth is they probably don't even know about it, because I think most of these people are groomed into these positions. I think it's like a social brainwashing at this point. I don't think they actually believe any of this. And it's pretty insane to watch this go down. All right, Hamas-affiliated clerics are raping Gaza children. Any outrage on this one? And people are just, like, shocked. Now, my favorite thing is when they try to get away with this stuff. Palestine is a history they could never deny. Look at these Palestine coins. It says Palestine on them. That's how you know they're Palestine coins. Except they're all arranged in, like, this funny way, covering the Hebrew letters on them, that even on, like, the old Palestine coins in 1927, they all said Eretz Yisrael, which is Hebrew for the land of Israel on them. Every single one of these coins says it, right? So it's like, wow, authentic Palestine coins calling the land Israel. Great self-own there, sir. It's probably insane. Now, it's also universal issue. All right, so this is CNN, okay? Leftoid network extraordinaire CNN talking about Muslims selling children in Japan.
My father has sold me because we don't have bread, rice and flour. He has sold me to an old man.
think that's nice at all. I don't like that at all.
He's bought Parwana for 200,000 Afghanis, just over $2,000 US.
For this small price, this very tiny wife can be yours.
Covered up,
And the left doesn't care. At all, actually. In fact, they would argue we should bring these people in our country.
As her mother holds her. This is your bride. Please take care of her, says Parwana's father.
Wow.
Of course I will take care of her, replies the man.
Of course, the 70-year-old man says. Of course I will take care of this 6-year-old girl.
His large hands grab her small frame. Parwana tries to pull away.
As you can see, Japanese culture and Islamic culture, not the same.
As he carries her only bag of belongings, she again resists, digging her heels into the dirt.
Man, I love how we got like a National Geographic, like leftoid guide to describe this going on. It's like, the elephant survives the tundra. And it's like, all right, bro. All right, bro. Craziest statement I read this week from a Muslim about Japan. The Japanese are pagans. Allah is the only truth. All Muslims need to donate so Tokyo Mosque could be built. They need to start sending Japanese tourists to prison. Pagans must not be tolerated. That's right. I personally... and here I am, sitting here, thinking, wow, Islam, the moral barometer of the world. Yeah, so anyway, this is going viral right now on Pakistani Instagram. How to remove rape thoughts. I'm gonna turn off the volume because I don't want to get copyrighted by a Pakistani. Part 2. You fast on Mondays and Thursdays. They help get your libido down. It makes you want to rape a little less. So 3, exercise, all right? So you do lots of exercise. Seek help, all right? Talk to your brothers. DM me the world help to quit porn. Please, Allah. And get married. Beautiful stuff. So the trend now is for Pakistani guys being like, yo guys, this is how you stop raping. It's like, what? This is like the no-fap of Pakistan. Instead of no-fap, it's just no rape. Hey guys, listen, brothers, we will all get one step at a time. Keep fighting keep fighting the good fight, my guys. It's like they're like, man, this is brutal. This whole not raping thing, it's antithetical to our culture. And then the left brings them in by the millions. It's pretty crazy. So this is a Muslim guy admitting that one can sleep with a 5-year-old girl.
Because if you can start fertilizing...
This is Daniel Hakikachu, by the way. He's like a very famous Muslim debater. He's not just like your average schmo.
A female, as soon as she's showing signs of an imminent fertility...
Imminent.
Period, menarche, then that will maximize... Because you secured the female right at the beginning, the start of when she will potentially...
But you can still have sex before you start maximizing fertility, right?
When the body is physically mature, according to Islamic law.
Do you know what precocious puberty is?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what is it?
It means starting puberty unusually early, like beyond averages.
Is there anything in Islam that prevents you from, a man marrying a 5-year-old that started precocious puberty?
No, marriage can happen...
Bro, are we supposed to make believe this culture can assimilate into ours? Like, are we even supposed to, like, live in this delusion? One of the main reasons why I wanted to show you this today is not just because I'm, like, taking a very easy segue to dunk on Islam. God forbid, of course, why would I do such a thing? Obviously. How could I possibly disrespect such a beautiful, flourishing culture? The reason is because I want to show you how the leftists are psychopaths. They will close their eyes to this and import these people by the millions into our countries. By the millions, and they'll call you a fascist bigot for not wanting that to happen. All right, just understand.
You can arrange a marriage even as an infant, but that doesn't mean that sex is allowed.
But could a man have a marriage to a 5-year-old consummated if she started precocious puberty?
If she starts showing signs of physical maturity, then yes, that's...
Oh my God. Bro, what are we even doing here? This guy, by the way, he is still an immigrant in a Western country, wherever the fuck he is right now. This guy is still doing his, like, pro-Iran shtick on social media, talking about how Trump is evil, and how the Epstein files are bad. My guy, your religion is the Epstein files. What are we doing here? Muslims crying about Epstein is so funny, like they don't got an Epstein at home. They're all an Epstein at home, bro. What are we doing? What? No, no, not his laptop, the Predator. Oh, that's diabolical, man. That's crazy. Allah truly is the best of planners. This is wild. Like, what are we even doing here, man? Like, this is brutal. All right, and then you watch these people get into these debates, all right? Like, these guys go out there, they debate, and it's like, do the leftists not know this is happening? Do they not know what they're bringing into our country? Again, that's why I said my thesis here is leftists are either retarded or evil. That's my thesis. I'm a simple man. I am a generous man. You might just be retarded and not evil.
Well, then, do you give a big speech now?
Yeah, no, it's going to be 1 minute max. So again, the paper shows that somebody at that specific time point attaining puberty also attains mental and physical maturity. That's what the paper says, not me.
But now
So now I'm gonna read the atheist paper. I'm gonna read the soap.
How many papers? How many papers? Just one?
Constructed in front of their own eyes.
A paedophile wrote a paper that justified fucking 9-year-olds. I think that's where we are.
No.
A secular paedophile.
Are you following the data? Full panic mode. So look, the whole plan is failing because they know they're getting absolutely destroyed. So I'm gonna read the paper now. Evolution, Development and Timing of Puberty by Peter D. Gluckman. He gives in his peer-reviewed paper done in 2006 that at that specific time point, someone attaining puberty entails them attaining monarchy. You know what that means? That means at that specific time point, it didn't entail any harm. Today it would, which is why...
So this perfect man, no, because you had more than a minute. So this perfect man, at 50 odd years old, raped a 9-year-old, and you found a study that justifies that.
That's pretty awkward, isn't it? That is pretty awkward, actually, and it's every single time. Because I'm saying this because out of respect and love for my fellow man. I have a harder time finding Muslims that are against child rape than Muslims that are for it. This is just personally anecdotal. I could be totally wrong here, but I have yet to find one, and I'm trying, unless they're not that religious. Now, I have to introduce you to Junior, another person that's pro-child rape. So Junior, I covered him in my previous video, but his crash out has been legendary. So Junior got the longest community note in the history of Twitter. He is a Muslim, unapologetic, this is funny, and this is epic foreshadowing, an unapologetic Muslim Palestinian who posts fake information about how Jews and Christians are evil every single day on his Twitter account, every single day without exception. And because it violated the actual Twitter guidelines, he got his account demonetized. He was just basically making money off the endless grift about lying about mostly Jews and also Christians. All right? It's pretty awesome stuff. So he got the longest community note of all time, where he made this tweet bitching, saying, I'm going to say the truth. I'm a Muslim Palestinian. I was demonetized, yada, yada. And this is the community note. Junior was caught 80+ times spreading fake news or presenting old content as recent news, which likely led to his demonetization. And look at this. And it's a link. Every single one of these is a tweet where he lied. It's literally brutal. It's the longest community note I've ever seen on the platform. And so he decided to release a 6-minute long crying
That's actually pretty
apology
savage.
video about I am Muslim Palestinian. I was banned on X. He literally posted this on X. User Junior is still on X, thus not banned. Brutal community note. And it's just incredible. This is the greatest crash out I've ever seen.
I would like to understand, why is it that my account gets demonetized within 3 hours of a pro-Zionist account making a post complaining about my monetization?
It's simple, actually, because it's proved without a shadow of a doubt that you are literally pushing fake propaganda on purpose for revenue, and that breaks the terms of service in Twitter, and therefore they're not monetizing you.
Is that a coincidence? For me, I know my stance on
the Jews, guys.
Israel is very clear. Everyone knows what I think about Israel. Everyone knows what I think about Nay.
It's the Jews. I love how everyone does this. It's the ultimate grift.
Yeah. You can see all these accounts right here that call me a terrorist. They call me they call me an anti-Israel pig.
True.
They wish death on me.
True.
They're doing
That's
every
sad.
single thing you can imagine.
A death threat. That would be horrible. He's pro-Hamas, by the way. He's literally a guy. He lives in Florida. He's some Muslim Palestinian refugee in Florida, crying and bitching and screaming about people being mean to him while he supports terrorist organizations.
Hater doing. And instead of being punished for that on X, you know, like one of these users doxed me, the other one, you know, tried doxing me for the longest time ever, kept getting my name wrong, and then this other user that is somehow obsessed with me.
You realize this dude is just crying that everybody else won and you lost.
X doesn't punish these people. X actually rewards them and promotes them. Because when accounts like
they promote you, bro,
me get taken down, their accounts get promoted.
Based.
That's the whole idea behind the X platform.
This is awesome.
Is that once you silence one voice, guess what happens to
They've silenced me. They didn't silence you. You're not banned. You just can't make money off lying about geopolitics.
the other voice? It gets amplified. So please, Nikita Beer.
Nikita Beer, by the way, is one of the people in charge of like the Twitter demonetization stuff. And he is, as far as I understand, a Zionist. This is what I understand.
The team at X.
We literally got an unapologetic Palestinian Muslim begging at the knees of the Zionist overlords to monetize his account.
Understand what you're doing when you silence my voice.
You're not silenced. You're just not able to make money off lying.
Being demonetized means me being silenced.
No, it doesn't.
When I was monetized,
but also you were lying.
My posts were getting pushed very far, and I was monetized since January, and I've been getting paid, and everything's been completely fine, and that money's been going to really great places.
Yeah, like myself. The money's been going to him. Anyway, I am now seeing Muslim Palestinian begging and squirming before the blood enemy Zionist Jew so the Jew doesn't remove the payout. As an Indian Hindu, this is unthinkable for me to do in front of a Pakistani. I would rather live on the streets. Bro, what are we doing? Literally, this is the craziest race war I think I've ever seen in my entire life. All right, so this is a tweet from this same Junior account, said that the guy that tried to assassinate Donald Trump was a Zionist IDF soldier, which is a lie. And that is basically what his entire account is. He sees some sort of tragedy going on somewhere in the world, and he just basically posts it, and he's like, you know, Zionist Jews did that, or Christians did that. Right? That's basically what his entire account is. Right? There were wildfires in Argentina, and he was like, Israeli tourists did this. Zero evidence, not true at all, and this is what he would do. Every single day, he would find some sort of tragedy, old footage or new footage, whatever, and he would blame it on Jews or Christians. This is essentially what his entire account was. And he said, please remonetize me going forward. I will only post original content, no verifiable content, no exceptions. Please monetize my account. And then he immediately posts this post, which is now deleted, saying that the shooter, the guy that tried to assassinate Donald Trump, was an IDF soldier, an Israeli soldier. And then the guy that's in charge of his monetization, like, question mark, you lied to me. Delete it. It won't happen again. Promise, please. Unapologetic Muslim continues apologizing. Bro, this is like, this is a humiliation ritual. Palestinian begging in front of a Zionist. Oh my God, dude. Right? And this is what we're dealing with. And it's just so obvious that it's all about the grift.
You have not been banned. You've simply been demonetized. Now, since we spoke and I've been listening, according to you, you're a multimillionaire in the most expensive zip code in the country, and your rent is $35,000. Why are you panhandling and begging Nikita Bear in this space for your monetization? You don't need it. Why can't you go save the babies in Gaza and keep posting about it? Why do you need the money so bad? I don't understand. Like, explain this to me. Because you said you're educated, right?
Let me explain. Let me explain.
So go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm a creator, okay? Forget about Palestine.
Forget about Palestine, bro. You never cared about that. It was all about the money. Many such cases. So yeah, the main reason why I wanted to talk about this briefly is simply put, it's because actually this Islamo leftist communist alliance, the red-green alliance as they call them, the unholy alliance, some would go as far as to say, is really simple. They both hate the West, they both want to destroy us, and they both are using each other as useful idiots to do it. I think I've proven without a shadow of a doubt that leftist ideology does not actually mesh at all with the Islamic one that they're trying to do their best to import. In fact, they don't agree ideologically at all, but they're still going to be best friends. Because they don't care, because they're immoral psychopaths. It's like when a leftist says, man, I condemn violence against Donald Trump after calling him Hitler and a fascist for like the last 3 years. You know, you go on a podcast and say, someone's got to do it, and then someone tries to do it, and you're like, wow, I can't believe a right-winger would have done this. I can't believe it's staged. Their words mean nothing, their ideals are evil, and therefore, we need to destroy them. I'm really hoping that this gets across. I'm trying to make it very clear. We are in the middle of an existential battle right now, and it's one that I intend very much to win. So, while this is a relevant topic, I am going to hammer it home. Show your friends. But it only gets worse.
reality. It's common sense reality.
As the people of Crowborough, where 600 men are about to be deposited in an old army camp, as they set up a patrol group of local residents around the old barracks there, surely that has to be an absolute minimum now for any place housing large numbers of asylum-seeking men. We cannot have groups of random, bored, culturally incompatible men wandering around towns and villages of places unfortunate enough to be burdened with this.
Fucking based. And also, I completely disagree with this. I think that just the notion that you need to have an entire police enforcement mechanism to make sure that these people don't rape your kids, I think that should tell you something like maybe they shouldn't be here. Like, maybe if you need, guys, I think we need an enforcement mechanism that makes it to where all of the rapists are being regulated. Well, yeah. Well, why do you even have it? Like, I mean, think about the question, why are they even here in the first place if you need to have a separate police system now to regulate and, like, basically be a countermeasure for just them being in the country, period. Think, like, who do you don't need to do this for regular British citizens, then why? Like, think about how ridiculous this is. This is crazy. This is like saying I'm going to hit myself in the head with a hammer, so I need to start wearing a helmet. Well, here, let me give you a good fucking idea. Stop hitting yourself in the fucking head with a hammer, you won't need the helmet.
At a minimum, the rule has to be you cannot leave the facility you're being fed and watered in until we know who you are or until your claim has been processed. Otherwise, the status quo carries on, and I just don't see how anyone can conclude that that is the best way forward, that we just let the same things we've always done keep happening with results being like this. So, what is the response? I'll give you one. This is the former Prime Minister Liz Truss. Now, you say what you like about Liz Truss, but she was Prime Minister for a bit.
It's annoying hearing you talk like this isn't in every way on purpose. I think it is on purpose, and I think that they are doing it on purpose, and my opinion on how to solve it would get me banned. And what I think should happen to the people that were doing it, like, I'd get banned about my opinion. But you can expect that it's exactly what you think it is.
She's just said these horrific crimes are happening daily in Britain. The whole system, including the mainstream media, is suppressing the truth. She says the Human Rights Act needs to be repealed. All migration from Afghanistan should be stopped. Is that's too knee-jerk? Is that too knee-jerk?
No. It's not enough. Not only should it be stopped, but you need to reverse migration. You need to look at all of the people that were brought here over the last 30 years, and any of them with any criminal charges, immediately remove them. And any of them that are, like, net negative taxpayers, remove them and also seize all of their assets and send them back to the country they came from. Like, it's not enough to just simply stop the problem, because you still have the problem. Like, stopping the problem is good, but you have to also reverse the damage. Go back 2 generations, get the whole line. Yeah, I would do like, let's say, I was born here. Yeah, well, I mean, like, I don't care. You've got to go back. Too bad. You're not supposed to be here. Your parents shouldn't have been here. You're not supposed to be here either.
Can't and shouldn't judge the whole by the part.
Yeah.
So we can't judge every person from...
Of course, it doesn't matter. Like, this language that you use is just silly.
Afghanistan on the basis of actions of, in this case, 2 people.
It's not 2 people.
So that's too far for me. But I'm, again, candidly, that thought's crossed my mind too. And I can't... I think the
reality is that there is a small percentage of people that are immigrants from every single country that will integrate just fine. Whether they're from Somalia, Afghanistan, China, Russia, or anything. Like, I'm sure that we have Somali immigrant Americans that have no problems and aren't causing any problems. I don't think we need to send them back, but we need to look at the ones that are doing things wrong, and we need to go after them instead. And the way that you do that is you set up high standards, and then you simply hold people to those standards. That's the way you do it.
reason why I say I'm not sure that's going to work is it does judge the whole by the part, and that sort of isn't fair.
The entire idea of it not being fair is a total inversion of the moral responsibility that you have to protect your country. Your idea that it isn't fair, and so because you've come to the conclusion that it's not fair, the result of that is that women in your country get raped. How is that fair to them? Your responsibility as a person who's supposed to protect their country or do something to benefit other people is to act in a way that is in the best interest of other people that cannot act for themselves. And this is the big issue that happens, is that you're thinking about, like, from my perspective, you should not even be considering what's fair to Afghanistan migrants. They should be lucky they're here in the first place. They shouldn't even be here anyway. So what's fair to them, even if it is unfair to them, who cares? Who gives a fuck? Like, the focus should be on your own people. Like, you shouldn't even be thinking about them.
But at a bare minimum, the idea that you would have hundreds of people, and even in the cases where we sort of have a better idea about who they are because they've been through the criminal system, still don't know how old this bloke is, still don't really know how old he is. The idea that you would allow then hundreds and hundreds of people to be housed in areas and they're allowed to wander around and we have no idea who they are. No, cannot happen, cannot be allowed to happen anymore. If this case provokes one response, it has to be that...
But you're an immigrant too. The Indians probably thought so as well. Yeah, and it didn't work. And look how they're doing. They're in reservations now, and their entire civilization is destroyed. We took over the whole country. Indian Americans, Native Americans represent like less than like probably 5% of the population. Their culture is annihilated. Their way of life is relegated to reservations, and basically their entire existence is destroyed. So I think that you can look at Native Americans as a great example of what happens. Do you want to have that happen to you? I don't. So do you not think the new immigrants will do the same thing to you too? I think they will. That's the reason why I would try to prevent them from doing that. I'm confused by what your argument is. So what's your argument about this? Yeah, let me pull this person up. I'll listen to this. So by the way, I'm not an immigrant. Like my family came to America like 500 years ago. Like, whenever my family was in the country for 500 years, I'm not an immigrant. Sorry. Let's break this down, okay. We're going to break it down. America didn't exist 500 years ago, you retard? I know. That's why my family fought in the Revolutionary War to make it exist. Yeah, that's correct. I'm glad that you recognize the math. That's accurate. You arrived from Europe, you stole the land from the natives? Exactly. We did. What makes the other immigrants worse than you? Nothing. Nothing makes them worse. I hold no moral superiority over them. I simply act in my own best interest and in the best interest of my country. I don't care about a moral argument. So might makes right? Yes, absolutely. That can be used against you too? Exactly. That's why I want to prevent him from coming here. That's exactly right. I know it can be used against me. That's why I recognize the threat of it, and that's why I want to prevent it from happening. Does that make sense? At least this person's responding. Sure, you're morally superior as new immigrants don't build any new civilization and only create another shithole. That's not my problem, even if they don't. You're making it possible by allowing it? Yeah, I know. That's why I think we should stop allowing it. I agree, and that's why we need to reverse it, because I recognize that threat, and I realize that it's real, and that's the reason why I would want to reverse it. That's my whole point. How many people live on a planet? Someone's going to go after you? Yeah, of course. That's why you have to have a gun and you have to be able to protect yourself. Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's why you have to have, like, you have national security, you have countermeasures, you have the CIA, you have the FBI, you have police department, you have home security, you have guns, you have the Second Amendment. Yeah, obviously. We have all those things because of what you're saying. Yeah, I don't, like, I mean, maybe we're deprogramming, right? We got to deprogram people. So, why are we in a circle like a squirrel? Better to not hurt people to begin with? Who are we hurting? Like, I'm confused. Who am I hurting? Like, I'm just so confused by this. Like, I think you're making a moral argument. USA is stealing resources from other countries. They should protect them better. That oil was promised to us 3,000 years ago. I don't understand. Why do you think, here, let me ask you a question. Why do you think that those other countries don't come in to the United States and steal our resources? Why do you think they don't do that? I think this is an interesting question. It's not a moral argument, it's a fact. Yeah, I know. Why do they not do that? You're promised oil 3,000 years ago, are you Israel? Yes. So why do these countries not come to America and steal our resources? He's a goyim. There's a lot of goyim out there. I've honestly liked calling people goyim so much, I'm beginning to believe that I might be Jewish. It really feels right for me to call people that. It does. I feel so comfortable calling people goys. Like, it feels like I finally, it's like, you know, like if, like a superhero movie where they finally teach you, they're like, no, Superboy, you can actually fly. Wait, I can? As when you came to America a couple hundred years ago, your parents? Okay, we're gonna go back. The land you live in is stolen from the natives, you can't deny it. I don't deny it, I embrace it, and I respect it. Yes, that's correct, we stole it. And we killed them all. That's right. Yep. Now what? Okay, so I'm confused. What are we talking about? Like, yeah, obviously. Conquered, not stolen? What do you call it?
I get what he's trying to say contextually, but it's not necessarily true. Because, I mean, you know, Louisiana Purchases, you know, the Cherokee Trail, the Tears, all those different types of things happened in history. It wasn't like we just showed up and was like, okay, we invade you now, woo, and, you know, swarm them with hundreds of drones and missiles like Iran and all these other people are trying to do to Israel. So it's kind of different.
And the reason why is because it reveals that America is not unique in this mentality. Why is it that other countries don't come into America and steal our resources in the same way that we did to Middle Eastern and South American and African countries? Why is it that they're not coming into America and doing that? Why, though? Because it is. That's why. There's a few reasons. What are the reasons? World Wars? Yeah, exactly, because we killed them. What's the other reason? Petrodollar? Yeah, you know what the petrodollar is really backed up by? It's backed up by the U.S. military. Every value of America is at some level backed up directly by the United States military. The reason why these countries don't come in and loot and plunder America isn't because they respect America. It's because we'd kill them. That's the real reason. If we couldn't do that, they would take it over instantly. They would immediately do that. It's backed by Saudi oil and other oils from other countries with the U.S. steals? Of course. And it's in their best interest for us to do that because we help them and they make money off of us. That's right. We have a partnership with them. That's correct. And I think that they're getting their money's worth out of that partnership because we're cleaning the board out of one of their biggest competitors, which is Iran. Iran is a major destabilizer there, and we're blowing them the fuck up. It's because they're our boys. So we're helping them out. The only reasonable person in U.S. politics was Dwight Eisenhower warned the world about U.S. military complex. You know what Dwight Eisenhower did before he did that? He won World War II. He beat the Nazis. That's the reason. Dwight Eisenhower said, like, you know what? You want to say I can't go to Area 51? All right, I'm going to show up tomorrow with the military, the whole army, and we're going to figure out what's in there. But you honestly think that Dwight Eisenhower would say that, like, really, I mean, let me ask you, do you think Dwight Eisenhower would agree that, like, we live on stolen land from, like, the natives or, like, something like that, and we need to give it back? Like, what are you trying to invoke him for? I mean, he doesn't agree with what you're saying. USSR beat the Nazis, mate? Well, we helped. France was not supposed to be in the UN table? Well, they are. France is an ally. France are our OG allies. What are you talking about? Yeah, we sure helped. That's why we had our tanks over there in Germany blowing them up, killing them. You're right, the USSR helped kill the Nazis. They did. So did we. That's right. Eisenhower was after World War II, bud? Hoover dropped the bomb? Well, of course he was after World War II. Because he was a general in World War II, and then he became the president after that. Like, that's the way it worked. How y'all know? Like, damn, bro. Like, really? Really, guys? Like, god damn. So anyway, German generals saw their capitulation documents. They're very suppressed. They were very suppressed that the French were there. Well, look, we're getting off topic, right? Like, you're talking about World War II or something else. What my point is that Dwight D. Eisenhower would totally agree with what my perspective on this is. He totally would. And how do I know that? Because very clearly, he won World War II. Like, you have to be able to take drastic military action to solve this problem. It's not like he was letting in 1 million Somalians into America whenever he was president, right? My dad campaigned for Dwight Eisenhower at 5 years old. They had a like little thing. They said, "I like Ike." Okay, so like I know about this. I understand this probably better than you would imagine. So, but you're talking about this like as much as you want. But here's really what it comes down to. And I'm going to explain this really quickly. No, we should not be acting in the best interest of people that are not our citizens. Right? When I agree with your point, he's a true patriot of the United States. How many Somalians did Dwight Eisenhower let into the United States? How many? You realize Dwight D. Eisenhower was the president when we didn't have civil rights for black people, right? You understand that? Like, I'm sorry, he was the president during that time. And when he left being the president, they still didn't have civil rights. So this entire idea that like, oh, wow, this guy wouldn't agree with you. And I'm losing brain cells over this. This person's trying to misunderstand you on purpose. I know that. And they are. He made the interstates. Well, he made the interstates because he went over to Germany and he said how good they were doing it. They said, damn, they got this interstate thing going on. This is a good idea. We should do this over here. You're right. Dwight D. Eisenhower was the, he made interstates. 100%. And so anyway, there was some small immigrant bullshit back in the day. Stop moving the goalposts. Exactly. And there wouldn't be now if we had somebody like Dwight D. Eisenhower as the president. He would never let this shit happen. Never. So anyway, let me go back to my original point, okay? Because like we've been going on about this for a while. Here's what my original point is. We should only act in the best interest of our citizens. If something isn't in the best interest of our native citizens, then we should not do it. Period. Full stop. Now, you can make a long-term second-order effect argument that something would be in our best interest, and I'm open to an argument like that. Like, you know, for example, I said that Iran is our best interest, is like a second or third order effect, right? Or like Venezuela, right? But on a direct action, why would we allow, like, because this is really the question, why would you allow migrants to come into the country? Stop being silly? No, it's all right. We're going to wrap this up, though. Like, this is going on kind of for a while, so I want to wrap this up. So why would we want to have migrants come into the country that rape kids? Why would we want to do that? Why would we want to let a single migrant into the country? Like, give me the reason for why to go from 0 to 1. Because she's hot? Okay. All right. Maybe like 2 or 3 then. Okay, well, besides that. It's all right. Arrogant, disingenuous chatter? That's okay. You would not want that to happen, but you're shifting the topic? What do you think the topic is? You still talking to this guy? I know. But what do you think what is the topic to you? Eisenhower literally enacted one of the vastest deportation operations ever. You can't even name it because it's a slur? I forgot about this. Right? And so, like, that's what it is. That's what it says. I don't know what you want me to say. Millions of Mexicans had legally entered the country through joint immigration programs. Was primarily a response from pressure from a broad coalition to remove them. Gave rise to the arrests and deportations. There it is. I forgot even all about that. You said the U.S. can steal from other people's stuff. I said others can steal stuff from you. It's simply a truth you have to accept. Otherwise, you're a hypocrite. Yes? Of course. Of course people can try and steal things from me. They do. Well, yeah, obviously. That's the reason why we have the government. Is to prevent people, like... Do you think people don't steal things out of a Walmart because they like Walmart? It's because they don't want to get put in jail. That's the reason why. Like, I've already explained this to you. It's the threat of force. They're scared of the consequences of it. That's the reason. Damn, how long is it? This is taking so long, bro. Like, god damn. You're going to amaze the circular logic. I'll let him respond one more time. One more time, and we move on. So basically, bashing head against the wall, same methods will be used against you. I know they will. And that's the reason why you have to suppress and oppress the people that might do that to you in an absolute state so they can never do that to you. That's exactly correct. That's my exact point. So you have to shut them down and make it to where you are in such an advantageous position that they don't even think about doing that, or they face complete and absolute obliteration. That's the exact reason why we spend $1 trillion on the military. Is so if somebody ever thinks about that, we can blow them all up. Thank God for that.
Somebody, ideally the police, I don't know, but somebody has to say, I'm afraid, sir, you cannot leave the hotel that you're being housed in until your claim has been processed. because we don't know who you are.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you shouldn't even let them in. Like, that's it. And I can see why British people are getting angry about this. I can. And I'm not surprised at all. Like, I mean, they should be. They should be very angry about this. And so these current invasions aren't like anything your ancestors America. Oh, I'm sure, right? And propagandists that believe authoritarian will come from Christian nationalists, when in reality it's left-wing pro-Islamic socialists. In a lot of cases, yeah. And those abused girls in Rotherham and elsewhere just need to shut their mouths for the good of diversity. I don't know if somebody said that or not. I have no idea. Can't coexist with people who think raping children is unacceptable. True. I've seen a lot of these, too. Sickening how fast the lawyers are to bury the footage to stop the riots. Honestly, like, you know, like, y'all know what my opinion on what to do about this is, right? She did? Oh, wow, really? Damn. And, like, y'all just let that happen? That's crazy. I guess, like, I mean, I don't know how Britain and, like, the UK is so cucked. Like, it's crazy how cucked they are. Like, people, like, honestly, like, you should be, the moment somebody says something like that, like, you should just deport them. What is actually the reason, what's actually the justification to not just simply take their citizenship, seize their assets, and send them to Africa? A random country in Africa. What's actually the argument to not do that? It's a member of parliament. That's a bigger argument to do it. That's a bigger argument to do it. Exactly. That's how big of a problem it is. Holy shit. Jesus, that's scary. That stress you out. Human rights? What about the human rights of the women that were raped? Nobody ever thinks about that.
Breaking news just into the newsroom this morning. Right now, federal, state, and local authorities are executing more than 20 search warrants in the Twin Cities tied to ongoing fraud investigations. This is a brand new video from a daycare in South Minneapolis near Children's. Now, following AJ Legault here, our investigative reporter on Twitter, he says, according to a source, a lot of child care and daycare centers are the targets of this investigation. He also tweeted out a picture of a sheriff's deputy parked outside of the infamous Quality Learning Center, the one from those viral Nick Shirley videos. It seems that there's a presence outside of that center as well. Of course, we're going to continue to monitor.
They're raiding the Learning Center, y'all. After talking about and exposing the Somali fraud for over a year, we are here. J.D. Vance's task force is now in Minnesota. They are now in Minnesota, and they are cracking down on the Somali fraud, all right? Let's get some more details. Let's get some more details, man. This is unfolding right now, live in real time as we're watching this.
Just moments ago now, large-scale raids targeting federal fraud.
There it is.
Currently underway. Federal agents seen leaving the Quality Learning Center. And Brooke Taylor has more on that and what they're looking for. Brooke, good morning.
Hi, Bill. Good morning. Yeah, we have had a photographer there at the daycare since this morning, capturing video of those federal agents just going in and out of the building, collecting evidence as part of the DOJ's fraud investigation in Minnesota. Take a look at this video here. Sources tell Fox that federal agents are raiding about 22 businesses across Minneapolis this morning, and sources say many of them are tied to Somali-owned operations. All of this,
if not all of them.
That viral YouTube video from Nick Shirley. It was back in December. In that video,
Hey, would y'all drop your kids off at this daycare center? It looks like you're dropping them off at the back of a 7-Eleven.
visited different child care centers, and you'll remember they were either closed or there were just no children inside despite receiving state child care funding. Now, the location that you're looking at right now, it's the Quality Learning Center. This is the daycare. It went viral. It blew up on social media because of a sign outside with learning that was literally misspelled. The education secretary at the time claimed that the daycare received $1.9 million while, quote, masquerading as a daycare. And then shortly after that, the Trump administration announced it was freezing child care funding to Minnesota and calling for a full audit of certain daycare centers. And just checking my emails now, it looks like we got a statement from DHS sharing, quote, Homeland Security investigations in cooperation with our law enforcement partners executed criminal search warrants in Minneapolis relating to the rampant fraud of U.S. U.S. taxpayers' dollars. And as you could see there, federal agents still outside one of those daycare centers where they have been the last few hours. And all of this comes as Governor Tim Walz is expected to deliver his State of the State address tonight. And it obviously comes with a lot of questions over.
You mean State of the Fraud address? State of the Fraud address? That's what they should rename it. Real quick, let me go back to this because I need you to understand this is not just your typical daycare center. You see the front here? This is a restaurant. This building is a restaurant building. They just had a door over here on the side. They slapped a daycare center sign on top of it, and they said, hey, come drop your kids off. We'll stuff them in, we'll put them in the freezer or let them play with the food back there, and we'll just go ahead and charge you guys for daycare services. And if you don't have kids, that's fine too. You can just make something up. But this is a restaurant. This is not a daycare center.
Earlier this morning, I received information from federal law enforcement that today, this morning in Minnesota, multiple, I believe 22 daycare centers or purported daycare centers are now being raided by the FBI and agents of HSI, that's Homeland Security investigators, in connection with fraud cases. We're told that this is not, over at Human Events, we're being told that this is not connected to immigration, but in many cases, there is information involving information from Homeland Security as well, so that those...
You know why they're saying that? They're clarifying this has nothing to do with immigration. Because if they didn't clarify that, people would be like, oh, ICE is back. Border Patrol's back. Come on, guys, we got to grab our whistles and our gas masks, and we got to go out to the streets and terrorize our communities again. That's why they're clarifying that on all these news stations. By the way, guys, this has nothing to do with ICE, okay? Calm down, chill out, put your Antifa terrorist masks down. You're good. Just stay home and live off taxpayer funds. You're okay.
Raids are being conducted as we speak. This is information I actually received last night, but wanted to hold on to it as the investigations and the raids had not yet begun.
Jack, just a quick follow-up. Does this feel like, it feels almost like accountability is starting to happen, something we didn't really see a lot of in the first 15 months of the new administration, but with the Southern Poverty Law Center indictment, 11-count indictment last week, now this, and that was the big question with Pam Bondi. When are we going to see arrests? When are we going to see a lot of the treatment?
I was about to say, it's almost like getting rid of Pam Bondi has opened the floodgates, don't you think?
That the Biden administration and his Department of Justice had no problem putting conservatives through during the 4 years that he was in office. Does it feel like that is finally starting to happen?
It does feel like that, and we're seeing Todd Blanche hit the ground running. I mean, he's still acting attorney general, and we'll see if he drops the acting title sometime here, but it does seem that as soon as he's been in, boom, we've got very quickly indictments on the Southern Poverty Law Center. Now we're seeing him move quickly on these search warrants, these raids across Minnesota, and so he is absolutely picking up the ball and running with it downfield.
And a note on this, apparently state law enforcement, local law enforcement are also working with the federal agents on this. And as you recall, since 2021, they've had 92 people already charged with these COVID-era, fraud cases, and they've had well over 60 convictions. And so this is really a big extension of that. And as you said, a refocus on finding out how the government...
Well, what she was talking about is the Feeding Our Future scandal, but there's so much more fraud happening in Minnesota. We can't just sit here and say it's just Feeding Our Future or it's just, the daycare centers. You got the autism centers where people are literally selling their children's identity to these Somali fraudsters so they can use them to, basically ask the taxpayers to fund services for these kids that they don't even get. They don't even get these services at all. You got the drug clinics, the housing services, anything that DHS provides. The Somalis have found out that you can get involved in it. You start a company, you get a license, and it's just, you just run it up. You just run it up. You bill for services you don't even provide. You just bill it. Nobody cares. Nobody checks whether or not you actually gave them the services, or if you're legit, or if the person you're charging is even a normal living. How many of these people are dead and they're still getting charged? And we're still paying for those services for them to have. It's crazy, man. But this is not just childcare. Hospice, let's not forget about hospice too, which is, you know, that's been a problem in California as well.
You're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christy Matino. We continue to follow this breaking news coming out of Minneapolis. We do have a live look to bring you here now. This coming in courtesy of Fox News, as we're learning federal authorities raided more than 20 locations, including child care facilities there in Minneapolis today. This is all a part of a sweeping fraud investigation into largely Somali-owned businesses. This is all according to the Department of Justice speaking to Fox News. And we do have a quote there saying, quote, today the FBI with federal, state, and local law enforcement is involved in court-authorized law enforcement activity as part of an ongoing fraud investigation.
Just so you know, so why did it take so long? You know, I'm kind of glad it took long, because what I think this also did, it allowed the fraudsters to get comfortable again. You know, they kind of feel like, oh, we beat Nick Shirley, we beat Donald Trump, we kicked ICE out of here, which didn't really happen, right? The huge operation is over, but ICE is still in Minneapolis, still cleaning house. But when we backed off and nobody was talking about the story anymore, I think they felt comfortable, and they probably caught them right now at a great time where there's probably no kids in any of these daycare centers. And this is on a Tuesday in the morning. Okay, there's probably no kids in those daycare centers. Every single one they went to, I bet you there's no employees, no kids. I bet the Leering Center was just cleaned out, nothing in there, right? And so I think it was a great time to just like kind of act like, okay, we don't care about the Somali fraud anymore. We're just going to move on to whatever. And then they just caught him off guard right now. And it's all unfolding in real time. But this is great, man. Hey, I know we're all excited. Don't forget to hit that like button, guys, if you haven't already. And please support the show. We've been waiting for this for so long. I've been waiting for this for so long. We've been talking about the Somali fraud for over a year, man. And here we are. We're finally here. JD Vance's task force. I told you guys it's only a matter of time before they hit Minneapolis. And they're here, man. They are here.
You know, as of right now, authorities executed 22 federal search warrants in Minnesota today as part of this operation, which is not immigration related. So our photographer there zooming.
Not immigration related. Don't get your whistles out.
Just come in here. And it says HSI, in cooperation with its federal, state, and local law enforcement partners, engaged in court-authorized law enforcement operations in the Minneapolis-St. Paul area. For reasons of operational security and for the safety of our agents, we will not comment further at this time. Now, we do have several social media posts coming in here throughout the minutes. This one, once again, from Bill Malugin. Reading it to you now, as he says, DOJ confirms to Fox News that FBI and HSI agents are currently raiding 20-plus locations in the Minneapolis, Minnesota area in relation to ongoing federal fraud investigations. Sources telling Fox locations are largely Somali-linked businesses, including the infamous Quality Learning Center. I'm told that these are court-approved search warrants being served, and they are tied to fraud, not immigration enforcement. Now, Fox also told 22 search warrants were executed in Minnesota this morning. Going on to read that statement there from the DOJ. But I also wanted to share with you that the raids center on federal fraud investigations into these largely Somali-owned businesses, including child care facilities that registered their daycare with the state for allegedly billing for care that was not provided. Now, Fox News is told that 2 of the raids were conducted at the Quality Learning Center and Baby Halamo Childcare, both located there in Minneapolis. The Quality Learning Center received national attention after blogger Nick Shirley visited several childcare addresses only to find an assortment of vacant or non-operational storefronts, closed businesses, or Somali occupants. And according to Fox News, they refused to answer questions or entertain the pair's mock efforts to register a child with supposed daycare. This coming in from Homeland Security, saying Homeland Security investigations in cooperation with our law enforcement partners executed criminal search warrants in Minneapolis relating to the rampant fraud of U.S. taxpayer dollars. So once again, this is all coming in here by the moment. This is a developing story we are bringing you here on Live Now from Fox. But if you are just joining us, sharing with you that federal authorities raiding more than 20 locations, including child care facilities.
It's not just the media, it is the entire Democrat Party has made their pitch to voters across the country that Donald Trump poses an existential threat to democracy, that he is a fascist, and that they compare him to Hitler. I mean, these are despicable statements that the American people have been consuming for years. And so many mentally perturbed individuals are led to believe these words are truth and then are inspired to act on it. I have a whole host of examples that we can share with you after. It is pages and pages of major Democrat Party elected officials saying, such as Rep. Hakeem Jeffries just this month said, "We are in an era of maximum warfare everywhere all the time." Governor Josh Shapiro said heads need to roll within the administration. Senator Alex Padilla said people are, quote, dying because of fear and terror caused by the Trump administration. Senator Elizabeth Warren, President Trump is making the country look like a, quote, fascist state. Senator Adam Schiff saying President Trump using a dictator playbook. Senator Ed Markey calling President Trump a dictator, saying that this administration's actions are authoritarianism on steroids. Governor J.B. Pritzker, never before in my life have I called for mass protest disruption. These Republicans cannot know a moment of peace. You have Rep. Presley saying, "We'll see you in the streets." Rep. Monica McIver, a Democrat representative on Capitol Hill, "We will not take this shit from Donald Trump. He thinks he's a dictator. We are at war." These are Democrat elected officials calling for war against the President of the United States and his supporters. I could go on and on, but again, when you have people in positions of power that are saying things like this every single day for years, you are inspiring violence by people who are already mentally ill. And that's what we've seen against this president for far too long.
Major Democrats are quitting the party as Caroline Leavitt drops the list of Democrats calling for violence. Hakeem Jeffries declared an era of maximum warfare everywhere all the time this month. Josh Shapiro demanded heads need to roll. J.B. Pritzker ordered that Republicans cannot know a moment of peace. This anti-Trump war rhetoric of fascist states and authoritarianism on steroids caused the Saturday attempt on his life. It puts your personal safety and national stability at risk. Now, legitimate consequences are headed for these Democrats, and what comes next is pure hell for the entire party. How much worse can it get before everything explodes? Quick interruption, if you'd like to support the channel, you can find all the donate links down below. Every contribution helps me keep creating, upgrade my setup, and bring you the best content possible. I really appreciate it. Now, let's get back to the video.
Nobody in recent years has faced more bullets and more violence than President Trump. This political violence stems from a systemic demonization of him and his supporters by commentators, yes, by elected members of the Democrat Party, and even some in the media. This hateful and constant and violent rhetoric directed at President Trump day after day after day for 11 years has helped to legitimize this violence and bring us to this dark moment. Those who constantly falsely label and slander the president as a fascist, as a threat to democracy, and compare him to Hitler to score political points are fueling this kind of violence. The left-wing cult of hatred against the president and all of those who support him and work for him has gotten multiple people hurt and killed, and it almost did so again this weekend. When you read the manifesto of this shooter, ask yourselves, how different is the rhetoric from this almost assassin than what you read on social media and hear in various forums every single day? The answer, if you're being honest with yourself, is that there is no difference at all. Much of the manifesto of the would-be assassin is indistinguishable from the words that we hear daily from so many.
Ladies and gentlemen, Caroline Leavitt just dropped the list. Here's the situation. After another assassin tried to take out President Trump and basically his whole inner circle, the White House press secretary steps up and connects the dots. She says, years of Democrats and their media allies calling Trump a fascist, comparing him to Hitler, labeling his supporters as threats to democracy, that all this constant demonization isn't just talk. It's creating the climate where crazy people pick up guns. That's the what. The conflict is Democrats like Hakeem Jeffries responding by doubling down instead of cooling off. He's out here defending his call for maximum warfare against Trump just days after the shooting. Here's why this matters to taxpayers and working families. This rhetoric gets people killed, jacks up Secret Service costs, erodes any public trust left, and keeps the country on a knife edge while politicians play games with power. You guys know what I've noticed. The same people who lecture everybody about lowering the temperature never seem to turn it down on their own side. She's spelling it out plain. 11 years of this garbage. The manifestos start sounding like cable news monologues. And she's right, if we're honest with ourselves, the shooter wasn't inventing the hate, he was marinating in it. They spent years turning Trump into this cartoon monster and then act shocked when somebody tries to finish the job. To working families, this means your safety, your stability, your ability to just live without worrying some deranged activist is one CNN segment away from snapping. That's the connection. Now flip it. They can't even keep the contempt out of their late night shows.
Much of the manifesto of the would-be assassin is indistinguishable from the words that we hear daily from so many. For example, as the First Lady of the United States pointed out this morning, just 2 days prior to the shooting, ABC's late-night host Jimmy Kimmel disgustingly called First Lady Melania Trump an expectant widow. Who in their right minds says a wife would be glowing over the potential murder of her beloved husband? And having experienced what I did with the First Lady on Saturday night, I can tell you that she was anything but that. This kind of rhetoric about the president, the First Lady, and his supporters is completely deranged, and it's unbelievable that the American people are consuming it night after night after night. As President Trump said on Saturday night at this podium, we as Americans must recommit ourselves to resolving our differences peacefully and uniting around the shared values that make our country great. The deranged lies and smears against the president, his family, his supporters have led crazy people to believe crazy things, and they are inspired to commit violence because of those words. It has to stop.
I'm sorry, but calling Melania an expectant widow, that's not comedy. That's sickness. And Caroline Leavitt standing there, having just lived through that night with the First Lady, you can feel the disgust in her voice. This isn't abstract. This is personal. The left's hatred cult isn't just hurting Trump. It's poisoning the whole culture. Will they stop? Probably not. Should they? Absolutely. But they won't because the hatred pays. Ladies and gentlemen, then comes the response from the other side, and it is something else.
Leader, I know you said you stand by your comments. At the same time, you have been the subject of threats as well. So with respect to this comment about maximum warfare, even if it's about redistricting, why not tone down the language here in this moment?
I think that what's interesting to me, as you pointed out, is that the so-called White House press secretary, who's a disgrace, she's a stone-cold liar, had the nerve to stand up there and read talking points being critical of statements all taken out of context that Democrats have made and didn't have a word to say about anything that MAGA extremists have said or done, including providing aid and comfort to violent insurrectionists here at this Capitol on January 6th who brutally beat police officers. The president then pardoned those violent rioters, many of whom have gone back into communities across the country to reoffend. And as you pointed out, one of whom threatened to kill me. He said, kill the terrorist. Where did that language come from? What Republicans use that language? Why did that pardoned MAGA extremists, violent insurrectionists, choose to use the language of terrorism directed at me when he threatened to kill me at an event? And so how can we take them seriously when they raise these partisan attacks and completely ignore the fact that a lot of folks, including Governor Shapiro, his home was attacked by an arsonist when he and his kids and wife were there. And this so-called White House press secretary wants to lecture America and lecture us about civility. Get lost, clean up your own house before you have anything to say to us about the language that we use.
You hear him there, voice climbing, trying to flip every accusation back on MAGA while completely ignoring what his own party has been saying for years. He's the one who called for maximum warfare everywhere all the time, and now he's lecturing Caroline Leavitt about cleaning her house. This is the same crew that spent years with the guns out, the rhetoric out, then acts offended when you notice. In a room full of Americans begging for sanity after an assassination attempt, Hakeem Jeffries Temu Obama chooses to scream about January 6th instead. They lecture us about discrimination and tolerance, but discriminate against anyone who won't hate Trump on command. They use minority communities as props, talk diversity, practice pure contempt. It's flipped. They're the ones practicing the division they claim to fight. Let me walk through something real quick because this maximum warfare line deserves a second. What does that even mean in practice? You're the House Minority Leader. You tweet about waging war everywhere all the time, right after your side's rhetoric nearly gets the president killed. Then when asked to dial it back, you say you stand by it. That's not leadership. That's pouring gas on the fire, then complaining about the smoke. It's like you have the bully pulpit, the cameras, the party apparatus, and instead of de-escalating, you choose escalation because the base cheers. Meanwhile, taxpayers foot the bill for the extra security, the investigations, the metal detectors, all of it. And the trust? That evaporates faster than whatever principles they had left. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know if most Americans are seeing this clearly, but the ones who are, they're fed up.
I want to get your response. I realize this quote is a quotation from someone else, but you Republicans continue to hit you over saying maximum warfare everywhere all the time in your tweet after the Virginia election. So I want you to respond to that. And from a macro perspective, if you can, what are you advising your members to do about rhetoric right now that you can criticize the president without facing GOP criticism?
Political violence in any form directed at anyone, whether that's the right, the left, or the center, is unacceptable. Period. Full stop. The notion that any of us are concerned with so-called criticism from these phony Republicans as it relates to anything that has been said, certainly as it relates to the comment related to maximum warfare everywhere, all the time, in connection with the redistricting battle that Republicans launched. I stand by it. You can continue to criticize me for it.
There it is, 2 days after the attempt, and he's standing by maximum warfare. No reflection, no pause, just defiance. That's wild. Caroline Leavitt lays out the receipts, and this is the best they got. Hakeem's cooked on this one. The hypocrisy is so naked, it's almost funny if it wasn't so dangerous. Ladies and gentlemen, this is where we are. Democrats calling for civility while their leader doubles down on warfare talk. Some are starting to see it. Some are peeling off. The party that claims to be anti-violence keeps inspiring it, then acts shocked at the results. Do I expect real consequences? We'll see. Hell, maybe this time a few more actually quit because the stench is getting too strong even for them. I will begin to believe the Democratic Party can reform itself. Hell no, I won't. Who am I kidding? But God, what a thing it would be for this country if even a handful of them grew a spine and walked away from the cult. Thank you all very much for watching. Goodbye.
Starbucks is fleeing another major city, and this
Continuing
time it's
coverage tonight
Seattle.
on Starbucks moving southeast.
Oh.
Starbucks is still keeping their global headquarters here in Seattle, but some of those jobs that are in this building right here, well, they will be moving to Nashville.
That's
so
not
when
good.
we asked Mayor Wilson if she had any concerns about it,
the mayor,
she wasn't having it.
Mayor, do you have an additional comment about Starbucks expanding to Nashville? And does it? For someone who's gone toe to toe with Starbucks in the past.
That is why I am proud to join them on their picket line and proud to say loud and clear, I am not buying Starbucks and you should not either.
Wow, the mayor comes out and says, I'm boycotting Starbucks, I'm not buying, but are there any other reasons why Starbucks might want to leave Seattle?
Good grief, look at this.
This is Seattle.
Hoard. Black market of stolen goods.
Oh, all that stuff stolen.
Unbelievable.
Wonderful. Shoplifting, crime.
Total disaster.
Nice place,
Hey,
man.
is that okay? You guys good? Okay, I just want to make sure you're okay.
They've got a homeless industrial complex here exploiting these people for government money, man. This is wild.
Black market of stolen goods thriving.
Wow.
Welcome to 12th Ave and Jackson Street in Seattle's Chinatown.
Look at this. There's a barbed wire fence protecting these businesses. This is crazy. Look at that. But is the mayor going to do anything to reverse this, or is she just pedal to the metal?
Seattle Mayor Katie Wilson didn't want to talk about the coffee giant building a new East Coast headquarters in Nashville that would also take jobs away from Seattle. But this is a chance for us to ask you just your thoughts about it, and is there any concern about other businesses leaving? Because this is a big Starbucks in Seattle.
This is, again, not the subject of our press conference.
Yet when she finally answered.
So Starbucks expansion to Nashville has been in the works for years. Seattle will remain their North American HQ, and we're confident of that. Thank you, everybody.
And Starbucks says
Oh, get the pesky journalists out of there. Mayor doesn't want to talk about it. But if this is all perfectly normal, why is Starbucks shutting down other stores in Seattle?
The store made money. It was constantly packed. There's no way.
I just saw this. I didn't even see the sign.
Not even the delivery driver knew that Starbucks was shuttered in Seattle's Capitol Hill neighborhood.
Usually it's open. It's always packed.
Starbucks CEO says it's the first step toward progress.
Seattle's so progressive, the way that businesses make progress is by shutting down, not expanding. But now the question is, why isn't anybody here raising the alarm about what's causing stores to leave?
It's such an iconic piece of work in Cap Hill, and back in 2014 when it opened, I remember seeing videos of it, and I dreamed of working there. Never thought I'd be there, and then now it's just weird that it's not there.
It's too bad, yeah.
Performing.
I don't know.
Lauren says she received a text message Thursday saying there would be an 8 a.m. company phone call. It turned out to be a devastating recorded message that employees lost their job and would receive 60 days of pay. Workers staged a rally this week in response to understaffing, low pay, and alleged retaliation for organizing.
Oh, it was a unionized store, which means the store was likely much more expensive to operate than other non-unionized stores. But now the question is, if they're shutting down these large stores in these high crime areas, what type of store could possibly survive in a place like this? Put your seatbelt on, because this is where things get weird. Well, look here, we've already got this type of coffee shop in New York. Dunkin' Donuts figured it out. Look at this little place. It's a box that serves coffee. No one can break in, no one can steal. These things are popping up everywhere across the country, too.
They don't put a Dunkin' Donuts in the hood. Stop giving them praise, though, because check this out. Only drive-through. They want our money, but they don't want us inside. Look at this.
Yeah, look at that.
This is a window. Drive-through. No indoor seating, of course. Now, you can support these businesses all you want. Crazy. I refuse. I rather shop small, local, coffee shop. I get it, efficiency. People want that as well.
It's not efficiency. Look, they got someone here, and you only need one person to run this store. This deletes the labor cost because you've got the automated cashiers here. That was a job which got eliminated, and now all this person has to do is fill orders. It's what happens in places like LA and New York and Seattle, where the cost to open a business makes it not worth it.
Efficiency, people want that as well. But realistically, this is what's coming into our neighborhoods.
Yeah.
Places that want our money but don't want us, because how difficult is it to just put a dining area inside? I grew up in this area.
They don't want to have a dining area.
I did a video on that Tams right there. And then a Dunkin' comes here, but they don't want us inside.
It's not that. And this is probably what Starbucks' plans are. Watch, they're going to reopen their stores and they're going to look like what you're about to see.
Brand new Wendy's, but here's the difference. You cannot sit down inside to eat your food. You're going to order your food from this window.
A walkthrough.
Right? And then you're going to walk around the building, right? And you're going to sit down and eat right there.
the rain cleans the tables.
If you're doing DoorDash, you walk through these doors, and you're going to pick up your food right there.
Wow.
Or what have you.
That's for DoorDash.
And they're going to have computer screens right there where you can order your food.
Yeah, this is it, man. This is the store of the future.
This is how they're doing it now in some locations with Wendy's and probably other restaurants where,
they're all going to do it.
You know, traditionally you would be able to go in and sit down and eat.
Nope.
But now they're switching it up.
They have to.
This is new to me. Let me know in your city, wherever you from.
It's happening everywhere. Yet nobody's connecting the dots in places that are forcing these businesses out.
Starbucks is getting ready to close 5 more Seattle area stores next month, but the union representing some of the impact workers hope to change that.
I'm sure they do.
The 5 locations are in First Hill, the University District, the Seattle Center Armory, also at Seattle Children's Hospital in the Ocean Building, and in the Metropolitan Park East Building downtown.
So those are closing right now.
The first 4 locations are unionized, which is why Starbucks Workers United filed an unfair labor practice charge last week.
It's impossible to operate businesses in high crime areas. The businesses become prey for lawlessness, and since the city that these businesses are in has allowed lawlessness to become rampant, just like in other places like New York, Chicago, you name it, these stores have no reason to stay open. There's just a loss on the company. It doesn't matter if they're busy or not. if the store's losing money and underperforming. But are Starbucks the only businesses leaving Seattle, or is this part of a larger trend?
Alicia Cook traded her car to live in the Capitol Hill neighborhood, but the cost could be walking her wagon full of dogs further for groceries.
Oh, groceries!
For the average person, they're within good walking distance. Because I have, problems walking sometimes.
It's easy to count customers strolling with grocery bags on Broadway, but the list of stores may be shrinking. Store owners have complained to Seattle City Council members about dim lighting, outdated security, and landscaping, according to council members.
I continue to be concerned about the 2 QFCs on Broadway.
Councilmember Joy Hollingsworth says loitering and shoplifting are putting those 2 stores at risk. The neighborhood lost Whole Foods.
Wow, they lost Whole Foods. Shoplifters are just all over the place, stealing stuff, selling it at these outdoor black markets. This is a nightmare scenario. I don't know how anything can stay open in a place like this. But just before we continue, there's something most people do not realize. If you're on Medicare, the Medicare market is rigged by incentives and not in your favor. It's a total scam. And most of the agents you see on TV or you find on Google, they are essentially bounty hunters for big insurance. They push Medicare Advantage plans even when they're not right for you because they make more money doing it. But that's why I've partnered with Chapter. They have flipped the script. They don't just share the amazing benefits of Medicare Advantage. They explain the pros and cons of all your Medicare options. In fact, Chapter is the only Medicare advisor that searches every single plan nationwide to find the right one for you. If you're already on the right plan, they will tell you. If not, they'll help you switch. Just last year, Chapter saved the average senior over $1,100 a year by getting them on the best fitting plan. So if you are turning 65 or already on Medicare, call Chapter today right here, 731-437-2682. Again, that's 731-437-2682. Get a second opinion on your coverage to get real peace of mind. Now let's get back to the video.
Foods last month and another store before that.
During my tenure, we've lost 2 grocery stores in my district. Colleagues, I don't want to lose another one.
Council members say they need a stronger line of
How about some
communication
jails?
with both corporate chains and small business owners. But a spokesperson for QFC says the city council hasn't reached out to them to talk about potential closures. Kroger announced the closure of 60 stores across the country in June and said there were no further details to share at this time. But concerns are spreading across council members after a Safeway closed near Magnuson Park.
Listen, if people can steal whatever they want and sell it on the street in an illegal market and the police don't go there and do anything about the illegal market, what chance do the stores have? We got the same problem in New York. We got businesses getting raided and then we got stuff getting sold on the street in front of the store that the stuff came out of. This just puts the law-abiding out of business. And what's even worse is in some of these places, when all these outdoor markets create a massive mess from all the garbage and all the trash that they just leave everywhere because they're doing business on the sidewalk and not cleaning up after themselves, who gets the fine? The legitimate business.
There needs to be better communication also so that folks understand, including our grocery stores, what the impacts are to community when they do close.
City leaders say it's about more than feeding the general public. It's about feeding low-income SNAP recipients and filling prescriptions.
Is another drop-off point or pickup point that they don't have to receive food. And
so then do something to help them. Put the criminals in jail. Build a jail and fill it up with all the people who steal stuff. Then nobody's gonna steal stuff anymore. It's a very simple way to fix this. It's just nobody seems to want to.
Starbucks. So Starbucks apparently is thinking about moving their headquarters to
They
Tennessee.
already are.
Okay, this is a story that's really upset Tom, so I want to read this to all of you guys.
Furious.
Seattle could lose $750 million as Starbucks expands in Tennessee, adding 6,000 jobs. But they're struggling to persuade woke workers to move from Seattle to a new headquarters in Tennessee.
Yeah.
So can you imagine? Because
Wow.
Tennessee is not going to be. And by the way, I wonder how much Tennessee is excited about the woke workers moving.
It sounds like they're not coming.
Once again, a blue state puts public policy in place, and they're about to get the consequence of a tax base moving out. First of all, the company moves its headquarters. Second of all, and by the way, the company's registered headquarters has a lot to do with income tax in the state, and there's no, income tax for citizens in Washington.
The crazy thing is they need to expand. So they need a new office and they want to expand their operations. They're just not doing it where they already are. Now, things have to be really bad for a company that's headquartered somewhere and started somewhere to move, to leave that location entirely. And I guess it is because the mayor's out there saying, I don't drink Starbucks anymore, and neither should you. I mean,
that is why I am proud to join them on their picket line and proud to say loud and clear, I am not buying Starbucks and you should not either.
Talk about telling them they're welcome to expand here. This is the opposite of that.
The unintended consequences, you're about to lose all these jobs, everything going there. And then on the other hand, it's kind of funny, all of the woke do-gooders, the pearl-clutching, liberals who are going down there to Common Sense Tennessee. And by the way, Tennessee also has no income tax except on dividends, Pat.
Oh.
And they have, ready for this? 31% lower housing costs.
Oh, wow.
So you can move down to Tennessee.
It's cheaper.
And get lower housing costs and less rain and less liberalism.
And less crime.
Less nuttiness than you get in Seattle. And guess what? But some of the workers are saying, I don't want it. You know what I love about this?
That's funny.
Stay in Seattle and be unemployed.
Right. It's so crazy. But I guess this has to do with this whole Trump derangement syndrome thing, because you got people in Seattle that see everything happening there and want to blame the president for it. And then they see Tennessee where none of that stuff's happening. They say, oh, what a horrible place. Low taxes, low crime. I don't want to go there. I'm going to stay where I am. That's wild.
People in Nashville get jobs and fill the void. Guess what? The issue that's going to be in Nashville is how many people does Starbucks need?
They're not going to move
How
from
many people do we have
Seattle.
in Nashville graduating and all these things that now could come and work there? But the people of Tennessee are saying, look, we don't make what happened to Austin happen to us. We don't want a bunch of blue Californians moving down here and turning Austin lavender and making Austin weird.
That is a form of immigration, though, Tom. If you think about it, like if you look at...
That's always a fear that people have in Florida or in Tennessee or in Texas. Hey, don't come here with your politics. But the good news is most of the people leaving these places want to leave anyways. They've already got a problem with what's going on there. The really radical people that hate you for who you vote for and don't want to be around you, they're going to stay put. So you don't have to worry about them. But you do have to worry about the people who are on the fence who are like, well, I like a mayor like Zoran Mamdani. He's got some great ideas. I think rents should be frozen, but I don't like the crime. It's a little dangerous. The guy that's on the fence, you got to watch out for him. You got to convert him when he gets there.
About how Adam is always like, come over here and come. And then when I'm on the freeway and I'm furious and I'm literally getting pissed off at Adam because I'm not a fan of it, Pat. It's like you have to bust your butt to put people in power in your own state to do the right thing. And we're always baffled. We're always baffled. Like, why do they keep putting in Newsoms? Why do they keep putting in these people? Why is Kate Boyd? Because the odds are California, a place like California, is going to keep going Democrat, and they're going to keep putting these people in. You look at New York, these Mamdanis, that's what the people want.
Right.
The rich people are going to slowly leave, but the ones that are promised all this free stuff, they're going to keep staying, and they're going to keep staying, and they're going to keep voting for these people.
And the chances of one of these places ever saying, you know what, I don't want to have a socialist mayor anymore, it's a 0% chance. And I'll tell you why. He just explained it. People keep leaving. So you elect somebody, you elect some radical, and everybody who voted against that, like the last election with Mamdani and Cuomo in New York, it was very close. But now people are going to leave that didn't vote for this, and the people who did are going to stay. So the percentage of people overall, as the population changes and self-radicalizes, that want socialism is just going to increase. And I got bad news for you. If you live in a city like New York, like I do, Mamdani's the best we're going to get. Whoever comes after him, that person might as well be Karl Marx.
Why? The people should be voting for the leaders that they want to make the changes and make the state a better state. Because if that's the case, everybody just move to Florida.
Yeah.
Because if you look at the United States right now, Pat, who's kicking butt right now? It's us. Florida.
They're in Florida.
That's why I'm here. That's why you're here. That's why.
Hope this stays.
I just hope it stays. And I understand
everything in their power to mess this up.
Well, listen, the big thing is people in places like New York and in places like Seattle, what does the education system tell them? And what is a state like Florida doing about education? In Florida, you got school choice. In Florida, you can send your kids to a private school of your choosing, even a place like a Christian school, and the state will help you pay for that. In New York, we don't have school choice here. In Seattle, there's no school choice. And what are they teaching in these public schools? They're teaching that America's evil and that socialism's a great idea and that you should vote for these radical mayors, and people absorb all that stuff and they get up and vote for that. So states can do things to make sure that this doesn't happen where they're at.
They're going to try to do everything in their power to undermine DeSantis. They're going to try to do everything in their power to mess up his record and what he's done.
And it's slowly happening. How many Democrat people have just won some races in the state? And it's those policies. I don't want to hear. Not in
City of Miami, although,
I agree.
Adam can tell us about this. The actual mayor of Miami City is not as strong as the county people are, but still, it's a step in the wrong direction.
Yeah, and I know I bust your balls about it all the time, but I don't want the attitude shouldn't be, hey, your place.
I don't know if that's necessarily the attitude. Think of who the people are that are fleeing these deep blue strongholds. These are people that have a fundamental problem with how these places are being run. These are people that have a problem with high crime. These are people that have a problem with lawlessness. These are people that can't run a business. These are people that can't afford a place to live. And who does that affect first? That affects families. Families have it the hardest in all of these lawless, unaffordable places. Why? Because families are the ones getting victimized by criminals. You have a mom, she's got kids, she goes to the supermarket, you have a bunch of criminals out there. It's a bad situation. Single people who are young and vigorous and can run away, they don't have the same problems as families in high crime areas. And if you're like a business owner and your business is getting destroyed by criminals, you might have to leave. So really the issue that places like Seattle has is they force out the productive and they force out those who would build a better life for themselves. That's what families are trying to do after all. But what do you think about Starbucks? Are they making the right move, the wrong move? Are they going to shut down more stores? And then are they going to come out with these tiny little coffee box places where you can have one employee and a bunch of screens outside? Would that save them some money? Let me know. I'll see you in the next video.
Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and in this video we're going to be tackling one of the most fundamental questions in particle physics. Is there anything inside a quark? And that's because for a very long time, based on our best understanding of the universe, and specifically based on something referred to as the Standard Model, researchers always believed that quarks are elementary particles, meaning that they have no inner structure and are not made of something smaller. Or basically, there is nothing beyond the quarks, at least based on the Standard Model of physics. But one of the recent experiments from the Large Hadron Collider, and specifically the CMS collaboration, something you can learn about in one of the studies in the description, for the first time in history, essentially pushed the boundary of how small of a thing we can actually see, in order to find out if that hypothesis and this proposition is actually true. And so let's discuss a little bit more about this, but first, in order to understand why this is important, let's first discuss just a little bit of history and how we've discovered all of this. Or basically, why do we even have this Standard Model of elementary particles? And technically here, the history goes back thousands of years. Because back in the days, before we could even perform these experiments, even ancient Greeks believed that ordinary matter seems to be composed of something that's very difficult to see, but that seems to be indivisible and does not contain anything inside. They refer to this as the uncuttable or indivisible matter, which in Greek is atomos, and that's where the word atom came from. But their factual existence remained more or less controversial up until 1905. This is actually when Albert Einstein published his paper on Brownian motion and was able to prove that molecules were not just mathematical illusions, but actually existed. And soon afterwards, Ernest Rutherford discovered that they were not indivisible at all. As a matter of fact, even atoms in this case seem to contain a dense nucleus inside of them, right in the center. And so following these early experiments, pretty much every single year, something new was discovered about some of these particles. And some of the first discoveries from the nucleus were made just a decade afterwards. And so basically by 1919, researchers confirmed the existence of protons, and by 1932 they also discovered neutrons. But some of the biggest breakthrough was actually made in 1968. This is when physicists realized that even these protons and neutrons were actually made out of something else even smaller. This was the discovery of quarks. And so every time scientists looked deeper and deeper, and try to create something with more and more energy, they seem to discover new layers. But by 1970, the Standard Model essentially codified the existence of most of these fundamental particles. And so for the past few decades, all of these subatomic particles can essentially be summarized in this image. We basically have 17 distinct elementary particles, with the last one, the Higgs boson, only confirmed to exist back in 2012. But pretty much all of them do something different and are even fundamentally different in how they react with everything else. For example, 12 of them are known as fermions. These are electrons and quarks which form the matter as we know it. But 5 of them are bosons, which are a little bit more difficult to imagine because their job is to essentially carry forces. So things like the strong force, which basically holds the atom together, seems to be produced by these mysterious bosons. But quarks, which are of course the smallest particles inside the atom, are also unique because they seem to come in 6 unusual types. For reasons that I still don't really get, these are not actually known as types, but are known as flavors. And the flavors are up, down, charm, strange, top, bottom. Intriguingly, what makes these particular particles particularly special is the fact that these are the only particles that seem to feel all 4 fundamental forces. They feel the gravity, they feel the electromagnetic force, and they feel the weak and the strong force. In comparison, something like a neutrino can only feel 2 forces, gravity and the weak force. Alright, yeah, I know things are getting a little bit more complicated and a little bit more technical, but the main point here is that, well, that's kind of what these fundamental particles look like as of 2026, and today we believe these are the basic building blocks of everything in the universe, with the assumption being that they are possibly like point-like entities with maybe no size at all. As a matter of fact, we have no idea what they even look like if you look at them super close. But naturally in science, it's always important to kind of stay skeptical and to possibly test some of these propositions and some of these ideas. And so if history were to repeat itself, maybe even quarks could be composed of particles that are even smaller. And this has been previously proposed with the name preon, proposed as a potential explanation for these even smaller point-like sources that could actually be the true fundamental building blocks of all matter. This was proposed back in 1974 by Jogesh Pati and Abdus Salam, and they were mostly intended to explain the large number of existing particles and their properties. But for over 50 years, they remained unproven. Although if they do exist, they would simplify this particle zoo and would explain everything in a much more elegant way. And that's essentially what this new experiment was trying to test and to find out. Do preons exist, and can we possibly find them? And so to test this CMS detector at the Large Hadron Collider was used to collide protons at incredibly high energies. This is in essence what this whole study is about. And that's because by colliding protons at these energies, there was maybe a slight chance that some of them would not just produce quarks, but would also break apart quarks as well that could then produce preons. And in this experiment, scientists specifically focused on something called D-jet angular distribution. Yep, more technical stuff. I mean, technically you can skip this part by using the thingy below. But in essence, this is a kind of a tool in high energy physics that tries to find new phenomena by measuring the scattering angle resulting from the collision of 2 extremely energetic particles. And so if there's some kind of a new interaction or some kind of a new unusual particle, it will often produce collisions with angles that don't match expectations and previous theories. In other words, this is a great technique because it seems to be very sensitive to new physics. And so when quarks scatter, they're supposed to create jets, which are kind of like sprays of particles that fly out in different directions. And so by measuring the angles at which these jets fly out, researchers can then tell if quarks are behaving like smooth point-like dots, or if they possibly have something inside of them as well and are made out of individual particles which would produce different angles. And that's because they would break apart and scatter in a different way. And so here the results from the study used a lot of data collected between 2016 and 2018, focusing on probing quarks down to a scale of about 10 to minus 20 meters. And just to give you a better understanding, that's approximately 10,000 times smaller than a typical proton. Okay, so what did they find? Well, at this scale, right now there is absolutely no evidence that something seems to be inside or that there is any kind of an inner structure. Or essentially the data shows that quarks still seem to be point-like, and seem to scatter as if they had nothing inside, with all of these scattering angles matching the predicted value from the standard model perfectly. With this experiment right now setting the most stringent limit on this so-called quark compositeness, with the overall conclusion from the study being that if quarks do have something inside and if these preons are real, it can only be revealed if we actually use even higher energies of at least 37 tera electron volts. Or basically it would require even more powerful collisions. But this experiment didn't just look for quarks and preons, it also tried to find something else beyond the standard model, or something that possibly did not match predicted values. For example, some kind of an extra spatial dimension, some kind of a quantum black hole, or maybe some kind of a sign of dark matter. And while they did find some kind of a very small difference in the data for some of the high mass regions, they also determined that none of them were significant enough to claim a new discovery. And so overall, as of mid-2026, the standard model of physics seems to be more or less correct. And though it is maybe incomplete, right now this is the best model we have to explain what everything is made out of, and to of course explain the entire universe. Although just as a small side note, when it comes to these predicted preons, while still highly speculative, a lot of previous models proposed that in terms of size, they technically could be much smaller than what scientists were testing for. Compared to what was tested in this study, they might actually be at least 10,000 times smaller, implying that maybe these collisions were just not powerful enough to break these quarks apart and to create these even smaller particles. And so if the existence of preons is confirmed, it would definitely revolutionize particle physics. But nevertheless, this experiment definitely did not discover anything. Nevertheless, these experiments are still quite important, and in this case, for reasons we discussed in a lot of previous videos. For example, the standard model still cannot actually explain gravity. And I mean, gravity is one of the biggest forces in the universe, yet somehow it's completely missing from this picture. None of these particles, and of course none of these bosons, can physically explain how or why gravity works. And though Higgs boson that was confirmed in 2012 explains how some of the mass is produced, which can then lead to the explanations of gravity, it actually only explains like 1%. 99% of mass is unexplainable right now, which is something we discussed in one of the previous videos in the description, and something we'll be talking about very soon because there has been some additional research. So, you know, subscribe and stuff, because that video is coming out really soon. But apart from gravity, it also does not explain dark matter, it does not explain dark energy, and cannot even explain why there is more matter than antimatter in the universe. In other words, some of the biggest questions and some of the most profound questions cannot be explained using this somewhat simple particle model. And so by cracking a quark and by finding a structure inside of it and possibly discovering some kind of a new subatomic particle could potentially lead physics to a new complete theory of almost everything. Which means that the search is not over yet. While this particular experiment didn't discover anything, just as I mentioned before, this was from the data from 2016 to 2018. Which means that there's a lot of data that has not been analyzed yet, and the current third run has not been analyzed and has not been studied. As a matter of fact, some of the future data, and especially from the High Luminosity Large Hadron Collider, may allow us to probe even smaller scales and higher energies. Which means that maybe, just maybe, in the next few years, we might indeed discover that quarks are not the end of the line. We might find that next layer of reality, which of course would be groundbreaking for modern physics. Or alternatively, maybe all these additional experiments will just confirm that quarks are indeed the smallest possible subatomic particles. Which means that a lot of those other mysteries like antimatter and dark matter have to be studied in some other way that we obviously do not know yet. But based on this study, right now we can confirm that quarks seem to be the smallest constituents, there seem to be no hidden or extra dimensions in the universe, there seem to be no dark matter particles discovered in any of the collisions, and there were no axion-like particles or quantum black holes. And so here, by analyzing these very specific angles following collisions, researchers definitively showed us that we can test a lot of physical concepts by just looking at some of this older data, which means that we'll come back and discuss additional data and additional discoveries in some of the future videos. On that note, thank you for watching, subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else, support the channel on Patreon where you can find additional videos without any ads and can DM me directly, or by joining channel membership that grants you early access. You can also support this channel by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt in the description below. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.
Next news, breaking news.
What if the truck sitting in your driveway had the title in your name, the payment coming out of your bank account, and the computer inside deciding whether you are emotionally qualified to drive it? Well, the Ford patent is triggering a massive privacy firestorm tonight after claims surfaced that in-cabin cameras and sensors could monitor drivers' eyes, attention, and condition, and in some scenarios keep that vehicle from shifting out of park. Americans did not fight for freedom, so a machine can second-guess them in their own pickup. And if this is where the auto industry is headed, how far away are we from cars that report on you too? This matters because for millions of Americans, a truck is not a toy. It's how you get to work, check on your property, move equipment, pick up your kids, and respond to an emergency. If a system inside that cab misreads stress, fear, anger, or urgency as unfit to drive, then your vehicle stops being your vehicle. It becomes a gatekeeper. Now, to be fair, patents do not always become products, and public filings do not confirm every wild online claim about live police feeds, lip reading, or instant criminal database scans. But here's the part every viewer should care about. The technology to monitor drivers is already expanding across the industry. Automakers are building more cameras, more sensors, more telematics, and more data collection into cars people supposedly own. Under President Trump, Americans are demanding freedom, not a rolling surveillance box built by corporate bureaucrats who think they know better than the driver. And while we're talking about control, let's talk about the one supply chain President Trump is moving to put back under American control. This breaking news from the White House: they just announced over $30 billion to secure America's critical mineral supply chains and named a specific Alaskan project as a key strategic asset for U.S. mineral independence. I've been to the Vizsla Copper drilling site in Canada myself. I've seen it with my own eyes. And what's happening right now in Alaska is bigger than most people can realize. You see, President Trump just unveiled Project Vault, a $12 billion strategic mineral reserve designed to stockpile essential resources and keep America strong, secure, and independent from foreign control. That puts serious attention on companies positioned in the space, including Vizsla Copper, trading in the United States under VCUFF and in Canada as VCU.V. If you want the full breakdown on why this matters, check the exclusive briefing only for Next News viewers link below before the crowd catches on. Now back to the fight over whether your next vehicle serves you or watches you. See, here's the twist that corporate media will try to blur. It's not just about one Ford patent, it's about the mentality. The same elite mindset that gave us censorship, digital surveillance, and bureaucrats policing daily life now sees your car as the next data harvesting device. First it alerts, then it nudges, then it limits, and eventually it decides. That's why the story hits such a nerve with drivers all over the country. MJ Truth Ultra triggering this massive viral surge today. Ford's nightmare truck is here. They just patented a truck that you won't own, but will own you. AI cameras read your face, eyes, emotions, and fitness to drive. Won't let you shift out of park if it thinks you're not calm enough. Live feeds to insurance companies and cops. Biometric scans running you against criminal databases in real time. Lip-reading tech. And mics that eavesdrop on every conversation for targeted ads. You paid for it, you have the title, but Ford decides if you actually get to drive it. Check this out. This is from Just Don Vlogs on TikTok, and it is going mega viral today. Watch.
No. Now imagine there was an emergency outside the truck, an accident, something terrible on the ranch with a chainsaw. And I jump in this truck, but the truck, it won't shift into drive. Why? Because the cameras and sensors inside this cab won't let it shift, because it detects my eyes are big, there's a lot of emotion, there's some panic, and it doesn't feel that I'm fit to drive. Now that's not science fiction, that is happening because Ford just filed the patents. Ford actually has a series of patents down at the U.S. Patent and Trade Office that deal with the sensors and cameras inside the cab of their truck. And if the sensors in that truck determine that you're not fit to drive, that truck will not actually shift from park to drive. Now they already have a system called telematics, and that's where they can actually pull up cameras in real time inside the cab of their fleet vehicles. Now, they actually market this to insurance companies because the truth is, this is really about who owns the data and who owns the liability. Now, your name might actually be on the title of this truck, and you may have paid for it, but you don't own it. Now, Ford didn't file just one patent. They filed a stack of them, all within months of each other. Are you sitting down? Get this. This Ford technology patent doesn't just watch you. This one puts you in jail. Ford filed a patent, serial number 0104469, where the system takes your biometric data, your face, your iris, and your fingerprint, and it runs it through a criminal database in real time. While you're sitting in your own truck, think about what that means. You wake up one morning, you walk out to your driveway, you climb into a vehicle with your name on the title, on property with your name on the deed, and before you go anywhere, before you've done a single thing wrong, your truck is already running your face through a law enforcement database. Ford's own patent language describes this as potentially useful for police. They wrote that. Ford wrote that into the patent application. So the question isn't whether this technology can be abused. Ford already told you who it's for. You just didn't know that you were buying a cop car. Now I'm going to walk you through a few of these patents. Lip reading, cameras inside your cab, machine learning trained on lip movement datasets, cloud connected, your face processed somewhere you'll never see, stored as long as they want. Acoustic lip reading, if the cameras aren't enough, the system emits inaudible sound waves and reads the echoes bouncing off of your mouth. You can't see it, it's just happening. Biometrics, your face, fingerprint, iris, filed February 2024, and it was published August 2025. This one is assigned a serial number because it's real. Ad listening, this is scary. It monitors conversations between everyone in the cab. It serves targeted ads based on what you and others are talking about while you're driving. In Ford's words, maximum opportunity for ad-based monetization. No description of how that data is protected either. None. How about Ford Pro Telematics? Now this one isn't a patent. This one is actually a product page. Right now, fleet managers can pull live in-cabin video feeds of drivers on their phones. Ford markets seatbelt compliance alerts with the explicit benefit of lowering insurance costs. They said it themselves. This is the infrastructure, and once the infrastructure exists, it's going to get used and abused. Now, Ford isn't alone in this. This is an arms race. Smart Eye driver monitoring software is already in over 2 million cars globally. The EU's general safety regulation mandates drowsiness systems as standard equipment going forward. GM deployed biometric seat sensors and heart rate monitoring in production trucks.
Oh my God. Wow. That's where we're at, folks. See, the real issue is simple. Once a manufacturer has the technical ability to watch you, score you, and potentially restrict what your vehicle can do, the balance of power changes. A truck stops being a machine you command and starts becoming a platform that can command you. Maybe it starts with drowsiness alerts. Maybe it moves to insurance discounts tied to behavior. Maybe someday it becomes access control based on data you never agreed to surrender. That's the road Americans need to reject right now. Safety should help the driver, not replace the driver. Freedom means the person behind the wheel stays in charge, not... I totally sneezed there. Freedom means the person behind the wheel stays in charge, not an algorithm, not a corporation, and not some backdoor system ready to share data whenever the powerful decide that they want it. So here's the bottom line. Ford's patent may just be a patent for now, but the public backlash shows Americans understand exactly where this can go if nobody draws the line. The fight is bigger than one automaker. It's about ownership, privacy, and whether free citizens still control the tools they pay for. President Trump's America First movement is about putting power back where it belongs with the American people, not faceless systems and corporate overlords. If you agree your vehicle should obey the owner, not monitor the owner, share this report everywhere. Drop your comment below and answer this yes or no question. Would you ever buy a truck that could decide you're not allowed to drive it? Also, text raw feed to the number on the screen, 844-840-4963, to beat the algorithm and get direct updates to your phone from me. And check out the Next News merch shelf below this video. Subscribe and keep fighting for freedom, because if we don't defend it now, the machines won't give it back.
The system controls information. Information control is power. They don't want you to see this. The truth only survives together. They don't want this shared. Share this now.
Next News. Breaking news from the White House.
President Trump just turned a so-called vanity project into an America First national security priority. Now, even some of his critics are being forced to admit he was right. After the terrifying violence at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, the question is no longer why Trump wants a secure White House ballroom. The question is why anyone would try to stop it. Trump says the current setup left the line of succession exposed. Speaker Mike Johnson agrees. Caroline Leavitt says it's critical. And John Fetterman, even he is now saying build it. So who's still blocking this? Now, this matters to every American because this is not about decorating the White House. This is about whether the president, vice president, cabinet, and congressional leadership can gather in one hardened, secure location without being exposed to hotel rooms, overhead, weak access points, and the kind of confusion we all just witnessed. President Trump revealed the venue was not secure and said the military and Secret Service are demanding a ballroom with protection built for modern threats, including drone proofing, bullet resistance features. Mike Johnson added that the planned facility would include 7-inch thick glass and sit inside the most secure compound in the world. See, that means fewer vulnerabilities, faster control, and safer events when America's leadership is together. And politically, this is devastating for the anti-Trump crowd. What they mocked as excess now looks like preparedness. What they tried to sneer at now looks like common sense. And the left, they spent years attacking Trump's instincts, and once again, events proved he was seeing danger before the establishment did. And while we're talking about national security threats, there's another Trump move every patriot needs to have on their radar tonight. This breaking news from the White House: they just announced over $30 billion to secure America's critical mineral supply chains and named a specific Alaskan project as a key strategic asset for U.S. mineral independence. I've been to the Vizsla copper drilling site in Canada myself. I've seen it with my own eyes, and what's happening right now is bigger than most people realize. President Trump just unveiled Project Vault, a $12 billion strategic minerals reserve designed to stockpile essential resources and keep America strong, supplied, and independent from hostile foreign powers. Now, Vizsla Copper is drawing serious attention as this push accelerates, and if you want to understand the opportunity here, check the exclusive briefing. It's only for Next News viewers. It's linked below. Remember, Vizsla Copper trades in the U.S. under VCUFF and in Canada as VCU.V. Do your homework. Do it right away. Now back to the story. The corporate media still does not want to frame honestly. And here's the part that changes everything. Trump says he didn't rush out immediately because he wanted to see what was happening. Think about that. In the middle of the chaos, the president was personally trying to assess the threat while Secret Service moved to get him out. That tells you just how exposed and improvised this environment was. It was not a controlled, secure White House setting. It was a warning shot to the entire country that the old way of doing events is no longer acceptable. Here's a post. U.S. Senator John Fetterman, we were there front and center. That venue wasn't built to accommodate an event with the line of secession for the U.S. government. After witnessing last night, drop the TDS and build the White House ballroom for events exactly like these. And he put a headline from Mediaite. I was inside the Washington Hilton tonight. The security was downright awful. So even Fetterman had to admit the venue was wrong for an event this sensitive. Now Trump explains what he says the media won't. The building was not secure and the military is demanding a White House ballroom. Here's President Trump just an hour or so after the assassination attempt in the White House briefing room.
All of the conditions that took place tonight, and I will say, it's not a particularly secure building. And I didn't want to say this, but this is why we have to have all of the attributes of what we're planning at the White House. It's actually a larger room, and it's much more secure. It's drone-proof, it's bulletproof glass. We need the ballroom. That's why Secret Service, that's why the military are demanding it. They've wanted the ballroom for 150 years for lots of different reasons, but today's a little bit different because today we need levels of security that probably nobody's ever seen before. But everyone owes a tremendous debt of gratitude to the courage of law enforcement, the law enforcement, and working with the D.C. police. And we just spoke with the mayor. And when we're finished,
When we're finished, let's just hope we can finish the ballroom. They're just putting roadblocks in front of him. That's all it is. He'll get it done. You saw Trump laying out the security case in plain English. Now he turns the pressure and says Democrats trying to block the ballroom. Trump erupting says if we had a new ballroom, which Dems are trying to block, he'd have a secure facility to hold events and not possibly get shot at. Drop the lawsuit.
all of the conditions that took place tonight, and I will say,
So President Trump reveals the building was not secure, and he needs to surge renovations at the White House. Not just talk, Trump is making the case. Here's a really cool video I found. I want to share it with you guys. It gives you the whole story of all the different renovations at the White House over many, many years. Trump actually made that post. So that gives the viewers the full picture of what Trump wants built. Now, House Speaker Mike Johnson backs him up, gets specific about these safety features, including the 7-inch thick glass.
They've incited violence, in my view. I mean, you have some of the most prominent figures in the House and the Senate on the Democrat side effectively, calling for war. I mean, they use those kinds of metaphors, and it incites violence because there are crazy people in society, and they get radicalized online. And so we've got to recognize that it's time to turn down the rhetoric. We've been saying this over and over, and not use that kind of language. I hope that this will be a sobering reminder for everybody about that very important cause. I'm grateful to Fetterman. He's right. The ballroom will be a solution for this because it'll be on the most secure compound in the world. It won't have hotel rooms above it, and it'll have 7-inch thick glass, for example, on the windows. So it'll be a very safe environment to do events like this. We need a place. We have needed a place like that, and the president keeps pointing it out.
Speaker Mike Johnson says the ballroom is real security, not vanity. Here's Fetterman. Here's more from Fetterman, revealing he initially had no clue why Trump was trying to build the ballroom. Now he does and supports it.
Really had a strong opinion on the ballroom, to be honest, but this clearly demonstrated you know how difficult it is to move around there, and you know that the ballroom is effectively underground, and it has very limited kinds of ingress and regress to get out. Egress. So I think from an evacuation, and when you have to evacuate, whether the president or other parts of the leadership, I mean, this is just not the right place for that. And I do hope they talked about to reschedule it. I just hope it's the kinds of security that they don't have the entire chain of succession after all of that, given what could have happened. And I think the shooter was actually bragging about how we have so lax security. We have a lot of flaws there. Can you imagine? Remind people too, the DHS was still shut down for that, and now we're actively in conflict with Iran. And if there was sleeper cells, part of it, they would have had months to prepare for this kind of a thing. So for me, I just walked away from that still kind of stunned how lucky we were that no one was seriously hurt. And when we have the significant majority of our leadership right there in just a very, very small clustered area, they could have been much more catastrophic here for our nation that day.
There's one Democrat with some common sense saying the chaos on site changed his mind fast. Now Trump gives a first-hand account of those tense seconds and reveals why Secret Service had trouble moving him out. Here he is on 60 Minutes.
You see the security moving quickly, within seconds, grabbing the vice president by his coat, lifting him up, bringing him out. Then the counter assault comes in. Took 10 seconds for them to flank you, Mr. President, and then 20 seconds to get you out. It looked chaotic. At one point, you were down. What was happening?
Well, what happened is it was a little bit me. I wanted to see what was happening, and I wasn't making it that easy for him. I wanted to see what was going on. And by that time, we started to realize maybe it was a bad problem, different kind of a problem, bad one, and different than what would be normal noise from a ballroom, which you hear all the time. And I was surrounded by great people, and I probably made them act a little bit more slowly. I said, wait a minute, let me see, wait a minute. So, I'm telling guys.
Just at that moment where it looks like you go sort of down with the service, you were telling them to wait?
Well, no, what happened is then I started walking with them. I started walking, and they said, please go down on the floor. So I went down, and First Lady went down also, but we were asked to go down by the agents as I was walking. In other words,
they wanted you almost to crawl
I was
out.
standing up, pretty much. I was standing up and then turned around the opposite direction and started pretty much walking out, pretty tall, a little bent over because I'm not looking to be standing too tall. And but I was walking out. It was about halfway there, and they said, please go down to the floor, please go down to the floor. So I dropped to the floor, so did the First Lady.
It makes sense now. If you guys have been following me on X, I watched some of the footage immediately after the event. And I watched it, and I counted the seconds, and I noticed that they took Vance, And as soon as they took Vance, it took them 20 seconds to get Trump out of that room. It took them 10 seconds to get from Vance to Trump. And I'm thinking to myself, why the hell would it take that long? A lot can happen in 10 seconds, even more in 20 seconds. So now President Trump making it very clear, answering the question. Now, I wasn't saying there was a security failure. I was wondering, like, what kind of protocol is this? And that the only thing I can think of now, and with President Trump remarks, it was President Trump delaying them. I mean, President Trump's the only one who can override Secret Service protocol in a moment. I mean, he's personally done that for me. He did that for me in 2019 in Milwaukee and during a photograph with my wife when she couldn't get into the picture because she was left off a photo card. And I asked the president, first I asked Secret Service, and they said, no, she can't get in the picture. So when I walked up to the president after everybody's talking and shaking hands and kissing babies, all that stuff going on, and I asked him, "Sir, my wife," and he said, "Go get your wife." Secret Service went and got my wife, even after Secret Service told me no. So it all comes together. It all makes perfect sense now why it took 20 seconds from Vance to Trump to get out of that room. Amazing. It tells you just how close it got and how Trump handled it in real time. Now Caroline Leavitt drives it home from the White House. The ballroom is critical for national security. Here she is in the press briefing today.
Fortunately, we don't have a room big enough here at the White House, which is another point to be made, and the president is absolutely right. It's why the White House Ballroom project is not just a fun project for President Trump, like you will read in the media. It is actually critical for our national security that a larger, secure building on this complex, which is the most secure complex in the world, is built to accommodate not only large amounts of guests, but also the president, the vice president, members of the cabinet. The line of succession in this country should be able to gather freely in safety without the fear of threats or political violence. And the White House Ballroom will provide that. And so it's critical that we get this project done as quickly as possible.
Caroline Leavitt laying it out. Shutting down the usual media spin, calling the project essential. And now we have the acting Attorney General Todd Blanchard boiling it down in 4 words. It is time to build the ballroom. Putting out this memo. U.S. Department of Justice, Office of Attorney General, sending it to Craig, National Trust for Historic Preservation and National Park Service. Last night there was another attempt on President Trump's life. This time the shooter targeted President Trump at the Washington Hilton, the only ballroom in D.C. suitable for hosting large gatherings for the president, where another shooter targeted President Reagan 45 years ago. As history proves, that venue is demonstrably unsafe for the President of the United States because of its size, presents extraordinary security challenges for Secret Service. Yesterday's assassination attempt on President Trump proves yet again that the White House ballroom is essential for safety and security of the president, his family, his cabinet, and his staff. When the White House ballroom is complete, President Trump and his successors will no longer need to venture beyond the safety of the White House perimeter to attend large gatherings at the Washington Hilton ballroom. Making it clear. Now here comes the blockade. Still, a new group won't end its lawsuit to halt Trump's ballroom. The National Trust for Historic Preservation said the case rests on questions of executive authority, not national security. The president must follow the law, the group's lawyer wrote in a letter shared with the Post. Group won't end ballroom lawsuit amid calls for construction to move forward. The National Trust for Historic Preservation said that it would continue its legal challenge to President Donald Trump's planned White House ballroom after the Justice Department called for the group to drop its lawsuit following the weekend shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. They won't stop. They will not stop. Unbelievable. So the big reveal is this. The ballroom fight is really a fight between reality and ideology. Reality says the threat environment has changed. Reality says the line of secession needs a secure gathering place on White House grounds. Reality says Trump is building for the world as it is, not the fantasy world the media prefers. Even Fetterman admitted the event showed how hard it is to move people safely and evacuate leadership quickly. Caroline Levitt called the project critical. Todd Blanche said it plainly, it's time to build the ballroom, but the establishment still wants process games and lawsuits. That tells you everything. They would rather obstruct Trump than fix an obvious security weakness. President Trump is protecting the presidency itself, and his enemies are still trying to stop the walls from going up. So here's the bottom line. President Trump was right again. The ballroom's not a side project. It's a security upgrade for the presidency, for the continuity of government, and for the safety of the American people whose leaders may need to gather under threat. After what happened, blocking this project looks reckless. The White House needs that hardened facility, and it needs it fast. If you agree, share this video everywhere, because the legacy media will do everything they can to bury the obvious. And drop your comment below. Answer this yes or no question. Should every lawsuit against the White House ballroom be dropped immediately? If you want to beat the algorithm and get alerts YouTube never sends, text raw feed to the number on your screen, 844-840-4963, for direct updates to your phone from yours truly. And check out the Next News merch shelf below this video. I'm standing with President Trump, with security, and with America First, so let's build it. Let's move forward.
The system controls information. Information control is power.
They don't want you to see this.
The truth only survives together. They don't want this shared. Share this now. You know out.
Next News. Breaking news from the White House.
Tonight, the story just got even bigger. The Trump Department of Justice has now formally charged Cole Thomas Allen with attempted assassination of the President of the United States. And that means this is no longer rumor, chaos, or media spin. This is a federal case with life in prison on the table. But here's where it gets explosive. While the DOJ moves with force, Democrats and their media allies are already scrambling to twist the blame, downplay the climate they created, and dodge responsibility. The suspect is charged. President Trump is standing strong, and now America is asking the question the establishment does not want answered. Now, why does this matter? Because when political violence is normalized against a sitting president, nobody's freedom is safe. If the left can spend years painting President Trump as some evil force to be stopped at any cost, then feigning shock when deranged action follows is not dishonest, it's dangerous. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche made it plain. Law enforcement did its job. Federal agents stood between the gunman and the president, and the system responded exactly as it should. So that's a win for the rule of law and a tribute to the professionals who protected President Trump. And look what happened next. President Trump and the First Lady Melania Trump were back on the South Lawn with King Charles and Queen Camilla calmly visiting the new White House garden beehive. You see, that image matters. Strength, stability, resolve. America does not bow to terror, and President Trump is showing the world exactly what leadership under pressure looks like, while the left melts down and points fingers everywhere but at itself. Now, before we go any further, there's another major America First development tonight tied directly to national security and President Trump's push to rebuild real independence. The White House has just announced over $30 billion to secure America's critical mineral supply chains and named a specific Alaskan project as a key strategic asset for U.S. mineral independence. Now, I've been to the Vizsla Copper drilling site in Canada myself. I've seen it with my own eyes. What's happening right now in Alaska is bigger than most people realize. President Trump just unveiled Project Vault, a $12 billion strategic minerals reserve designed to stockpile essential resources and keep America strong when foreign supply lines get squeezed. That puts serious attention on companies positioned in the path of this push, including Vizsla Copper, traded in the United States under VCUFF and in Canada as VCU.V. It's on your screen there. Now, if you want the details on why this matters now, check the exclusive briefing linked below, but it's only for Next News viewers to see why this America First resource play, what it could mean. Now back to the political firestorm, because the charging document may be just the beginning of the real national reckoning. See, here's the part that should infuriate every decent American. Instead of condemning the culture that keeps targeting President Trump, one Democratic congressman actually suggested Trump's own approval number somehow fueled the assassination attempts against him. I mean, think how sick that is. The victim gets blamed, while the people who spent years demonizing demand immunity from criticism. And then Hakeem Jeffries doubling down on his own war language, saying he stands by his calls for maximum warfare against Republicans. That is not cooling tension, that is pouring gasoline right on it. Here's the moment that it all went down. The Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche, announcing the federal charges.
Make this clear. This man was a floor above the ballroom with hundreds of federal agents between him and the President of the United States. The Department of Justice approaches incidents like this with urgency and clarity of purpose. Violence has no place in civic life. It cannot and will not be used to disrupt democratic institutions or intimidate those who serve them, and it certainly cannot continue to be used against the President of the United States. We are investigating this matter fully. We will apply the law fairly, and we will ensure that accountability is swift and certain. But we also should recognize what did not happen. Law enforcement did not fail. They did exactly what they are trained to do. This was not an accident. It was the result, as we know now, of preparation. But the men and women who protected us that night were trained, professional, and had an enduring commitment to the rule of law. Today, the Department of Justice filed 3 federal charges in United States District Court against Cole Thomas Allen. The first count is attempted assassination of the President of the United States. This count is punishable by up to life in prison. The second count is interstate transportation of a firearm to commit a felony. This is punishable by up to 10 years in prison. And the third count is discharge of a firearm during a crime of violence, which is punishable by a mandatory minimum term of imprisonment of 10 years, a maximum of life, and the 10 years is consecutive to any other sentence imposed.
Betcha he's thinking twice now. The DOJ calling it what it is, attempted assassination of a sitting president. Democrats still can't help themselves. Congressman Raja Krishnamoorthi is getting hammered for trying to pin the violence on Trump, blaming Trump for all the assassination attempts against him. Listen to this.
Tremendous, as you can understand, concern given the threat levels that are going up in part because of the president and now 3 assassination attempts on him, his very low approval ratings, which unfortunately fuel a lot of disaffection.
Can you believe they just won't quit? After that disgraceful blame shift, here's the bigger question. Who's been feeding this position for years? Gutfeld laying it out, names the media voices and left-wing politicians he says helped radicalize the shooter. Gutfeld delivering the single most succinct and cutting indictment of the left-wing media complicity. This guy did hear voices.
Terrorism that you say, well, now we'll never know. What could it possibly be?
Well, they're running away from this story because they know they got their fingerprints all over it. I disagree with Harold. With all due respect, a call for unity is not for us. We don't need it.
He called for it, though.
No, I'm just saying that it's not for me to hear. It's for your side. We don't need it because it's only a one-way thing. You mentioned some examples like the Pelosi thing, which is a mental illness thing. The Wisconsin thing, we still aren't sure what the hell happened there. The Whitmer thing was a plot. Who created the plot? That would take an entire special to go under. I disagree with Jesse. This guy did hear voices. They were Tim Waltz's, they were Ted Lieu's, they were Brandon Johnson's, they were CNN's, they were The View, they were MS Now. Okay. I think this is a helpful assassination attempt because it is the first one to show that you can be radicalized by liberal smugness.
He did hear voices. They were the voices of Ted Lieu, Brandon Johnson, the voice of CNN. They were the voice of The View. They were MS Now. Perfectly said. His point is simple. Reckless rhetoric has real targets, and Trump keeps moving forward anyway. Now, a very different picture following the insanity of the weekend. President Trump and the First Lady walk on the South Lawn with King Charles and Queen Camilla to visit the new beehive in the Washington Garden. Chaos to a peaceful walk. The contrast couldn't be more clear. After that White House moment, here's a concrete next step from Capitol Hill. Senator Rand Paul says he's all in on the White House ballroom project and plans to push it by unanimous consent. Saying, I was a proud yes on April 2nd and look forward to moving the White House ballroom project forward. I will ask to pass my bill by unanimous consent tomorrow. Rand Paul stepping up, talking about moving the project forward while Democrats are back to the usual war talk. Hakeem Jeffries, visibly rattled, doubles down on his call for maximum warfare against Republicans.
It relates to anything that has been said, certainly as it relates to the comment related to maximum warfare everywhere, all the time, in connection with the redistricting battle that Republicans launched. I stand by it. You can continue to criticize me for it. I don't give a damn about your criticism.
Yeah, he couched it there. In regards to the redistricting, it's the rhetoric, man. It's the rhetoric that you are contributing to. So the courtroom case is against one man, but the moral case is against an entire machine. A machine of Democrat politicians, media activists, and smug TV scolds who spent years telling unstable people that President Trump was an emergency, a threat, a monster who had to be stopped. Gutfeld said it clear. This was radicalization by liberal smugness. Harsh, maybe? True, absolutely. But when the left says fight everywhere all the time, when they sneer at Trump, when they turn hatred into a daily product, they don't get to wash their hands when violence shows up. But the people who poisoned the culture are exposed tonight for all of America to see. So here's the bottom line. The Trump administration is prosecuting the case. Law enforcement protected the president. President Trump is doing what strong leaders do. They move forward, they stand tall, and refuse to let violence dictate the future of the country. Meanwhile, Democrats are telling themselves one side is defending order, accountability, and national strength. The other side is playing word games after years of reckless rhetoric. And yes, America's moving ahead. Senator Rand Paul says that he was a proud yes on April 2nd and wants to move the White House ballroom project forward. That's the right message. Build, lead, and never surrender to chaos. So do you believe Democrat rhetoric helped create the climate for these attacks? Yes or no? Let me know in the comments. And share this report everywhere. Subscribe if you have not. And text raw feed to the number on the screen, 844-840-4963, to beat the algorithm suppression of our work. And get a direct message from me to your phone. Check out the Next News merch shelf below this video. Stay bold. Stay informed and keep fighting for America.
The system controls information. Information control is power. I want you to see this. The truth only survives together. They don't.
It is officially National Leering Day. The Leering Center has officially been raided, and play the clip.
Now, large-scale raids targeting federal fraud currently underway. Federal agents seen leaving the Quality Learning Center.
Take a look at this video here. Sources tell Fox that federal agents are raiding about 22 businesses across Minneapolis this morning. And sources say many of them are tied to Somali-owned operations. All of this comes after that viral YouTube video from Nick Shirley. It was back in December. In that video, he visited different child care centers, and you'll remember they were either closed or there were just no children inside, despite receiving state child care funding. Now, the location that you're looking at right now, it's the Quality Learning Center. This is the daycare. It went viral. It blew up on social media because of a sign outside with learning that was literally misspelled. Looks like we got a statement from DHS sharing, quote, Homeland Security investigations in cooperation with our law enforcement partners executed criminal search warrants in Minneapolis relating to the rampant fraud of U.S. taxpayers' dollars.
So there you have it. Over 20 businesses were raided by the FBI and HSI today because of fraud that took place. They had 22 search warrants for primarily Somali-ran businesses because it just so happens to be that a lot of the businesses in Minnesota that were fraudulent were ran by Somalians. And now we're going to talk about these locations that were raided, but I do think it is super important that we talk about somebody who's trying to claim credit for the fraud being exposed, and that is Tim Walz. Tim Walz actually said at the height of this fraud that no evidence of fraud was taking place in Minnesota. However, today Tim Walz is saying something completely different, trying to take credit for the fraud being exposed. And this is what Tim Walz had to say on X today. He said, if you commit fraud in Minnesota, you are going to get caught. And that's exactly what we saw today. We catch criminals when state and federal agencies share information, joint investigations work, and securing justice depends on it. He then said, today's raids by state and federal law enforcement happened because our state agencies caught irregular behavior and reported it. That is a complete lie. Then he says, that's how the system is supposed to work, and our agencies will keep at it as long as there are fraudsters around to put behind bars. Well, Tim actually might have to get put behind bars because he enabled all this fraud to take place underneath his leadership in Minnesota. And just to talk about some of the stuff that was irregular inside of Minnesota, such as the 1,000% increases for the budget for autism. Meanwhile, there was not 1,000% increase of children with autism, or the increase of money that they're giving to these daycares that actually had no kids inside of the daycares. And with all this going on, I do have some good news. Right now, everything on my website is 25% off. All you have to do is go to the link down below and use code LeeringDay, and you can go ahead and get yourself a Leering hoodie or anything else we have available. We have t-shirts, hoodies available, and just use code LeeringDay for 25% off. And now let's get back into talking about the fraud. And now let's actually talk about who deserves the most credit for exposing this fraud, and that is David. Without David and his years and years of investigating this fraud and then seeking to get that public information about the money that was being spent on these daycares, none of this would have happened. And me and David proved that teamwork really does make the dream work, as our video amassed over 4 billion views in just 1 week after we exposed the rampant fraud that took place inside of Minnesota. And now let's talk about the raids that took place with locations like the Quality Learning Center and a few of the other locations as well. So first off, the Quality Learning Center. The Quality Learning Center received $1.9 million. When I went and exposed it on the first time, it was December 16th, and there was absolutely no cars and no children out midday on a weekday. And then I exposed it, and instead of people going and exposing more of the fraud and investigating the fraud, they actually investigated me for exposing that fraud. You had politicians like Tim Walz saying that there's no evidence of fraud. Ilhan Omar went completely silent when it turns out that Ilhan Omar actually has ties with the building of Quality Learning Center. There's a restaurant attached to that building, and Ilhan Omar is friends with that owner of that restaurant. Meanwhile, the manager owner of Quality Learning Center is partying with Mayor Fry, and Mayor Fry is actually taking tours of other daycares with the friend of Ilhan Omar at her other daycare. I know that was a lot of information there, but that is the truth. There's a lot of ties taking place in corruption going around with these daycare and the fraud that took place. That's how intertwined the web actually is. You have politicians, friends with the fraudsters, and just a whole lot of fraud. And so the Quality Learning Center was then exposed. The owner or manager of Quality Learning Center said that Nick Shirley is a liar, and they started shuffling children into the daycare. However, at the same time, the commissioner of children was saying that the daycare was closed a week before he actually started shuffling those children into the daycare. And my video had been filmed 2 weeks before all of that, just going furthermore to show how much fraud was taking place. And then on top of that, you had other locations in the original videos that were exposed and also rated today. Let's take one for example. We have the Mako and Mini Childcare. This location received more than $5 million. It was 2 daycares operating inside the same building, and today that location was rated. When I originally went to that location, it said open 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. However, there was actually never any children there, and it was not even open during their operating hours because it was fraudulent. And all the windows were blacked out, doorbell didn't work, you name it. Now they have been raided. Another location that was raided was called the Somali Senior Center and Adult Day Services. I went and investigated a non-emergency medical transportation company that was just right next door to this, and in my video you'll see that we spotted out the Somali Senior Center and Adult Day Services. There were about 5 other daycares and adult daycares and non-emergency medical transportation companies right next to this building. They have now been raided. Another location that got raided was a daycare right next to the non-emergency medical transportation company that we exposed for not even existing, where I was then pushed out by a mob of Somalians for investigating the fraud that was taking place there. There's a whole lot more fraud than just that daycare inside that location. However, the daycare there did also get raided. And it wasn't just the daycares and adult daycares that they raided, they also allegedly raided some autism centers as well. For instance, in my original video, we located and visited a location that had received over $3.6 million. It's a daycare that also was running Feeding Our Future. And just a block away from that daycare was an autism center. Turns out the owner of the daycare and the owner of the autism center are the same person. So there's even more proof about the fraud that was taking place. Now, what I find super interesting about these raids taking place is for months and months you had people defending the fraud that was taking place. In fact, I even had to testify in front of Congress about the fraud that was taking place, and hardly any Democrats even showed up to the hearing, and when it was their turn to ask me a question, none of them asked me a single question. That proved to me that the fraud was so deep that they were too afraid to even ask me a question about the fraud that was taking place in Minnesota. In fact, instead of asking me, they asked the person next to me, who was on the side of the Democrats in that case, about the fraud that I exposed. He said that I was not credible enough to be exposing this fraud, which is a bit crazy now that we see everything that is transpiring. Ilhan Omar, her net worth went from $30 million to less than $100,000 now, and she has not said a word about the fraud being exposed because it has openly taken place underneath her district and underneath her peers inside of Minnesota. Therefore, she has been completely silent about the fraud. And right now, I do think this is a pivotal point for our country to go after all of the fraudsters, and not only go after the fraudsters, but what it is doing is it is putting the fraudsters on high alert. In all 50 states, you have people defrauding the government from these programs underneath welfare that are completely and utterly just defrauding people. So now all these other fraudsters are going to be on high alert now because they do not want to get raided next, which is awesome because hopefully that will be another way where we can root out all the fraud by making people too afraid to commit the fraud if they know that the feds are actually looking into it, because for so long nobody was looking into this fraud, and that's why it's able to take place in locations like Minnesota, where if you were then to expose the fraud, you'd have your governor call you a racist, Islamophobic, white supremacist. So I do think this will now put the fraudsters on high alert, knowing that the feds are looking into the fraud and they are cracking down on these individuals. And I do think we can expect to see prosecutions and arrests take place. And that was only 22 raids that took place. I'm sure there's probably hundreds of other businesses inside of the Minnesota, Minneapolis, St. Paul area where they can also crack down on the fraud as well. And remember, right now we are running a discount because it is National Leering Day. Everything on the website is 25% off. Just use code LeeringDay and go to the site and get 25% off. And now, thank you all so much for watching this video. We're going to get back to the normal programming very soon. Believe it or not, we even do have more fraud to expose. Right now in California, they're even trying to pass an act to stop me from exposing fraud, which is a bit crazy. And now, thank you all very much, and I'll see you guys in the next video.
Next news. Breaking news from the White House.
Tonight, the White House Correspondents' Dinner case just took a darker turn. The Department of Justice says this was not confusion, it wasn't chaos, and not some vague threat. It was an attempted assassination of President Donald Trump. And now, as more charges loom, the ugly reactions pouring out from media and political circles are exposing something even bigger. The congressman says that a reporter in the room hoped Trump was dead. A Democrat-linked figure is accused of celebrating. And Anna Navarro of The View, she said maybe this fear will finally get gun reform. She even went further when she said next is lighting up a firestorm tonight. Now, this matters to every American watching because when the sitting president is targeted, the issue is bigger than party. It's about whether this country still has basic moral lines. You do not have to vote Republican to know that cheering political violence is sick. You do not have to be MAGA to understand that media figures and Democrat operatives treating an attempted assassination like talking point is poison. Let's be honest. The same establishment that spent years smearing Trump and his voters now wants to act shocked that some unhinged people feel licensed to escalate. Words do have consequences. Demonization has consequences. If people in elite rooms on TV panels and inside Democrat networks cannot immediately condemn an attack on the President of the United States without adding political sales pitch, then the rot is deeper than anyone wants to admit, because this is not just about a suspect. It's about a culture on the left that keeps flirting with hatred and then pretends it never happened. And while the media thrives on panic in politics and markets, there is one place where regular Americans need to stay calm and think clearly. That's exactly why I keep telling people to look at noble gold investments. You see, Wall Street doesn't lose money on sell-offs. You do. They create the panic, wait for you to dump your position out of fear, and scoop it up at a discount. The big banks are not selling their gold, they're buying yours. Every time the headlines scream, regular people sell, and every time regular people sell, the institutions are right there waiting with open hands. You built portfolio insurance for a reason. Don't let a red day hand it over to the people who cause it. And that's why I tell people to visit nextnewsgold.com. It's linked below. Visit and see how you could qualify for a free 10th ounce American Gold Eagle with your qualifying account. Protect what you work too hard to build. Now back to the story, because what happened inside that ballroom says a lot about where our political class is right now. See, Representative Andy Ogles says that as shots rang out and people hid under tables, a female reporter near him allegedly said, quote, "I hope they kill the orange MF." That claim is fueling demands for answers, and while that specific allegation remains unverified publicly, the backlash is exploding for a reason. People are asking what kind of atmosphere exists in elite media circles when that even sounds believable. And then, of course, came the television spin. And this is where the mask really started to slip. Anna Navarro says people think the shooting was staged because Trump lies. Keep in mind, she does nothing but lie on CNN and The View, etc. It never ends with these people. Anna Navarro.
To me that in a place that is teeming with Secret Service, with Washington, D.C. police, with all sorts of law enforcement, this could happen. But also, I think people jump to that conclusion that it is staged because Trump lies. He lies constantly, daily, and pathologically. So people do not trust and do not believe anything Trump says. His lips are moving. The likelihood is he is lying. Also, this is a man who has mastered the art, forget the art of the deal. He has mastered the art of distraction. Anytime he finds himself in hot water, his numbers right now are down in the basement. His Iran war is incredibly unpopular. People are pissed as hell at the price of gas and the price of everything going up. And so people look at this and say, oh my God, is he trying to distract us again? Because that is what he does, right? He posts crazy things and he does crazy things and says crazy things to distract us from the Epstein files, to distract us from his horrible numbers, to distract us from the failures and incompetence of his administration.
Anna Navarro, everybody. She didn't just smear Trump as a liar after the assassination attempt. Here she is on The View, going even lower, using that fear to push gun control.
You know, now that, so that room was full of some of the most important political leaders in the country right now.
Right.
Now they know, they've lived it in their own flesh, the fear that our school children go through.
Yes.
Now they know what it's like to have to jump under a table the way that school children jump under a desk. And we are a country that is vulnerable to this. We have now seen shootings in malls, in churches, in temples,
Baseball
and
field.
Walmart.
Yeah. We saw it,
in baseball
with the
fields.
Republicans.
And so, you know, I still don't understand how Congress took no action after Sandy Hook, after 20 children between the ages of 6 and 7 were killed. But maybe now that they have felt the fear themselves, they will do something.
But what I
on
don't
gun
understand
reform.
is how.
Yeah, that's not going to stop somebody with an intent to kill, Anna. After exploiting the attack for policy points, the media rot gets uglier. Congressman Andy Ogle says a female reporter under the table blurted out she hoped Trump was dead. He's now facing mass calls to reveal the name of the female reporter who sat next to him at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, whom he claims first words after the shooting was she hoped Trump was dead. And I'm sure it's not going to be very difficult to track down who was sitting next to him.
There was a reporter, I probably shouldn't say this, but I'm going to say it. There was a reporter in the room who was under a table, and when the shots went off and everybody's hiding, she said, "I hope they killed the orange MF." That was a journalist in the room who was hoping that when she stood up, the President of the United States would be dead. So I'm coming to a public venue where I know it might be hostile to expose myself to an honest dialogue, an open dialogue. And if you ask me a question and I don't have an answer, I will get you something in writing, or we can talk on the phone. But when you have members of the press openly enticing, hoping, talking about killing the chief executive officer of this country, again, Muslim, Jew, Hindu, I don't care. That's a problem.
I'm sorry, what did she say?
I hope they killed the orange MF.
That's what the reporter said. Not just a vile comment in a room. Brian Steele calls out a Democrat super PAC figure who allegedly offered free beer if the president was killed. A brewery in Wisconsin.
Because I think what you're referencing is an individual that said that they would buy beers for people if the president of the United States was killed. That's despicable. It's inappropriate. And it's that type of language that absolutely has to stop. I think further than that, I think every elected Democrat who is associated with that individual previously, in particular those people that have utilized his campaign donations, that have benefited from his super PAC funding, need to step up and call that out for what it is. Unacceptable, inappropriate, disgusting. And people that are celebrating the killing or the attempted killing of the President of the United States have no place in our political discourse. And I think there's a lot of Democrats who have failed to step up and actually call it out for what it is. And it is that failure of leadership in some ways that continues to make the life of the President of the United States unsafe.
I'm sure you guys have all heard about that Wisconsin brewery. Disgusting. So while Democrats and media allies keep playing footsie with this poison, the DOJ finally spelling out what this was. Jeanine Pirro announcing additional charges.
Cole Allen's journey of accountability in the criminal justice system starts today. Todd Blanche just indicated to you the charges. Those charges are only 3 charges that are in the complaint that has been presented in federal district court about an hour ago. There will be additional charges as this investigation continues to unfold. But make no mistake, this was an attempted assassination of the President of the United States, with the defendant making clear what his intent was. And that intent was to bring down as many of the high-ranking cabinet officials as he could. This is the kind of situation that we cannot tolerate. And as the Attorney General has just indicated, it could have been so much worse. but for the reality that we had the Secret Service as well as the Metropolitan Police Department and the FBI. Now, the facts make it very clear what this intent was. You may recall that it was on March 2nd that the president indicated that he would be attending this public event at the Hilton. And on April 6th, that's when Cole Allen first made a hotel reservation at the Washington Hilton for 3 nights, the 24th, the 25th, and the 26th. It was on April 21st that he traveled all the way from the West Coast, from his home near LA. He gets to Chicago on April 23rd, and has been indicated he arrives in DC on the 24th, and he checks into the hotel at about 3 p.m. He stays overnight. He is very much aware that the president and the first lady entered the ballroom at 8 p.m. And it was at 8:40 that he made a decision to rush the ballroom. And thank goodness, law enforcement, the Secret Service, was able to prevent him from getting into that ballroom.
Oh my God. Still can't believe this. 3 federal charges. Attempted assassination, punishable by up to life in prison. So the U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro laying it out with total clarity. It was an attempted assassination of President Donald Trump, and prosecutors say more charges are likely. That should have unified the country instantly. Instead, we got spin, deflection, and in some corners what looked like celebration. Ana Navarro suggested maybe the fear would push gun reform. Then she claimed people think it was staged because Trump lies. Think about that. After an attempt on the life of a sitting president, a media figure did not lead with decency. She led with blame and conspiracy. That's the real revelation here. The establishment press is so consumed by Trump hatred that even an attack on the commander-in-chief gets filtered through their obsession. They are not just biased, they are broken. Now here's the bottom line. President Trump survived. Law enforcement did its job, and the justice system is moving. That's the good news. The bad news is that this attack pulled back the curtain on a disgusting strain inside media and Democrat politics that still cannot bring itself to show basic decency when Trump is the target. Americans see it. You and I feel it. And we are done being lectured by the same people who excuse rhetoric that puts fuel on the fire. If you agree that anyone cheering, minimizing, or politicizing violence against President Trump should be politically condemned, then share this video right now. Leave a comment with your answer to this yes or no question. Should every public figure who made these kinds of remarks be named and held accountable? And make sure you text raw feed to that number on the screen, 844-840-4963, to beat the algorithm suppression of our work and get alerts sent straight to your phone from me. Check out the Next News merch shelf below this video. Stay bold.
Next News. Breaking news from the White House.
Tonight, the biggest story in Washington is no longer just the White House correspondents' dinner attack. It's the ugly political machine exposed by what came next. President Trump and his team, when they called for calm, top Democrats and party figures answered with excuses, insults, and language that sounds a lot less like leadership and a lot more like gasoline on a fire. A DNC chairman, a Georgia Democrat candidate, Hakeem Jeffries himself. Different voices, same pattern. And when Caroline Leavitt asked for basic civility, the left practically sneered. The question now is simple. Are Democrats condemning political violence, or are they feeding it? Now, this matters to every American watching, because when national leaders normalize reckless rhetoric, regular people pay the price. It's not just about cable news brawls or partisan point scoring. It's about whether your country rewards self-control or rewards political hysteria. If the left can compare President Trump to a disease, call him a fascist, and shrug off the consequences after an attack, then what message does that send to the unstable radicals already primed by years of propaganda? It tells them that they're justified. It tells them their rage is noble. It tells them the target deserves it. And let's be honest. The establishment media still wants to hide behind the tired both sides script. But Americans have eyes. They can see who keeps labeling Trump supporters extremists, Nazis, threats, and enemies. They can see who keeps ratcheting things up, then acting shocked when somebody takes that rhetoric literally. Under the Trump administration, the White House has been right to insist that tone matters. Because if leaders will not draw a line now, the next flashpoint could be even worse. And while Washington manufactures panic in politics and in markets, smart Americans know not to hand the people in power exactly what they want. That's why I want to tell you about Noble Gold Investments. Wall Street doesn't lose money on sell-offs. You do. They create the panic, wait for you to dump your position out of fear, and scoop it up at a discount. The big banks aren't selling their gold, they're buying yours. And every time the headlines scream, regular people sell. Every time regular people sell, the institutions are right there waiting with open hands. You built portfolio insurance for a reason. Don't let a red day hand it over to the people who caused it. That's why I tell people to check out Noble Gold Investments. Go to nextnewsgold.com, it's linked below, and see how you can protect what you've built, plus qualify for a free 10th-ounce American Gold Eagle. Because whether it's politics or your portfolio, panic always benefits the insiders first. Now back to the story, because this is where the mask really comes off. The same side demanding endless lectures about dangerous rhetoric suddenly loses interest when the words are coming from Democrats. Ken Martin goes on TV calling President Trump a fascist. Then a Georgia Democrat candidate says America must rid ourselves of the so-called cancer of Trump and his administration. And after the attack, instead of a clean denunciation, Hakeem Jeffries lashes out at Caroline Leavitt for even raising the issue. That's not de-escalation, that is exposure. Bo Loudon posting pure evil. Hakeem Jeffries just defended threats made against President Trump and told Caroline Leavitt's push for civility to get lost. This video is pure venom.
I know you said you stand by your comments. At the same time, you have been the subject of threats as well. So with respect to this comment about maximum warfare, even if it's about redistricting, why not tone down the language here in this moment?
I think that what's interesting to me, as you pointed out, is that the so-called White House press secretary, who's a disgrace, she's a stone-cold liar, had the nerve to stand up there and read talking points being critical of statements all taken out of context that Democrats have made and didn't have a word to say about anything that MAGA extremists have said or done, including providing aid and comfort to violent insurrectionists here at this Capitol on January 6th who brutally beat police officers. The president then pardoned those violent rioters, many of whom have gone back into communities across the country to reoffend. And as you pointed out, one of whom threatened to kill me. He said, kill the terrorist. Where did that language come from? What Republicans use that language? Why did that pardon MAGA extremists, violent insurrectionists, choose to use the language of terrorism directed at me when he threatened to kill me at an event? And so how can we take them seriously when they raise these partisan attacks and completely ignore the fact that a lot of folks, including Governor Shapiro, his home was attacked by an arsonist when he and his kids and wife were there. And this so-called White House press secretary wants to lecture America and lecture us about civility. Get lost, clean up your own house before you have anything to say to us about the language that we use.
He pivots immediately to January 6th, talks about Governor Shapiro's house. I mean, how many attacks or church burnings or events have we seen that are actually staged by Democrats themselves just so they can play the victim card? And this guy immediately pivots to January 6th. Spare me, Jeffries. And then attacking Caroline Leavitt, flipping the blame back on Trump supporters. Now Senator Eric Schmidt blows up the left's both sides lie with a point-by-point list of who's really driving political violence in this country. Senator Eric Schmidt, one side is responsible for the overwhelming majority of political violence in America, and it isn't the right. Don't give us the both sides bullshit. Nobody's falling for it anymore.
And I would point out, we've heard years of the left, their loudest voices calling anyone on the right extremists, MAGA Republicans, fascists, Nazis, an existential threat to democracy. Check yourself. And don't give me this both sides bullshit. Mr. Director, I want to ask you, the man who tried to kill Republican congressman at the congressional baseball practice, nearly killing House Majority Leader Steve Scalise, left-wing or right-wing violence?
Sir, I believe it was a left-wing ideology.
Okay. Burned down cities during the Summer of Love in the George Floyd riots, left-wing violence or right-wing violence? Left-wing. The Waukesha Christmas Parade massacre, left-wing or right-wing violence? Left-wing. The Lee Zeldin stabbing attempt, left-wing or right-wing? Left-wing. The Covenant school shooting in Nashville, left-wing or right-wing? Left-wing. The Butler, Pennsylvania assassination attempt on President Trump, left-wing or right-wing? Left-wing. The Trump International West Palm Beach assassination attempt, left-wing. The Abundant Life Christian school shooting, left-wing. The United Care CEO's murder, left-wing. Tesla's burned, keyed, damaged, firebomb, left-wing, left-wing. The murders at the Israeli embassy, left-wing. The ICE facilities firebombed, left-wing. The Minnesota Catholic school shooting, left-wing. The anti-white Charlotte and North Carolina stabbing, left-wing. The attempted Utah News State firebombing, left-wing. And now, of course, the culmination of this vile trend, a left-wing assassination of Charlie Kirk. So don't give me this both sides. If we want to get to unity, let's be honest. Let's be honest.
Oh my goodness. When he lays it all out like that, it's undeniable. Laying out the record case after case. Now here's a Georgia Democrat congressional candidate saying about Trump less than 24 hours after an attempted assassination, language the media would never forgive if a Republican used it. Less than 24 hours. Georgia Democrat congressional candidate Randy Zurcher smears Trump and his administration as a cancer to rid ourselves of.
Listen, we're going to hear about a lot of great issues tonight. Universal health care, affordable housing, better jobs, lower prices. And these are all important issues. But these are pipe dreams. These are never going to happen until and unless we rid ourselves of the cancer that is Donald Trump and the Trump administration. Every day, and in many ways, these people are breaking the law and violating our constitutional rights, and we don't have to put up with it.
Get rid of the cancer that is the Trump administration. Same ugly playbook Democrats keep using against Trump. Now, the DNC chairman caught using reckless rhetoric on the very morning of the Correspondents' Dinner, then goes silent after the assassination attempt. DNC chair Ken Martin, the morning of the Correspondents' Dinner, spewing reckless and dangerous rhetoric. Still no comment from Martin.
A lot of things that Republicans seem to be working on, whether they're in the judiciary or the White House or in Congress, or advisors and folks on the ground, that are going to make it actually more difficult for you guys.
Yeah, I mean, look, we are seeing a desperate man, a narcissist, a fascist in the White House who is so desperate to hold on to power. I think over these next 191 days left until the election, we're going to see an unprecedented assault on our elections, on voting rights. We've already seen that, right?
So where do we go from here, folks? I'll tell you, this is the truth the establishment doesn't want spoken plainly. This is not a random messaging problem. It is a political strategy. Demonize Trump, dehumanize his supporters, pretend every Republican victory is tyranny, then when violence follows, retreat into media-approved fog and mutter both sides. Senator Eric Schmidt cut right through that fraud by naming case after case tied to left-wing violence, from the congressional baseball practice shooting to the attempted assassination of President Trump in Butler to the assassination of Charlie Kirk. The pattern is not imaginary. The pattern is documented. And the reason Democrats get so angry when Caroline Leavitt calls for civility is because civility would require accountability. And accountability would expose just how reckless their own side has become. See, President Trump has shown real strength by leading this country through another moment of danger without surrendering to chaos. And the Trump White House is exactly right to keep pressing one simple standard: condemn political violence, stop the demonization, and lower the temperature. If Democrats cannot do that, Americans will draw the obvious conclusion for themselves. So it's bigger than a press conference clip or a viral soundbite. It's about whether our politics will be ruled by truth and order or by left-wing incitement dressed up as moral outrage. So share this video everywhere. Drop your comment below, yes or no. Should every politician who uses language that seems to justify attacks on President Trump be publicly called out and forced to answer for it? Make sure you text raw feed to that number on the screen right there, 844-840-4963, to bypass the algorithm's suppression of our work and get a direct message from me directly to your phone. And check out the Next News merch shelf below this video. Stay bold, stay loud, and stand with America first.
The system controls information. Information control is power. They don't want you to see this. The truth only survives together. They don't want this. Share this now.
Next News. Breaking news from the White House.
Tonight, one of the most notorious figures in the anti-Trump deep state is back in legal trouble. Multiple reports confirm that James Comey has been indicted for a second time by President Trump's Department of Justice, and this time the case appears to be tied to that infamous 8647 shell post that many Americans saw for exactly what it looked like: a disgusting message aimed at the 47th President of the United States. Now, CNN is scrambling for answers. Fox is zeroing in on the post. And the question now is no longer whether scrutiny is coming. The question is, has Comey finally run out of road? See, this matters because it's bigger than a disgraced former FBI director. If a former top lawman can float a message that appears to target President Donald J. Trump and just brush it off as beach art, what message does that send to the rest of the country? It tells ordinary Americans that there's one set of rules for the powerful and another for everyone else. That poison destroys trust in law enforcement, in federal agencies, and the basic promise that justice is blind. Now, politically, this is huge because Comey was not just another bureaucrat. He became a symbol of the weaponized establishment that hounded Trump, misled the public, and helped drag the country through years of Russia hoaxes, leaks, and elite protection rackets. Now, with Republicans in control of Washington and the Trump administration restoring law and order, accountability is no longer a slogan. It's becoming policy. And if the reports pan out, well, this second indictment says something simple and powerful. Titles do not grant immunity, and deep state arrogance does not erase the consequences. And while we're talking about accountability and America First action, there is another major Trump-era development you need to know about that's happening right now. It's really under the radar, but it's breaking news from the White House. They just announced over $30 billion to secure America's critical mineral supply chains and named a specific Alaskan project as a key strategic asset for U.S. mineral independence. I've personally been to the Vizsla copper drilling site in Canada myself. I've held the core samples. And what's happening right now in Alaska, though, is bigger than most people realize. President Trump just unveiled Project Vault, a $12 billion strategic mineral reserve designed to stockpile essential resources and keep America strong, secure, and independent from foreign supply shocks. That puts companies tied to copper and strategic resources in the spotlight, including Vizsla Copper, traded in the United States under VCUFF and in Canada as VCU.V. If you want the full breakdown on why this matters, check the exclusive briefing. It's only for Next News viewers. It's linked below, and see the America First resource story developing in real time. We thank them for the support of our work. Now let's get back to the Comey bombshell, because the details that are getting out tonight make this even more explosive. And now here's the twist, though: the corporate media can't hide. this may not just be about a controversial post. Legal analysts are pointing to something else that could be far more dangerous for Comey personally. If investigators believe he lied about whether he created the 8647 shell display or lied about what he knew, then his motives, they move into false statements territory. And remember, his earlier case was tossed out on a technical authority issue, not because he was cleared on the facts. That means that the Trump DOJ may be coming back stronger, cleaner, and better prepared. Here is the news as it was breaking today. The DOJ has just indicted the disgraced former FBI Director James Comey. We also have Blanche just giving a press conference, as well as the U.S. Attorney Boyle. We're going to get to that. And we've even got Comey's response. He's now responding to all of these charges. But first, let's go to this.
And the Department of Justice has indicted former FBI Director James Comey for a second time. Kristen Holmes is live at the White House with more. Kristen, we should let our viewers know for context, he was previously indicted in September of last year on federal charges of making false statements and obstruction of justice related to his testimony. Those charges were later dropped, in part because the judge ruled that the interim U.S. attorney who brought them lacked authority to do so. But now we're learning that the administration has now sought charges against Comey again.
Good.
That's right, and that he was indicted a second time by the Justice Department. We do not know what these charges are. Just when it comes to what you were referring to, one of the things that we had heard from inside the White House, inside the Trump Justice Department, had been this idea that even though the judge said that he was throwing out the charges, that they could bring additional charges later because of the fact that it was all about that interim attorney, Lindsay Halligan. There was a belief inside of the Trump administration and inside the White House that they would be bringing charges again. And I can tell you from talking to people who are close to President Trump, this was somewhat of a priority for him. He wanted charges brought against James Comey. Obviously, the two of them have had an acrimonious relationship. He was the FBI director under President Trump.
He was a traitor under Trump. CNN confirms Comey back in the crosshairs. Now Comey tries to spin himself as the victim. Here's this is some reaction. I'm not sure if this might be from the original indictment, but this is great. Eric Doherty writes, Trump's DOJ is surging right now. Oh my God, they are on fire today.
My family and I have known for years that there are costs to standing up to Donald Trump, but we couldn't imagine ourselves living any other way. We will not live on our knees.
No, but well, I'm not going to go there. Yes, that was his previous reaction to the first indictment. Tim Pool posting this, James Comey indicted again. What we know so far about the DOJ's new case against the former FBI director. U.S. Department of Justice indicted former FBI Director Comey again. Details on the new charges have not been made public. Well, we do have them now. This post was made earlier today. They were citing the New York Post. The key context that Pool's reporting is that the prior case centered on Comey's 2020 Senate testimony. Comey denied authorizing leaks tied to FBI investigators. The case was later dismissed over the prosecutor's appointment. So basically a technicality. Comey also, this is all over the news today. This is the Fox hit on it. Indicted by a grand jury for his 8647 post.
Has indicted former FBI Director James Comey for a second time. Justice correspondent David Spunt's got the story. He's here in Washington. Hey, David, they're going to go at it again.
John, they're going at it again, not even a year after they went at it after the first time. We're told this via several law enforcement sources. We're told this is related to an Instagram post from the former FBI director last year. When he posted on the beach, you may remember there was a formation of shells that said 8647 that were in that pairing of 8647, and he said something along the lines of, isn't this a curious formation that I just found while walking on the beach? Well, critics to that post immediately pointed out that 86, at least in the restaurant world, means to get rid of or to kill something from a menu, 47 meaning the 47th president of the United States. So Comey did speak with the Secret Service, did speak with federal investigators. At the time, he was interviewed last spring or early last summer, shortly shortly after that happened. No charges were ever filed, but now it appears that he has been indicted today. We're working to learn more about.
And we will get you those details in just a moment. Here's the post, 8647. Who could ever forget the seashell arrangement, right? Here's President Trump reacting to the initial post when
exactly what that meant. A child knows what that meant. If you're the FBI director and you don't know what that meant assassination. And it says it loud and clear. Now, he wasn't very competent, but he was competent enough to know what that meant. And he did it for a reason, and he was hit so hard. Because people like me, and they like what's happening with our country. Our country's become respected again, and all this. And he's calling for the assassination of the president.
Obviously, he apologized and said he
think about that post in the context of what happened over the weekend, right? It's post like what James Comey did here, a former FBI director claiming to stumble upon some seashells on the beach in the form of 8647. It only emboldens people to act against the president, like we saw at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Jonathan Turley laying it out, the DOJ circling back on Comey over the infamous Instagram post. Turley notes that the photo alone is a weak case, but if Comey lied to investigators about creating it, that's a serious false statement charge. The previous indictment was dismissed on a technicality.
When Comey initially posted that Instagram photo, his caption insinuated that he did not create this shell art formation in the sand. I'm curious if it matters whether, he got a lot of criticism at the time. Everyone was saying, oh, we all know that you actually put that together and then photographed it. Does any of that matter in a legal sense in this case, whether Comey is the originator of that message or whether he just walked by, as he claims to have done, and photographed it?
Well, I have to say, I must be in a parallel universe to be talking about the shell artwork of James Comey. But the fact is that it is relevant only to the extent that he might have denied a fact that proved to be, his denial proved to be false to federal officials. In
like,
the original
sorry to stop you, but you mean like if there was a witness or something on the beach who saw him? Is that what you're kind of alluding to?
Well, if he was questioned and gave false information to federal investigators, that can be the basis of a charge. I think that just showing the picture is going to be a weak case in terms of a threat. What's interesting is that the first indictment that was dismissed involved false statements under 18 U.S.C. 1001. And that's the most used provision in terms of false statement prosecutions by the Department of Justice. What's interesting about that dismissal is that it was based on the fact that Lindsay Halligan, who was the acting U.S. attorney, was viewed as not properly in her position.
And now she's no longer there, but the case proceeds. Let's see, we've got, there's so much happening in this one. Here we have the CNN reporter, Caitlin Pollins, became very nervous after learning that the former FBI Director Comey had been indicted for a second time.
It's a big question right now on what would these charges be? What had happened previously with Comey in the Eastern District of Virginia, it wasn't just that he was charged for making a false statement and obstructing a congressional proceeding. That was about testimony he gave back in 2020, and he was indicted right under the wire at the 5-year mark when the window of time was about to expire for him to be indicted there. In that case, after that case was dismissed, because, as you noted, the U.S. attorney down there didn't have the authority to bring it, that's what the judges found, the evidence got locked down. And the belief of many who had watched this case very closely was that the Justice Department was out of time to charge Comey again for that level of perjury related to that proceeding, and also that they wouldn't have the evidence to just have anything in court for a case. So what is this? Is the big question right now. Where is it? Is it back in the Eastern District of Virginia, or is there something else?
Oh my goodness. She's like so animated. Here we have a senator calling out Comey, dropping truth on Comey's second indictment. He abused his power.
On Saturday night at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, I don't know if you were actually in attendance or not, but what do you think of this second indictment against the former FBI director?
Well, James Comey deserves to be indicted for a lot of reasons. He totally abused his power. The way that he used that power against President Trump had drastic and negative effects on this country. Everyone knows what that post meant, 8647. Everybody knows what that means. He knew what that meant as well, and he should be held accountable for it. I'll defer to the justice system.
And he is going to be held accountable for it. I saw this post. Shrem Horn. If they indict Peter Strzok, I'm going to eat an entire birthday cake. That reaction tells you the base wants this cleanup to go a lot deeper than Comey. And it looks like we have Comey made the threat from the Eastern District of North Carolina, not Virginia, a totally different ball game. Let's just get down to, there's so much. Arrest warrant has now been issued for the former FBI Director James Comey. Multiple federal grand jury charges in North Carolina related to the Instagram image he posted last summer, allegedly threatening the president. U.S. Marshals will execute the arrest. Comey publicly claimed at the time he did not create the threatening image, but merely stumbled upon it while walking on the beach. It's not clear what he told federal agents who interviewed him about it. So there has been an arrest warrant issued. Sorry it took me 14 minutes to get to the point on that, but that's a big deal. Now he is responding, and we're going to get to the official DOJ response. This just came out a few minutes ago. Comey made clear he has zero remorse.
Well, they're back. This time about a picture of seashells on a North Carolina beach a year ago. And this won't be the end of it. But nothing has changed with me. I'm still innocent. I'm still not afraid. And I still believe in the independent federal judiciary, so let's go. But it's really important that all of us remember this is not who we are as a country. This is not how the Department of Justice is supposed to be. And the good news is we get closer every day to restoring those values. Keep the faith.
Look at his face, man. He doesn't look good.
Well, they're back.
Look at his eyes. He looks like he's probably been crying in a closet, huddled down with his wife or something. Like, he does not look good. Does not look good at all. Very different from the first time he came out and, I'm going to defy you. Bring it on. Yep. Trump is bringing it on. Okay. Now here is U.S. Attorney Boyle, who's leading the charge, according to Nick Sortor. He says he sounds hell-bent on securing a conviction. He made clear Comey will receive no special treatment. Let's go.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. Earlier today, a grand jury in the Eastern District of North Carolina returned a true bill indicting Mr. James Comey with committing 2 felonies. Count 1, he knowingly and willfully made a threat to kill and to inflict bodily harm upon the President of the United States in violation of 18 U.S.C. 871A. Count 2, he knowingly and willfully transmitted in interstate and foreign commerce a communication that contained a threat to kill President Trump in violation of 18 U.S.C. 875C. Mr. Comey will be given every form of due process all citizens are entitled to receive, to include a trial by a jury of his peers. In the Eastern District of North Carolina, it doesn't matter who you are. We take all threat cases seriously and prosecute anyone who violates federal law, regardless of title or status. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, baby. Let's frickin' go. Former FBI Director James Comey has been indicted. Here is the acting Attorney General, Todd Blanche.
A grand jury sitting in the Eastern District of North Carolina returned an indictment against James Comey on 2 counts. The first count is that on or about May 15th of last year, he knowingly and willfully making a threat to take the life of and to inflict bodily harm upon the President of the United States. Count 2, same day, May 15th, 2025, that the defendant, James Comey, knowingly and willfully transmitting in interstate commerce a communication that contained a threat to kill the President of the United States. Both of these counts carry a maximum term of imprisonment of 10 years. So I think it's fair to say that threatening the life of anybody is dangerous and potentially a crime. Threatening the life of the President of the United States will never be tolerated by the Department of Justice.
Game over, Comey. Game over for you.
Well, they're back.
Yep, they
This
are
time
back.
about a picture of seashells on a North Carolina beach a year ago.
Yep, we all know. We remember. I bet you regret that post now, don't you? So this is the aha moment. The establishment spent years treating Trump as the target and men like Comey as untouchable guardians of democracy. But now the roles have flipped. The grand jury has acted, North Carolina, the venue, and yes, the arrest warrant has been issued for the U.S. Marshals to execute. That means this is no longer just media chatter. This is the legal system that's moving, and this is why Democrats and their media allies sound so nervous. Because if Comey can be dragged into court over a message aimed at President Trump and over what he told investigators, then the protective shield around the old deep state network is cracking. Accountability is no longer theoretical. It is arriving case by case. Now here's the bottom line. Comey now facing a second indictment. The focus, the 8647 Post, and the Trump administration DOJ sending the message the American people have wanted to hear for years. No more sacred cows, no more elite loopholes, no more protection for people who use federal power against this country and against President Trump. If you believe that Comey should face the full weight of the law, if the allegations are proven, I want to hear from you. Yes or no? Should every official tied to anti-Trump abuse now be investigated? Drop your answer in the comments right now and share this report everywhere. Subscribe if you're done trusting the corporate press, and text raw feed to 844-840-4963 to bypass the algorithm suppression of our work and get a direct message from me straight to your phone. Also, check out the Next News merch shelf below this video. The age of accountability is here. The America First Patriots are only getting started.
The system controls information. Information control is power.
Next News. Breaking news from the White House.
The Trump DOJ is on a roll, and tonight the COVID cover-up just took a direct hit. The Department of Justice under Donald J. Trump has indicted David Morens, a former senior NAID official, longtime Fauci insider, for allegedly concealing federal records, destroying evidence, and helping suppress information tied to the origins of COVID. Let that sink in for a moment. One of the men inside the machine, right next to Anthony Fauci, is now facing federal charges. Remember, for years, Americans were mocked for asking where the virus came from and who was hiding the truth. Now the Trump administration's Justice Department is moving, and the biggest question is no longer whether there was a cover-up, it's who else gets named next. Now, this matters to every American family because COVID was not just a public health story. It was the story used to justify the lockdowns, the censorship, the mandates, the school closures, the job losses, and government pressure on daily life. If senior officials hid records and buried evidence while the country was desperate for honest answers, answers we tried to present here on this channel that were constantly smacked down, then this was not mere incompetence, it was a betrayal. And according to Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, Moritz and his co-conspirators allegedly concealed information and falsified records to suppress alternative theories about COVID's origin. FBI Director Kash Patel says these officials violated the public trust, destroying records that the people had every right to see, and they got caught. Senator Tom Cotton put it bluntly, the lab leak theory was never a conspiracy. The real conspiracy, he says, was that Fauci and his assistants were doing Xi Jinping's dirty work. That's why this indictment is bigger than just a man. It is a legal strike at the old regime's wall of secrecy, and Americans deserve every single name behind it. And while we're talking about America finally securing truth and sovereignty, here's another major America First development that you need to be aware of. This from the White House, just announcing over $30 billion to secure America's critical mineral supply chains, and named a specific Alaskan project as a key strategic asset for U.S. mineral independence. Now, I've personally been to the Vizsla Copper drilling site in Canada myself. I've held the core samples with my hands. And what's happening right now in Alaska, though, is bigger than most people realize. President Trump just unveiled Project Vault, a $12 billion strategic mineral reserve designed to stockpile essential resources and keep America strong, secure, and independent from foreign control. The Vizsla Copper is drawing serious attention as this push accelerates. So if you want the details, check the exclusive briefing. It's only for Next News viewers. It's linked below. And learn more about Vizsla Copper. They're trading in the U.S. under VCUFF and in Canada as VCU.V before the wider market catches on. Now let's get back to the bombshell that could crack open the COVID cover-up even further. And here's the part that media, they do not want to revisit. Leaked audio shows Fauci openly talking about making life difficult for Americans, so corporations, colleges, and employers would pressure them into taking the shot. His own words, make it hard enough, and people abandon what he called their ideological objections. So when Moritz is accused of hiding records and evading transparency, this is not some isolated paperwork dispute. It points to a culture inside that system. Control the information, pressure the public, and silence dissent. And that's exactly what they did to us here. We couldn't even talk about that topic. Oh, man. All this is so long overdue. We got Comey, we got Fauci. Fauci's insider. And of course, remember, Fauci is untouchable because of the auto pen pardon. But we'll take this guy for now. For anyone hoping the COVID origin cover-up cases will lead to Fauci getting indicted, that is not going to happen. In fact, as seen below, the Moritz indictment hints at Fauci as a kind of victim of the conspiracy. We know that's not true. He was deeply entangled in it, but from a strategic standpoint, it makes sense playing along given that he has a pardon. Not accusing Fauci of wrongdoing also opens a possibility he will throw the others under the bus by claiming he was misled. So with Fauci having a pardon, think about what that means. He could sing like a jaybird and throw everybody else under the bus. But of course, we want the head of the snake. All right? Moritz stating that it was a good idea regarding the briefing of the senior NIAID official number 1. Who could that possibly be, right? Offer to brief senior NIAID official number 1. Redacted, right? The acting AG didn't mince words. Moritz and his conspirators deliberately concealed information, falsified records, in an effort to suppress alternative theories. So Hans Mahnke says, don't expect Fauci to be charged, but the words co-conspirator tells you the fight is live. Tom Cotton says the real conspiracy was Fauci's team covering for communist China, pointing out the COVID leak from a lab in communist China was never a conspiracy, it was common sense. The conspiracy was Fauci and his assistants doing Xi Jinping's dirty work and lying about the origins. I'm thankful that Justice Department and FBI are holding these fraudsters accountable. Quote tweeting the Department of Justice Post today, former senior NIAID official indicted for concealing federal records during COVID pandemic. These allegations represent a profound abuse of trust at a time when American people needed it the most during the height of a global pandemic. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche. Cotton calls it a fraud, says DOJ finally moving on the people who lied to the country. Now, leaked audio that shows exactly how Fauci talked about forcing the shot through the schools and the big corporation. Here is leaked audio.
View that you gave as part of an audiobook written by Michael Spector, that you believed an institutional should make it hard for people to live their lives so they'd feel pressured to get vaccinated. Could we run the audio clip on that, please?
You think can be done about it? I have to say that I don't see a big solution other than some sort of mandatory vaccination. I know federal officials don't like to use that term.
Once people feel empowered and protected legally, you are going to have schools, universities, and colleges are going to say, you want to come to this college, buddy? You're going to get vaccinated. Lady, you're going to get vaccinated.
Yeah.
Big corporations like Amazon and Facebook and all of those others are going to say, you want to work for us, you get vaccinated. And it's been proven that when you make it difficult for people in their lives, they lose their ideological bullshit and they get vaccinated.
Thank you. Are all objections to COVID vaccinations ideological bullshit, Dr. Fauci?
No, they're not, and that's not what I was referring to.
Well, in reference to making it hard for people to get education, traveling, working, I'd say it very much was in context. And I take great offense to this. Miss Allison Williams testified before this committee about losing her job because she sought an exemption for ESPN's vaccine mandate, which came from recommendation from bureaucrats like yourself. She and her husband were actively working with a fertility expert, a physician, on how to get pregnant, and agreed with the premise that she was young, healthy, wanted to get pregnant, and shouldn't get the vaccination for medical purposes. But she was fired because you made it hard, just like you said in your statement, because you didn't want to make sure that the ideological bullshit got in the way of her working, of living her life, of making a medical decision with her healthcare professional. I think America should take great offense to this.
Oh, yeah. You know, just watching this stuff, I'm like reliving all of the trauma of the pandemic all over again. I mean, just trying to be in my profession here on this channel, what was done every time we would bring the truth out to the American people. The audio lays out the mindset plain as day, make life hard enough and people cave. Yeah. You can tell I'm still really affected by this whole thing. I know you are too, I'm sure. What you had to go through. What my family had to go through. What millions of families across this nation had to go through. Okay, let's check in with this Daily Wire clip here.
The Anthony Fauci saga has gotten worse. Authorities think one of his top senior advisors, David Morenz, was hiding information during COVID when the whole country was looking for answers. They say that he was using his private email address to do official government business, which anyone knows who's worked in the federal government, this is a big no-no, okay? They don't even let you use your personal phone, let alone a Yahoo email. So his email couldn't be tracked, and prosecutors literally say he went off the grid. But it gets worse because not only was he using his personal email, he was deleting them too. Investigators say that he would figure out how to make them disappear before somebody could request them. And some of that official government business he was hiding is connected to a federal grant that sent U.S. taxpayer dollars to a research group that worked with the Wuhan lab and studied bat coronaviruses. And obviously that's a pretty good thing to keep people in the loop about in 2020. So now he's facing some pretty serious charges for conspiracy, destroying records, and more. So that's the bad news. But the good news is, as this case proceeds, we're going to get a lot more answers. And I suspect a lot more of his emails are finally going to see the light of day.
So it's not just bad judgment. Prosecutors say records were hidden, deleted, and pushed off the system. Here's the FBI Director Kash Patel. Weaponization of the USG by its senior members in a time of global pandemic who are trusted to protect us. They violated that trust, and the law destroyed destroyed records the public had every right to see. They covered up and got caught by the FBI and the Department of Justice. RFK Jr. pointing to a deeper layer, alleging Morenz was coached by NIH transparency staff on how to hide the emails without getting caught. Here is RFK Jr. talking about this.
I mean, we saw congressional hearings this week in which David Morenz, who was the deputy to Anthony Fauci, had emails in which he was bragging that he had been coached by the Freedom of Information staff, by the chief Freedom of Information officer at NIH, how to hide his emails, how to destroy them in ways in which he couldn't be caught. So the transparency officer at that agency, the person who's in charge of making sure there's no secrets, was actually coaching high-level staffers how to keep secrets. And, of course, if government is allowed to keep secrets, they're not working for us anymore. They're working for somebody else. They're either working in their own interests or they're working for some larger interests. And, I think that is the danger, that our democracy can be subverted.
RFK Jr. is right. The cover-up wasn't just a rogue staffer. It had help inside the system. Libs of TikTok runs through the actual DOJ charges. DOJ has indicted David Morenz, a former senior NIAID official under Fauci, for allegedly concealing federal records, evading FOIA requests during the pandemic. These charges include conspiracy against the United States, destruction, altercation, falsification of records in federal investigation, concealment, removal, and mutilation of records, and aiding and abetting. So here's a picture in case you wanted to see what he looks like. Soon, that is going to probably look like a mugshot, God willing. So the charges are very serious. Here is the U.S. Department of Justice. Allegations represent a profound abuse of trust at a time when the American people needed it most, during the height of the global pandemic. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche. As alleged in the indictment, Morenz and his co-conspirators deliberately concealed information, falsified records in an effort to suppress alternative theories regarding the origins of COVID-19. Man, the numbers of videos that were taken down on this very platform because we were talking about these things, the origins of what we weren't allowed to say. It's still with me, guys. And it's 2026. 6 years later. Tim Pool writing, "This is huge." Fauci advisor indicted. Conspiracy against the United States, to destruction, alteration of falsification of records, concealment, removal, aiding and abetting. Here we have the news as it was breaking from Fox. What's interesting here about what Nick's writing is this guy might throw Anthony Fauci under the bus.
Top advisor to Dr. Anthony Fauci now facing criminal charges. This over an alleged cover-up involving research into the origins of COVID. Rich Edson on this story. Intriguing, Rich. What you find out there in Washington?
Now, it is, Bill. The Justice Department has charged David Morenz, a doctor, with conspiracy, claiming he concealed federal records to counter evidence that COVID-19 may have leaked from a lab in China, all to help restore a controversial coronavirus grant. Morenz, a former aide to Dr. Anthony Fauci, testified before the House's COVID Select Subcommittee nearly 2 years ago about emails he'd sent in February 2021, claiming that he'd learned to make emails disappear after he received Freedom of Information Act requests.
Ever delete or attempt to delete a federal record?
No, but let me explain why. When I came there in 1998, we were instructed to delete emails or to move them into PST files frequently because they jammed the computer.
The Justice Department says Morenz used his personal Gmail account to exchange non-public information, The indictment also claims an unnamed co-conspirator gave Morin's wine for his, quote, behind-the-scenes shenanigans, then suggested he could push scientific commentary in a prominent medical journal advocating that COVID-19 had natural origins. That's a competing claim with the lab leak theory. The indictment says the co-conspirator could also provide meals at top restaurants in Paris, New York, and Washington, D.C. In April 2020, the NIH terminated that back coronavirus grant awarded to EcoHealth Alliance, who then contracted the Wuhan Institute of Virology to conduct that research in China. From the start of the pandemic, its president, Peter Daszak, worked to discredit any theory that COVID-19 had leaked from that lab.
Okay,
Bill?
all right. Thank you, Rich. More to come.
Yeah, more to come indeed. Oh, I'm happy, but it's like bringing all this stuff back, guys. See, this indictment doesn't describe a lone bad actor wandering off course. It references co-conspirators, describes deliberate concealment, centers on suppressing alternative theories about COVID's origin, especially the lab leak theory tied to communist China and the Wuhan-linked research involving U.S. taxpayer dollars. We were blowing the whistle back in 2020 on that very thing. We got attacked in the press by Media Matters, by BuzzFeed, by everybody for even talking about it. Now, prosecutors may be strategically leaving Fauci outside of the charge sheet for now, especially because he's got a pardon, while building pressure on the people around him. So in plain English, Morin's may become the hinge. If he talks, this case moves one layer closer to the decision-making core, and that's why the establishment's very nervous. The wall's not just cracking under President Trump's DOJ, it is being kicked right in. Now, the takeaway is very simple. Americans were lied to, censored, pressured, and brushed aside for asking basic questions that turned out to be legitimate all along. Yes, the conspiracy theorists were right again. And now, under the Trump administration, the era of automatic protection for elite bureaucrats is ending. David Morin's has been indicted. The DOJ says co-conspirators were involved. The FBI says records were destroyed. And the country is finally seeing accountability move from hearings and headlines into the criminal arena. If you're sick of the cover-ups and the games and the smug lectures from the same people who hid the truth, share this report right now. And comment below with a simple yes or no. Do you believe that Morin's will flip on Fauci? Subscribe if you want the stories the corporate media decides to bury. And text raw feed to 844-840-4963 to beat the algorithm's continued suppression of our work and get direct updates from me to your phone. Make sure you check out the Next News merch shelf below this video. Support our work. Stay loud, stay fearless, and keep fighting for the truth, my friends.
The system controls information. Information control is power.
They don't want you to see this.
The truth only survives together. They don't want this shared. Share this now. You know out.
Next News. Breaking news.
And some more breaking news. Right now, the federal agents under Donald J. Trump storming more than 20 locations across Minnesota in one of the biggest anti-fraud crackdowns that we've seen in months. Daycares, therapy centers, business fronts, evidence boxes carried out in broad daylight while stunned locals watch. And now the political fight's exploding because Governor Tim Walz, well, he rushed in to suggest that state agencies sparked the raids only to get publicly smacked down by the FBI Director Kash Patel himself and top Trump administration officials. This wasn't some routine paperwork review. This was a federal hammer drop on what officials are calling rampant fraud involving your tax dollars. So the question tonight is very simple. How deep does the scam really go? Now, why does this matter to every American watching? Because the money at the center of these cases is not monopoly cash. Okay, it's your money. It's tax money that's meant for childcare, healthcare, nutrition, and basic public support for families who actually need it. Instead, investigators are now zeroing in on allegations that fraud networks treated those programs like personal ATMs. Video from the raids show FBI agents hauling evidence out of a daycare as part of a 22 court-authorized action across the Twin Cities. Reports say at least 16 confirmed locations, including childcare centers, autism centers, and other businesses. DHS says the searches relate to the rampant fraud of American taxpayer dollars. FBI Minneapolis says this is an ongoing federal criminal investigation. Now, politically, this is devastating for the Democrat machine in Minnesota. Because if whistleblowers were ignored, if fraud warnings were brushed aside, and if state leaders now want credit after the feds moved in, then this is not just theft. It is corruption protected by incompetence and then exposed by Trump-era enforcement. And when we're talking about protecting America's money and America's future, there is another major Trump move that you need to know about right now. This is breaking from the White House. They just announced over $30 billion to secure America's critical mineral supply chains and named a specific Alaskan project as a key strategic asset for U.S. mineral independence. Now, I've personally been to the Vizsla copper drilling site myself, the one in Canada. I've held the core samples with my hands. But what's happening right now in Alaska is actually bigger than most people realize. You see, President Trump just unveiled Project Vault, a $12 billion strategic minerals reserve designed to stockpile essential resources and keep America strong, secure, and self-reliant. That's why smart investors are watching Vizsla Copper so closely right now. Now pay attention. The company trades in the United States under VCUFF and in Canada is VCU.V. If you want the full breakdown on why this matters now, check the exclusive briefing, but it's only for Next News viewers. It's linked below, and see why this story is getting so much attention. And we thank them for supporting our work. Now let's get back to Minnesota. Well, the fraud crackdown is exposing a whole lot more than one governor wanted the public to see. Now here's the twist. See, this may not be just a one-day headline. It may be the opening phase of a national anti-fraud offensive. Vice President J.D. Vance just declared that the task force and the DOJ will be relentless in exposing fraudsters wherever they may be hiding. Translation? If you stole from taxpayers under the cover of bloated bureaucracy, well, your time is running out. Minnesota may be the test case showing exactly how the Trump administration plans to hunt these schemes down piece by piece. FBI Director Kash Patel here responding to Governor Tim Walz today. Come again? This FBI and DOJ with our DHS partners drafted and executed every search warrant today. But go ahead and take credit for our work while we smoke out the fraud plaguing Minnesota under your governorship. And you can see the post here. This was Governor Tim Walz. Oh, he got roasted for this today. Today's raids by state and federal enforcement happened because our state agencies caught irregular behavior and reported it. That's how the system's supposed to work, and our agencies will keep it as long as there are fraudsters around to put behind bars. Well, I think the only fraudster here is you, Governor Walz, and your date behind bars is just around the corner. Kash Patel blowing up Walz's spin, making it clear the feds ran the operation. Now zoom out because U.S. Attorney in California says Trump's team is clawing back millions in Medicare fraud too. Oh yes, not just isolated to Minnesota today. You may have missed this. The United States Attorney Bill Asaley, our office, and HSI Los Angeles have seized more than $2 million from Expert Wound Care, a Pasadena-based advanced wound care clinic suspected of scamming millions of dollars from Medicare through reimbursements for skin graft substitutes and skin grafts that patients never received. The clinic, which does business in St. Victoria Home Care, is engaged in fraud, according to a seizure warrant affidavit the federal prosecutors filed today. Seizure is part of an ongoing investigation, but we move quickly to protect taxpayer money and return money back to the government. Under the leadership of President Trump, J.D. Vance, and Dr. Oz, the federal government is turning off the spigot of taxpayer dollars flowing straight into the bank accounts of criminals. Here is the filing, the warrant by telephone or other reliable electronic means, United States District Court. So California shows it's not just a one-off. The feds are moving fast to shut off the money pipeline. Now here's J.D. Vance weighing in. The task force and the DOJ will be relentless in exposing these fraudsters wherever they may be hiding. He was quote tweeting Bill Maloogian, where the DOJ confirmed to Fox the FBI and HSI agents currently raiding 20-plus locations in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Crackdown will be relentless. Now let's take a look at some of the footage from the raid. Lou Ragus posting this from outside one of the daycares. FBI agents removed evidence from a daycare in Shakopee, one of the 22 places raided as part of the widespread fraud investigation. Let's watch.
FBI agents behind me here in Shakopee at the Universal Child Care Center are moving evidence out of the Child Care Center as they execute a search warrant. This is one of 22 search warrants being executed across the Twin Cities Metro today as part of a widespread fraud investigation. I have addresses of 10 different child care centers. This is one of them here at a shopping center in Shakopee, Universal Child Care Center. They've also raided 5 autism centers and at least 7 other businesses as well. This is part of the widespread fraud investigation ongoing in the state of Minnesota. The focus on child care centers came after a viral video a few months ago by YouTuber Nick Shirley.
Yeah.
And there have been investigations into Medicaid fraud as well. The child care centers receive funding through something called CCAP, which is child care assistance money. This particular fraud investigation is in regard to that. I'll have lots more coming up today. I'm Lou Ragus. Follow for more news.
What's up, Lou? At least they spelled universal child care right. Now you see the agents moving the boxes out of the child care center. Let's see what Dustin Grage has to say. 16 of the 22 confirmed locations. Quality Leering Center, Globe Star Therapy, Empower Skill Academy, Aspen Associates, Mendota Autism, Baby Halimo Child Care, Burnsville Learning Center. They spelled Learning Center correct there, apparently. Fabulous Restaurant Catering, Metro Learning Center, Original Child Care Center, Love and Care Child Care Center, Mini Child Care Center, Faley Child Care Center, Somali Senior Center and Adult Day Services, A+ Universal Child Care, and Learning Center. Nick Shirley visited multiple locations from that list. Oh, yeah, look at that. How funny, right? They had to put the label over it because they didn't know how to spell learning. FBI Minneapolis, they had this to post. FBI is committed to keeping our community safe, and we're working every day to accomplish this mission. This morning, FBI Minneapolis, with support from federal, state, and local law enforcement partners, conducted court-authorized law enforcement activity as part of an ongoing federal criminal investigation. We encourage members of the public to remain vigilant and report anything they consider suspicious to law enforcement immediately, or call the local FBI officer to submit information to tips.fbi.gov. The FBI values their partnership with law enforcement and the public to prevent, detect, and deter crime. Another beautiful image of one of the raids that happened today. So the Bureau is calling an ongoing federal criminal investigation, asking the public to stay alert. Here's this from Homeland Security, along with our law enforcement partners. They executed criminal search warrants in Minneapolis. DHS will continue working to deliver answers to the American people. Here we have, this is a local report at one of the scenes.
News this morning as federal agents are conducting several search warrants across the Twin Cities.
Yeah, we're going to go out live to our Bill Keller, who is following this closely for us this morning. He's in Minneapolis with the very latest. Good morning, Bill.
Good morning, guys. Well, this has been developing for the past several hours. Unlike some of these high-risk warrants, this seems to be a very methodical investigation that they're doing. We're going to give you an idea of what's going on. They're inside there. We saw our first look at a couple of tactical SWAT, or I should say FBI agents, Homeland Security. They're inside that building right now. This is the Somali Senior Center. We're in the West Phillips neighborhood. There's also a child care center here, so we're unsure which or both of these businesses is involved. Now, this is one of nearly 24 spots where we are told that federal agents are stopping today. According to the FBI and Homeland Security investigations, agents are executing 22 court-ordered warrants across the metro area. We're told this is a federal fraud investigation, largely into some Somali-owned businesses. They wanted to be clear this is not immigration related, although the details of the investigation are still unclear. You're getting a look at some agents across the parking lot there. Most of these vehicles all unmarked. Again, this is not a big high risk thing where you see the SWAT type of stuff. According to Special Agent Matt Vogel, federal, state, and local law enforcement are also doing this as part of an ongoing criminal investigation into what.
So DHS putting the focus right where it belongs, stolen taxpayer money. Tom Emmer calling out the BS from Governor Walz. He says, more BS from our governor. Kash Patel confirming FBI and DOJ and DHS drafted and executed today's search warrants. The only thing Governor Walz should be claiming credit for is allowing $9 billion of taxpayer funds to be stolen under his watch. Oh, yes, Governor Tim Walz getting roasted today. Let's just hope that accountability comes soon. Emmer says Walz doesn't get a victory lap for the raid. The feds executed. Homeland Security Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen turns up the heat even more, says Walz has zero credibility. You have zero credibility on the issue. You have willingly ignored and downplayed the rampant fraud and abuse in Minnesota. The crackdown on fraud has come thanks to the leadership of President Trump, who will hold those who steal from Americans accountable. Another roast of Governor Tim Walz. His message is blunt. The crackdown happened because of Trump's team. Senator Rand Paul simply says, Governor Walz, I'm here for the ratio. Walz getting mocked online. Another direct hit. As traditionally, Sarah tells him to quit crying. Oh, I'm sorry, quit trying. He's probably crying, though. Quit trying to steal credit. Governor Walz, something isn't adding up here, Timmy boy. Stop trying to take credit, you absolute buffoon. Online backlash continues to build, but the next is even bigger than mockery. James Comer says his committee heard from more than 30 whistleblowers who claim the Walz administration punished people who tried to stop the fraud. James Comer stated that his committee has conducted interviews 30 current and former whistleblowers from the Minnesota Department of Human Services. Many of the individuals are Democrats. Listen.
And when state employees tried to stop this, they were silenced and retaliated against for even daring to notice the fraud. We have spoken with over 30 whistleblowers, many of them current employees and Democrats, who say they were ignored, retaliated against, and even surveilled for raising concerns. Instead of protecting the whistleblowers, the Walz administration protected the system that enabled the fraud. We are taking oversight of fraud seriously, and today I hope the Democrats will do the same. But their track record is not promising.
Yep.
We followed up with the whistleblowers when state leaders ignored them. Republican staff spent 36 hours and 46 minutes in 9 transcribed interviews with current and former Minnesota state officials. Democrats, however, only asked 3 hours and 14 minutes worth of questions. That's inexcusable and frankly embarrassing. Taxpayers deserve better.
Whistleblower claims cut straight against Walz. Self-congratulations. Right on cue, here's Walz's own statement. Today's raids by state and federal enforcement happened because our agencies caught the behavior and reported it. Nick Shirley taking a victory lap at Tim Walz. It's officially leering day here in America. Thank you, Tim, for allowing the world to leer. Yes, Shirley's not going to let Walz rewrite the story. Neither is the GOP war room. Why are you lying? City of Minneapolis. The city of Minneapolis is not involved in the federal operations being reported around Minnesota today as of 9:30 a.m. MPT has not been asked to assist with the execution of federal warrants. RNC Research calling them out directly, as well as Governor Walz. That gets to the core of the credibility. Secretary Brooke Rollins also weighing in on some revealing numbers on SNAP recipients receiving driving Bentleys, Ferraris, Lamborghinis, and more. In just one state, 14,000 individuals receiving SNAP benefits for driving luxury vehicles, 3 Bentleys, 3 Ferraris, 11 Lamborghinis, 59 Maseratis, 114 Porsches, 214 Alfa Romeos, 306 Land Rovers, and 2,098 Teslas. And this is only in one state. Check this out.
Previously, no data was shared. We had no idea where the taxpayer dollars were spent. Just one red state, the recent dump of data. We found SNAP recipients had more than 2,000 Tesla owners, 200 Alfa Romeo owners, more than 144 that were receiving food stamps were driving Porsches. Again, this is the data dumps we're getting because before we had no accountability on any of these programs. We now are requiring accountability. The blue states are suing us. They don't want to share the data. And can you imagine this was a red state where there is actually some taxpayer accountability. Imagine what's happening in the blue states. If that's
we know what's happening in the blue states. Here's the Valuetainment Post. Federal agents raided 22 locations in Minnesota, including 20 leering centers.
Large-scale raids targeting federal fraud currently underway. Federal agents seen leaving the Quality Learning Center. And Brooke Taylor has more on that and what they're looking for. Brooke, good morning.
It's leering, man.
Hi, Bill. Good morning. Yeah, we have had a photographer there at the daycare since this morning, capturing video of those federal agents just going in and out of the building, collecting evidence as part of the DOJ's fraud investigation in Minnesota. Take a look at this video here. Sources tell Fox that federal agents are raiding about 22 businesses across Minneapolis this morning, and sources say many of them are tied to Somali-owned operations. All of this comes after that viral YouTube video from Nick Shirley. It was back in December December. In that video, he visited different child care centers, and you'll remember they were either closed or there were just no children inside, despite receiving state child care funding. Now, the location that you're looking at right now, it's the Quality Learning Center. This is a daycare. It went viral. It blew up on social media because of a sign outside with learning that was literally misspelled.
Guys, this is just one example of just how important independent journalism is. Nick Shirley's American hero, and his viral report triggered this entire avalanche. And the real story here is not just that 22 locations got hit. The real story is that the old system appears to have let fraud grow until the Trump administration brought in federal muscle and shut the party down. Kash Patel flatly said that the FBI, DOJ, and DHS drafted and executed every search warrant. DHS Secretary Mullen told Walz zero credibility. House investigators say they interviewed more than 30 whistleblowers, many of them Democrats who claimed that they were ignored, retaliated against, or even surveilled for raising fraud concerns. See, that's the moment. See, this wasn't a surprise glitch. It looks like a protected racket that thrived until America First leadership decided to follow the money, protect taxpayers, and start making examples out of the people cashing in after one kid with a cell phone camera showed up. And that's why this matters so much. Under President Trump and Vice President Vance, the message is finally clear. The days of treating federal programs like criminal piggy banks are over. We already saw a federal prosecutor seize more than $2 million in a separate California Medicare fraud case. Agriculture Secretary Rollins says 4.3 million Americans have already been moved off SNAP as the administration tightens the accountability. This is what real government cleanup looks like. Now, if you believe every state running fraud mills should face the same kind of federal sweep, share this report right now. And drop your comment below and answer this yes or no question. Let's have a conversation. Should every governor tied to ignored fraud warnings be hauled before Congress or just arrested? Make sure you subscribe, hit the bell, but most importantly, text raw feed to that number on the screen, 844-840-4963, so you can bypass the algorithm suppression of our work and get a direct text message from me to your phone. Make sure you check out the Next News merch shelf below this video, because America is taking its money back.
The system controls information. Information control is power. I want you to see this. Truth only survives together. They don't want this shared.
Next News. Breaking news from the White House.
Washington, D.C. just got hit with a reality check. President Donald Trump has now filed court documents confirming the White House ballroom is not some cosmetic upgrade, not some vanity wish list item, but a national security project tied directly to what happened at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. That means the less favorite talking point just collapsed. Now the battle is exploding. Rand Paul's moving legislation, Lindsey Graham backing the project, even one Democrat breaking ranks. The question tonight is no longer whether the ballroom is grand enough. The question is, after an attack, why are Democrats still fighting harder against security than for it? Now, this matters to every American because presidential security is national security. When the president, vice president, cabinet officials, congressional leaders, and military decision makers are packed into one vulnerable venue, you're not talking about decor. You're talking about continuity of government. You're talking about whether America can protect its chain of command in a real threat environment. President Trump's filing makes that clear. The Trump administration is arguing that large-scale events need to happen on secured White House grounds, not in exposed outside hotels where access is harder to lock down and danger can hide in plain sight. Rand Paul says the latest assassination attempt proved it. Lindsey Graham says if a ballroom had existed on the grounds, the attacker may never have gotten close, and that's why the left is in trouble here. Their old line was, it's just a ballroom. But after what happened over the weekend, that line sounds reckless. See, Americans understand hardening the target. What they don't understand is why Democrat leaders seem determined to pretend that the threat never happened. Speaking of protecting what matters, let me take just a second to share something personal with you. Now, you see, for years, my wife battled chronic pain and anxiety from her diagnosis, endless doctor visits, treatments that didn't help. Watching her struggle daily, it broke my heart. And then Jonathan Otto introduced red light therapy to our family. through red light therapy, her pain vanished, anxiety lifted. She's sleeping soundly, full of energy and life again. And my recovery and vitality, better than guys half my age. Truly life-changing for our family. It's backed by NASA research, FDA-cleared technology, and studies show rapid pain relief, better circulation, and faster recovery. Now, if you want something real that supports strength, healing, and daily energy, go to myredlight.com right now. Make sure you use code NNN25 for 25% off individual items or NNN30 for 30% off bundles. It's made a real difference in our home, and I want to make a difference in yours. Now back to the story, because what happened next completely exposes the Democrats' position. You ready for this? Now here's the twist. This is what the media don't want to spotlight. Even Senator John Fetterman is warning his own party to cool the rhetoric. He openly admitted the White House needs this facility to create a more secure venue. Think about that. When even Fetterman can see the obvious, what does it say about Chuck Schumer and the rest of the Trump-obsessed resistance? This is no longer a simple spending fight. This is a test of whether Democrats can admit reality when security and partisan hatred collide. Nancy Mace says she's in favor of the Trump building the ballroom with private funds, and she wouldn't oppose him building the ballroom with taxpayer funds because other presidents have done additions to the White House.
Donald Trump's been saying that private donors are going to pay for the ballroom, but now there seems to be a push for taxpayers to pay for it. What do you make of that?
I thought it was paid for. So is it?
Well, now there's talk. The Senate is in particular is pushing. Apparently, there's a Rand Paul video coming.
Rand Paul
bill coming tomorrow, and I think Graham and Eric Schmidt.
I haven't seen it yet. I haven't read it yet. It's hard to speak on it, but I support Trump building a ballroom. Yes, of course, especially after this weekend.
But with private funds and not taxpayer funds.
Yeah, he said he was going to do it with private funds. I didn't have a problem with that.
Would you oppose taxpayers like being paid for by the public?
No, probably not either, because it's the White House. Other presidents have done additions to the White House too.
Should it go through Congress though, or should it keep doing it unilaterally?
I think Congress is fine. I mean, Congress is the purse strings.
Congressman Claymore.
Yeah, why not, right? Build the ballroom, taxpayer fund it. I mean, even my own son did the math. It's like $2 for every person in America. Mace just made the key point. Even some Republicans say a White House addition isn't outrageous. Now watch John Fetterman break rank with his own party.
It's not going to cost the taxpayers a penny. It's going to be one of the most secure buildings by far in the world. Why would there be any reluctance or resistance to building it when every future president will benefit from it?
I really don't understand. The only thing that I could explain that it's the TDS, for me. I mean, I was right there. I was one or two tables away from the front table with the president and the vice president thing, and I've witnessed this. But even before that even happened, I was struck by, my gosh, we have the entire, the line of succession right there in a very small kind of, area there. Johnson was there, Rubio was there, of course, the president and Vance was there too, and Hegseth, and all those people there. I mean, people have forgotten perhaps what happened in Oklahoma City back in 1995. Somebody could have bombed the building for that, and now I was the only Democrat that refused to vote to shut the DHS down, and it is. And now we're here in conflict of Iran. Iran's already have a desire to assassinate the president too. So I think after tonight there, I'm thinking we really got lucky, because it could have been far more even catastrophic, and I'm so grateful no one was hurt. But that's why I'm saying, we need to have a secure facility for events just like this. We can't ever.
John Fetterman calling it out, saying the quiet part out loud. It's a security issue. Even a Democrat can see it. Rand Paul stepping in with the answer. My bill authorizes the president to build the ballroom without any tax funds. No taxpayer money. That's exactly what President Trump intended from the very beginning. He was quote tweeting musings. Why do you really want to drop $400 million taxpayer dollars in a ballroom? What's in it for the people? We have questions. My bill authorizes the president to build the ballroom without any taxes. Rand Paul is drawing a very clear line. Authorize the ballroom, keep taxpayers out of it. Now the case gets stronger because Trump's court filing says the project's about national security. President Trump posting it to Truth Social, dropping the court filings, confirming the ballroom is for national security purposes. The left needs to drop the obstruction and drop the lawsuit, build it for current and future presidents. Here is the filing, very difficult to read, but you can see they're citing the incident at the Washington Hilton, the security limitations of large off-site venues, security advantages of holding large events at the White House complex. I mean, goes on and on. President Trump making the case on Truth Social. putting security front and center. Here's Lindsey Graham, said the White House ballroom is not a vanity project.
And the ballroom. Many people, I think, originally saw it as a vanity project, that President Trump wanted to build this grand ballroom as a kind of a vanity project. I don't see it that way, and I don't think he ever did. A meeting space that is secured on the White House grounds that would allow people to do what they did at the Hilton Hotel is necessary. I'm convinced if there had been a presidential ballroom adjacent to the White House, the guy would have never gotten in. You had an event with the line of succession in a ballroom where 1,000 people were in a hotel above it. This guy apparently checked in the night before and was able to get shotguns and pistols and knives and made a rush for the ballroom door, and thank God he didn't make it.
Thank God indeed. Graham slamming the vanity project talking point, tying the ballroom directly to presidential protection. Rand Paul doubles down, saying the latest assassination scare proves the secure space is needed. Posting a thread saying, I stand with POTUS on building a new White House ballroom after the latest assassination attempt. It's clear we need the secure large-scale event space on the grounds for the president, future administrations, and for America. I personally reviewed and supported this project as National Capital Planning Commissioner earlier this month. Rand Paul is all in. Trump administration files latest court motion in support of White House ballroom. Scott McFarland says it reads like a Trump Truth Social post. With random capitalization accusations, the plaintiffs are very bad for the country and suffer Trump derangement syndrome. Yeah, that's true. They're very bad for our country, sure. They suffer from TDS, yes they do. Barack Hussein Obama, that's his name though, isn't it? Yeah, I'm sure President Trump had a hand in writing that. So the press mocking the wording, the substance is still security. Lindsey Graham introducing a bill to spend $400 million in taxpayer funding to the White House ballroom project. Quite the contrast to Rand Paul's offering. And enter Chuck Schumer, having a full-on meltdown over Trump fixing the White House ballroom. It's not necessary. It's typical of what is wrong with Donald Trump. He whines. No, the only person whining is you, Chuck.
There's been some discussion about the idea of including ballroom funding in reconciliation or in DHS funding. Is there any appetite amongst Democrats to either approve it without funding or to approve it with taxpayer funding? And also, just a follow-up, can you tell us what happened to your forehead?
Yeah.
I'm sorry to ask, but just, it's a...
Yeah, what happened?
Closet door was open late at night, and it met my forehead.
Yeah, okay.
In answer to your more important question. No, we don't need this ballroom. You want to help national security? The ballroom has nothing to do with it. Help national security by funding DHS. We don't want to fund it. We don't want to approve it. It is not necessary. It's typical of what is wrong with Donald Trump, focusing on the wrong things that appease his ego and don't help. help the American people one bit.
Yeah. Yeah, Chuck, what did happen to your forehead there? Schumer waving off the ballroom, even as security concerns. Now you're going a step further. Here he is on the Senate floor.
The nation wages Donald Trump's reckless war with a dangerous and erratic enemy. And as the Department of Homeland Security is still not funded because of the hijinks within the president's own party, Donald Trump has decided to focus on a taxpayer-funded, gold-plated ballroom instead of focusing on these important national security issues. The war in Iran, dangerous for the U.S. The fact that we haven't funded Homeland Security, dangerous for the U.S. Does Donald Trump roll up his sleeves and say, let's solve these problems? No. He's focused on this ballroom, this gilded, gold-plated, taxpayer-funded ballroom. Instead of focusing on the important national security issues facing.
Yeah, Chuck. Okay. Listen, Donald Trump can walk and chew gum at the same time, all right? Schumer pushing the same tired line, gold-plated ego over national security. Next, Democrats go even more vulgar. Representative McBride mocking the project as taxpayer-funded Great Gatsby parties.
So Donald Trump has been saying for months that private donors are going to pay for this ballroom project. Now apparently taxpayers are going to be on the hook for it. What's up with that?
My constituents can't afford fucking grocery bills or utility bills, and he now wants to spend taxpayer money on a ballroom, on reckless wars, on a masked immigration regime. I mean, his priorities are clearly in the wrong spot, and they shouldn't use a potential tragedy to try to secure funding from taxpayers for this president to have Great Gatsby parties in the White House.
Got it. Thank you, Congressman. I appreciate it.
Yeah, but you can certainly keep affording your hormone shots, right? See, this is the moment. President Trump's court filing changes the whole argument because it forces Washington to answer the question honestly. Do you secure the presidency for the future? Or do you block it because Trump proposed it? Rand Paul's already offered a path to build it without tax dollars. Nancy Mace says she supports it and would not even oppose public funding because presidents have long approved additions to the White House. Lindsey Graham says it's not vanity, it's protection. However, Schumer's still ranting about a gold-plated ballroom. McBride's tossing out cheap talking points about Gatsby parties. See, that tells you everything. The establishment's not debating security in good faith. They are letting Trump derangement syndrome override common sense. See, President Trump has just done what leaders do. He looked at a real security failure, moved to fix it, put the justification on paper. You know what they call that? They call that governing. The left looked at the same danger and chose mockery, delay, and obstruction. That's called political sickness. Now, whether the ballroom is funded privately through Rand Paul's approach or through legislation backed by Republicans, the core truth is simple. A secure on-site venue protects this president, future presidents, and the American people. So let me ask you this. Should the White House have a hardened event space after what just happened? Drop your answer in the comments and then share this report everywhere. Subscribe if you have not done so yet. But most importantly, that number on the screen, text the words raw feed to 844-840-4963. That is
Next news. Breaking news from the White House.
Tonight, the Jimmy Kimmel scandal just got a whole lot bigger. A vile joke about First Lady Melania Trump, a shooting scare near President Trump, a guest suddenly backing out of Kimmel's show, and now the Trump administration's FCC is turning up the heat on Disney-owned ABC stations. The corporate media are already screaming retaliation, but millions of Americans are asking a much simpler question. If Disney had zero tolerance for a Trump supporter holding a sign, why does Jimmy Kimmel still have a primetime megaphone after mocking the First Lady as an expectant widow? This is no longer celebrity gossip. This is a test of power, accountability, and who still gets protected. Now, this matters to every American watching because it cuts right to the heart of who runs the culture. The people you elect, or the media giants who think they answer to nobody. Kimmel made his crack about Melania just days before shots rang out near President Trump at the White House Correspondents' Dinner weekend. Then Kimmel defended the joke. Then Oz Perlman, who was standing right there when the chaos erupted, pulled out of his Monday spot on Jimmy Kimmel Live. Those are facts, and the optics are brutal. Now add Disney's record. Congressman Lance Gooden highlighted that Disney reportedly banned a Trump supporter for life over a Trump 2020 sign on Splash Mountain. Yet Kimmel remains protected after smearing the First Lady. That's the double standard Americans are sick of. And while Democrats like Ro Khanna try to blame social media, they keep refusing to face the poison poured into the culture by years of reckless anti-Trump rhetoric. Americans see it. They feel it. And they're done being lectured by the same elites who excuse it. Now, before we go further, I'm going to share something very personal. Because in times this tense, your health and your peace, they matter as well. You see, for years, my wife battled chronic pain and anxiety from her diagnosis, endless doctor visits, treatments that didn't help. Watching her struggle daily, it broke my heart. Then Jonathan Otto introduced Red Light % off bundles. Now let's get back to that media fight that's exposing exactly who gets punished in America and who gets a corporate shield. Now here's the twist that the media, they don't want to sit with. Even people who say Jimmy Kimmel's joke was disgusting are warning against pretending it was criminal. Seth Dillon said flatly that the joke was vile, but not incitement, not an excuse for censorship. Now that matters because the story is bigger than a late-night host. It's about whether accountability means actual standards or selective enforcement driven by ideology, access, and political favoritism for the anti-Trump club. Enter Brian Stelter. Disney's standing by Jimmy Kimmel, he says. Sees this as a First Amendment fight that's worth having, but it might be a long procedural fight with the FCC.
Right, Disney is standing by Jimmy Kimmel. Disney is ignoring the president's pressure to fire him, and that's important to point out first. We have seen some big examples of media company capitulation in the last year and a half, and this is not one of those examples. My sense is that Disney is prepared to defend itself if need be and sees this as a First Amendment fight that is worth having. But it might be a lengthy fight. That's because the Trump-aligned FCC is planning to take action against ABC as soon as this afternoon. I'm told by a source familiar with the matter that, quote, the FCC is preparing to call in all of the TV station licenses for ABC Disney for early renewal. Now, Simon Ford was first to report this development, and my source says the paperwork is about to be filed. So this would be widely viewed as an act of retaliation for airing Kimmel's show and resisting Trump's pressure. It's important to say here, station licensees have broad legal protection. ABC, if it chooses to fight, will likely win. The FCC has not issued one of these early renewal orders in decades until yesterday when it randomly ordered one against a small station owner. So in the case of Disney, these station licenses come up for renewal every 8 years, and they're not due to be renewed for a couple more years. But FCC Chairman Brendan Carr wants to challenge Disney. He wants to order those renewals in and start a process now. And it does start a lengthy legal process. There will be plenty of chances for Disney to defend itself. And like I said, ABC will probably prevail in court. But stations have to be willing.
Okay, we get the point, dude. They called in the licenses 2 years early. I love it, man. Stelter calls it retaliation, says Disney's digging in, but critics are pointing to Disney's own double standard, including a Trump supporter banned for life over a sign while Kimmel stays on air. Remember this? Lance Gooden points out Disney banned a Trump supporter for life for holding a Trump 2020 sign on Splash Mountain, yet Kimmel still has a job after calling the First Lady, Melania Trump, an expectant widow.
Trump supporter displayed his love for the president. He says tells Diane McInerney that he was banned from Disney World for life.
call it Backlash Mountain. This Disney superfan says he was banned from Disney World after raising a Trump 2020 banner on Splash Mountain.
Yeah. But Jimmy Kimmel gets a pass, right? People that spend their actual money at Disney, and you know it costs a lot to go there, hold up a Trump 2020 sign. I can only imagine how much money this guy and his family have spent at Disney if he's a super fan. But yet they ban him for life. The Disney hypocrisy is why the fight isn't going away. Now add the timing. A guest who was right next to President Trump when shots rang out is suddenly pulling out of Kimmel's show. Mario Naval writes that mentalist, I guess his name is Oz, is that how they say it now? Whatever, Oz Perlman, pulled out of the show on Monday. 2 days before this, Kimmel ran a skit calling Melania a expectant widow. What do we have here? This is Lindsey Graham.
We're going to introduce legislation that would authorize $400 million to be spent to secure to build the presidential ballroom. Underneath, there will be a lot of military stuff. There will be a Secret Service annex. And we paid for it by offsetting it with custom fees. But the estimate is $332 million. We're going to do $400 million because I think it's probably going to take more. Private donations can be used, but I think they should be used for buying China and stuff like that.
Well, okay. Yes, we know about the ballroom. We've been covering it here. But the reality is now the calls are getting more intense after what happened over the weekend. But the optics are brutal for ABC, the backlash getting more personal. This one, Tony Kinnett says, I guess I don't see the issue with a husband responding to your wife wants you dead with, well, I hope you get fired. That's pretty much, that's really it, boiled down. Now, Rod Blagojevich, even weighing in, less than 48 hours after a third attempt on President Trump's life, J.B. Pritzker went on CNN to defend his earlier comparison of the Trump administration to Nazi Germany. This is the type of rhetoric that encourages political violence. What an a-hole. Blagojevich, arguing the left's reckless rhetoric is feeding a climate of political violence. I couldn't agree more. He says incendiary language has consequences. Now that pressure is moving from words to action. The new report, the FCC has ordered early reviews of Disney-owned stations. FCC ordered early reviews of 8 Disney-owned ABC stations. Sharp escalation of the Trump administration's fight with major media outlets. So the regulatory fight Stelter warned about front and center. And as ABC faces the heat, another member of the Hollywood Club is jumping in to defend Kimmel. George Clooney slammed after defending Kimmel's quip about expectant widow Melania Trump.
Melania Trump apparently calling on ABC to fire Jimmy Kimmel. This appears to be in response to a segment that Kimmel aired days before the White House Correspondents' Dinner. In that segment, Kimmel said the First Lady had the glow of a, quote, expectant widow.
Disgusting. So Clooney and the media class circle their wagons. Democrats are still dodging the issue. Congressman Ro Khanna tries to pin the assassination attempt on social media instead of his own side's rhetoric.
Well, it's first an acknowledgement that political violence is out of hand, that it is affecting people in both parties, that we both parties have a responsibility to address it. There should be a national commission, and we can look at concrete things. One, the role that social media is playing in amplifying the most sensational, outrageous content that sometimes incites violence.
No, it couldn't possibly be the rhetoric from the left on every cable news station and every press conference, right? Kind of trying to spread the blame everywhere except where voters think he belongs. And through all this, Kimmel is not backing down, defending the joke after the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting monologue. Kimmel defends joke as White House demands action. What did he say? It's okay, I'm an asshole. Describe the remark as a light roast. Oh, is that what you call it? Referencing the age gap with Donald Trump. How is that even, really? The age gap? That's how you're going to put it on, even after, at that point, 2 assassination attempts? The age gap. That's how he's trying to play this off. Wow. Seth Dillon makes a careful distinction. The joke was ugly and revealing, but calling it a crime opens the door to the same censorship game the left loves to play. Seth Dillon says Kimmel hopes Trump will die soon, and he's projecting that dark desire onto Melania. It's not funny, but it's not actually incitement to violence either. Let's not pretend his bad joke was a crime so we can justify censoring him. That's how the left operates. Fair point. That brings us to the left's final talking point, with Olivia Troy claiming the FCC move wasn't oversight at all but retaliation. Monday, Trump demands ABC fire Kimmel. Tuesday, the FCC orders Disney to file early license renewals 2 years ahead of schedule. That's not a coincidence. That's retaliation. The First Amendment only works if the government can't threaten your license for content they don't like. Every broadcaster in America is watching, that's the point. Yeah, I mean, listen, we all know, guys. You know, and I know. I mean, even YouTube and Alphabet and Google admitted that the Biden administration pressured social media to censor conservatives. That's no good. It's the same thing if the Trump administration is telling ABC to censor Kimmel. I mean, it's the same thing. It's a very slippery slope. Now, I think what Kimmel said was disgusting. I cannot stand his humor. It's so sad to see how far he's fallen. I used to really enjoy, catching snippets of his show many, many years ago when he was funny. I mean, listen, Kimmel, just back off, man. Shift gears. Do something else. You can make jokes about other things, but you don't joke about the president dying. Can we just agree to that? See, that brings us to the point. The FCC has ordered early reviews of 8 Disney-owned ABC stations. Yes, I'm laughing. I'm kind of gloating about it. But it is a serious escalation. It does tell the corporate media the free ride is over. Stelter says Disney sees this as a First Amendment fight. Olivia Troy calls it retaliation. Fine, they can make the argument, but supporters of the move, they call it something else. Accountability after years of arrogant, one-way attacks from protected media brands that smear Trump, mock his family, and expect zero scrutiny. That's what Trump's doing. See, President Trump and the America First movement are forcing a choice. If these companies want the privileges that come with broadcasting power, they can stop pretending basic standards are oppression. For once, these establishment does not get to control both the insult and the investigation. So here's the bottom line. The firestorm did not explode because of one bad joke alone. It blew up.
Next news, breaking news.
Tonight, the Clinton machine is back under a blazing spotlight after a newly highlighted 91-page document release tied to Senator Chuck Grassley blew the lid off of old allegations that many Americans were told to forget. We're talking about Uranium One, Russia, Boeing, Haiti, Huma Abedin, and a trail of FBI and DOJ decisions that look very different now that President Trump's back in the White House and the old gatekeepers are no longer in control. Yes, the question is no longer whether there were red flags. The question is, who stopped this from becoming a real investigation, and why were the rules so different for Hillary Clinton than for Donald Trump? Now, this matters because equal justice is not some luxury item for cable news panels. It's the foundation of the republic. If one political family could operate with special protection while federal agents were blocked, redirected, or slow-walked, then the system was never serving the people the way it claimed. According to the newly declassified material, agents were looking at alleged bribery, money laundering, foreign influence, and possible pay-to-play activity tied directly to official power. One report says Hillary Clinton was under investigation over allegations, and she pressured the Russian government on a multi-billion-dollar Boeing deal, followed soon after by a donation of up to $5 million to the Clinton Foundation. Another says agents wanted access to Huma Abedin's records and thousands of emails found on her ex-husband's laptop. But the Clinton Foundation case was shut down before they could secure that evidence. Now, if that's true, then Americans were not witnessing justice. They were watching protection for the powerful. And while we're talking about corruption, control, and what actually puts America first, there's another breaking story that you need to hear about right now. This breaking news from the White House. They just announced over $30 billion to secure America's critical mineral supply chains and named a very specific Alaskan project, right there you can see it on the screen, as a key strategic asset for U.S. mineral independence. Now, I have personally been to the Vizsla copper drilling site myself, the one that's in Canada. I've held the core samples with my own hands. But what's happening right now in Alaska is bigger than most people realize. You see, President Trump just unveiled Project Vault. You've heard me talk about it. A $12 billion strategic mineral reserve designed to stockpile essential resources and keep America strong. We thank Vizsla for supporting our work. Now let's get back to the document trail that the old establishment hoped would just stay buried. I'm going to tell you where this gets more explosive. One set of documents that were declassified, DOJ documents, reportedly shows Little Rock FBI agents may have been told the statute of limitations had expired on Uranium One related issues. And according to the reporting, that may not have been true at all under the Wartime Suspension of Limitations Act. See, in plain English, investigators may have been led to believe the clock had run out when it had not. And if that happened, it was not just a missed opportunity, it was a decision point that could have protected a political dynasty from real legal exposure. Now, you're not going to hear this on CNN. Fox probably won't even cover it either. Hans Monkey, how do you pronounce that? Someone help me out here. He writes, wow, this new release from Chuck Grassley on the Clinton Foundation is a staggering 91-page treasure trove. I just skimmed it. It's all there. Uranium One, Russia, Boeing, Haiti, Hillary's brother, and all the other stuff. And the FBI did not even open a full investigation, whereas Trump, they had one false tip about a barroom gossip from 3 months earlier, and they immediately launched a full enterprise investigation. Absolute travesty that Comey, Strzok, Atkinson, who shows up in the documents as well, and others have not been held to account. Well, as you know, the big news also today is that Comey has now been indicted. There's a warrant out for his arrest, but not necessarily related to the Clinton Foundation, but we'll take what we can get, right? The Chelsea Clinton Foundation, investigation of the Bill and Hillary Clinton Foundation. This is the Federal Bureau of Investigation, unclassified, dating back to 2016. Wow, 10 years ago. Yes, the wheels of justice, they move slowly in Washington, D.C. Unless your last name is Trump. And for everyone complaining, oh, another letter, Grassley's press is spoon-feeding the DOJ FBI evidence of obstruction. So Grassley's file dump lays out the pattern and the double standard. Paul Sperry zeroes in on one pay-to-play allegation. Hillary allegedly leaned on Russia for the Boeing deal. Then Boeing sent millions to the Clinton Foundation. Oh, check this out. Secret docs opening the Clinton Foundation probe reveal Hillary was under investigation for a pay-to-play scheme whereby Clinton pressured the Russian government to sign a multi-billion-dollar contract with Boeing 2 months before Boeing donated up to $5 million to the Clinton Foundation. Sounds like pay-to-play to me. The Boeing-Russia threat is bad enough, but the cover-up may be even worse. Sperry says DOJ officials told FBI agents the clock had run out on uranium-1, even though the case may have still been prosecutable. Just declassified DOJ documents reveal pro-Clinton prosecutors misled Little Rock FBI agents into thinking the statute of limitations had expired, when in fact the Russia scandal and other alleged Clinton Foundation crimes may still have been prosecutable under the Wartime Suspension of Limitations Act. So it wasn't just what Hillary did, it was how the case was boxed in, and now we get the evidence agents were trying to reach Huma Abedin's records and thousands of emails tied to Clinton Foundation donors. The declassified docs reveal case agents investigating the Clinton Foundation for bribery and money laundering sought a search warrant for Hillary's aide Huma Abedin phone email records and 6,827 emails Abedin and Hillary stored on Abedin's ex-husband's laptop. The Anthony Weiner laptop, everybody. But the Clinton Foundation case was closed down before agents could get their hands on the evidence. At the DOS, Abedin acted as the gatekeeper, foreign donors to the foundation, and Secretary of State Clinton. She was also a foundation employee. So if agents were getting blocked from getting Abedin's emails, the question is who shut the door, and Sperry points to a very familiar swamp name, Michael Atkinson, tied to the decision to kill the foundation probe. Declassified FBI, DOJ, Clinton Foundation docs reveal the same Inspector General, Michael Atkinson, who relaxed the whistleblower rules and misled Congress regarding the Eric Ciaramella, Adam Schiff impeachment plot, was involved in the 2016 decision to scuttle the Clinton Foundation investigation as a then DOJ prosecutor. Man, these people just keep showing up, don't they? The Atkinson role fits a bigger pattern. You guys know all too well. Now the focus shifting back to the Clinton email server and Obama's claim he knew nothing, even though the record says otherwise. The skiff, I love this account. Obama lied and knew all about Hillary Clinton's private email server because he was using it himself, using a pseudonym email, and whitelisted Hillary's non-government and email address in his BlackBerry to receive and send emails from Hillary. The FBI found over 60,000 emails on her private, unsecured server. Over 2,000 emails contained classified information. 22 of them were considered top secret information, and Obama stated that this was not a national security threat. Hillary Clinton's best friend and advisor, Cheryl Mills, emailed John Podesta with a smoking gun on March 7, 2015. Quote, "We need to clean this up. He has emails from her." The FBI also covered for Hillary Clinton and Obama in multiple ways, especially when seeking the emails from the private server and her devices. They asked for them. The FBI did not subpoena Hillary for her devices. This gave them time to delete as much as possible. The Clinton campaign internal email leaks then gave another smoking gun on top of the Cheryl Mills email on March 2nd, 2015. The day after the New York Times dropped that Hillary was using a private server, Clinton confidant Neera Tanden wrote to John Podesta, writing, "Why didn't they get this stuff out like 18 months ago? So crazy. Podesta, unbelievable. Tanden, I guess I know the answer. They wanted to get away with it." And then we have this. Remember WikiLeaks? FBI reports revealed that Obama used a secret pseudonym to send emails. Clinton and these emails ended up on their private server.
Obama denied knowing that Hillary Clinton was using a private email system as Secretary of State.
Mr. President, when did you first learn that Hillary Clinton used an email system outside the U.S. government for official business while she was Secretary of State?
At the same time, everybody else learned it through news reports.
Were you disappointed?
Let me just say that Hillary Clinton is and has been an outstanding public servant. She was a great Secretary of State for me. The policy of my administration is to encourage transparency, and that's why my emails, the BlackBerry that I carry around, all those records are available and archived.
President Obama says Hillary Clinton's email transgressions were careless, but not dangerous to national security.
I guarantee that there is no political influence in any investigation conducted by the Justice Department or the FBI, not just in this case, but in any case.
And she will be
full stop, period.
And she will be treated no differently.
Guaranteed, full stop.
The president's comments in that Fox News Sunday interview seemed to downplay Clinton's behavior, having a private, non-secure email server set up in her home, and then, despite warnings, using it to conduct State Department business.
I continue to believe that she has not jeopardized America's national security. Now, what I've also said is that And she's acknowledged that there's a carelessness in terms of managing emails that she has owned and she recognizes.
A statement that's led to even more questions among journalists. Like, is the president signaling that he knows something the public doesn't? How could he possibly know whether the secretary did or did not, in fact, jeopardize national security of the private email server? Consider over 2,000 emails on the secretary's homebrewed server contain classified information, and 22 included top secret information.
There's classified and then there's classified. There's stuff that is really top secret, and there's stuff that is being presented to the President or the Secretary of State that you might not want on the transom or going out over the wire.
But now a newly leaked email, also from March 2015, says that Clinton's staffers were surprised by President Obama's statement that you just heard and very concerned. Clinton advisor Cheryl Mills wrote to Clinton campaign chairman John Podesta, quote, "We need to clean this up. He has emails from her. They do not say state.gov, which is the official State Department email." That's an unquote. Somebody should have flagged him on the private address. That's the way the White House system is supposed to work. Then there is the dishonesty from the Clinton camp itself. On March 2nd, the day after the New York Times reported that Secretary of State Clinton used a private email server on the job to conduct national business, Clinton confidant Neera Tayton wrote to Podesta, quote, "Why didn't they get this stuff out like 18 months ago? So crazy."
So crazy indeed that we're still talking about this. The email server story was not carelessness. Protection from the top down. Now the angle widens with Tulsi Gabbard's declassified material fueling claims that Obama team weaponized the intelligence. The conspiracy orchestrated by Hillary Clinton to overthrow the United States government, approved by Barack Obama, carried out by his syndicate. And of course, there were no assassination attempts on Barack or Susan Rice, Brennan, Clapper, Comey. Zero assassination attempts on Hillary. They funded the KKK and Nazi groups to attack democracy. Guess where the treachery, sedition, and assassination attempts are coming from? And when it all falls, they call it staged. President Trump posting this on July 18th of 2025.
Tulsi Gabbard declassified documents today from before and after the 2016 election, promising they would show the American people how intelligence was politicized and weaponized by some key figures in the Obama administration. She talks about it in an interview airing on Hannity this evening.
You have some of the most powerful people in our country directly leading at the helm, President Obama and his senior-most national security cabinet, essentially making a very intentional decision to create this manufactured, politicized piece of intelligence.
According to the documents, August 31st, 2016, a Homeland Security official tells then DNI James Clapper that there was, quote, no indication of a Russian threat to directly manipulate the actual vote count.
If that was the machine working behind the scenes, here's Hillary saying the quiet part out loud in public when she admits that social media censorship is needed and why losing control scares her.
Platforms, whether it's Facebook or Twitter X or Instagram or TikTok, whatever they are, if they don't moderate and monitor the content, we lose total control. And it's not just the social and psychological effects, it's real harm.
Harm to who, Hillary? Your credibility? Then comes the pattern. Reporting on the declassified files says Michael Atkinson, later infamous to conservatives for his role in the first Trump impeachment drama, was involved as a DOJ prosecutor in the 2016 decision to shut down the Clinton Foundation investigation. Add that to the renewed focus on Hillary's private server, the tens of thousands of emails, the lack of aggressive subpoenas, and the resurfaced claim that Barack Obama knew more than he admitted when he was president, and the picture comes clear. It was not just about an email server or a foundation donation. It was about protecting a political network, shielded by friendly insiders while President Trump was hit with full-force federal aggression over far less. See, that's the real scandal, and America can see it more clearly now, even though it took 10 years. So the bottom line is very simple. No new charges have been announced, but the paper trail is getting harder to ignore. The American people, we deserve answers. Under President Trump, the era of automatic deference to the permanent ruling class is over. The same crowd that lectured you about democracy and censorship and protecting institutions now finds itself exposed by its own documents. And yes, Hillary Clinton's resurfaced comment about social media control tells you everything you need to know about how these people think. They do not want debate. They want control. If you want to bypass big tech suppression, text raw feed to the number on the screen right there, 844-840-4963, so you can get direct updates sent straight to your phone. No suppression, just from me. Then share this report. Subscribe and comment below. Do you believe the Clinton Foundation probe was deliberately shut down, yes or no? And check out the Next News merch shelf below this video. Stay loud, stay fearless, and keep fighting for the truth and for America.
The system controls information. Information control is power. They don't want you to see this. The truth only survives together. They don't want this. Share this now.
Today I am cooking one of the oldest recipes in history. At over 3,750 years old, this is a Babylonian recipe for kanasu stew, made around the reign of King Hammurabi. So thank you to Squarespace for sponsoring this video as we make a stew from ancient Babylon. This time on Tasting History. So this recipe, and I use the term recipe very, very loosely, is one of 25 stews or broths which are found on one of the 4 Yale Babylonian culinary tablets. This one was created no later than 1740 BC, during or just after the reign of one of the most famous kings of Babylon, Hammurabi, a great conqueror, but more famously known for his long, enduring code of laws. Now I have made 2 other stews from this tablet, and in my mind, it was not that long ago, like I just did it, but actually it was like over 5 years ago that I did these. In fact, both of them made it into the Tasting History cookbook, which came out 3 years ago. I made the tu'u, which is a beet stew, and then I made another lamb stew that has milk in it. Also, just a couple days ago, I finally finished writing my second cookbook. Took me long enough, so more details on that coming up fairly soon. Anyway, it's been a while since I've done anything from these tablets, so I wanted to revisit them so I could talk a little bit more about ancient Mesopotamia. Now, the recipe leaves a lot up to interpretation. It says kanasu stew, leg of mutton is used. Prepare water, add fat, samidu, coriander, cumin, and kanasu. Assemble all the ingredients in the cooking vessel and sprinkle with crushed garlic. Then blend into the pot shuhutinu and mint. See what I mean? Not a lot of instruction there in that recipe. First off, what does prepare water mean? Does it mean to just gather water, put it in a big boiling pot? Do you have to boil it? Is it something that you have to purify, add salt, add something completely different? Was there a whole process that was just so common at that time that they didn't feel the need to write it down, and now we just don't know at all and never will? Also, while I'm calling it a stew, you could also use the word broth or soup. It's been translated as both, or sauce, because really the word just kind of means a liquid, so it could be a sauce over the meat. There's nothing that actually says in the recipe, so kind of up to me. Then, perhaps most frustrating is the fact that some of the words have no real translations, or they have been translated but in multiple ways and nobody is 100% sure, including the name of the soup, kanasu, and then samidu and shuhutinu. For the word kanasu, it's just known to be some sort of edible plant. Some people think that it is a sort of wheat, like emmer wheat, which could be used then as a flour to thicken the soup. But it could be something totally different, but that's what I'm going to use. Then there is the word samidu, which most scholars agree is some sort of allium, like a shallot or something similar. But there are people who actually believe that it means like semolina or fine flour. The reason is because similar words like semida in the Hebrew Talmud and semidalis in ancient Greek both refer to fine flours, and it's where we get the word semolina. And this might be the case, but I'm always wary of making that kind of assumption because those languages aren't written down until well over 1,000 years after this was written, and words can change a lot in 1,000 years. Also, just because 2 words sound alike, that does not mean that they actually have anything to do with each other. Take the word island and isle. They sound similar, they mean the same thing, and yet the words aren't actually related at all. One is from a Latin origin and one is from a Germanic origin. It just happens that they sound and mean the same thing. So while samidu may mean fine flour, I am going to go with most scholars and go with a shallot, mainly because it's just going to add a lot more flavor than semolina flour. Finally, the word shuhutinu. This one too causes a lot of confusion because really it just refers to something that has been pulled out of the ground, some sort of vegetable that's been pulled out of the ground. That could mean a lot of things. A lot of scholars think that it is another thing like a leek or something like that. Others believe it's more like a root vegetable like a turnip or even an early carrot. Again, It's kind of up to you. I'm going to go with a leek because, again, I think it's going to add more flavor than a turnip. So, yeah, but there is really no right or wrong answer, or they're all wrong answers, so just do what you want in this case. My thought is you just shouldn't take this too seriously, because basically whatever you do is not going to be exactly right, because we just don't have enough information from this ancient recipe, so just have fun with it. So for this fun version of this recipe, my version of this recipe, what you'll need is 1 quart of water, 1 large shallot, 2 teaspoons of coriander seeds, 1 teaspoon cumin seeds, a 1/4 cup or 30 grams of emmer flour, 2 or 3 cloves of garlic, a small leek, a handful of mint leaves, and a couple pieces of lamb or mutton shank, about enough to have 1.5 pounds or 680 grams of meat once cut off the bone. Then 1 tablespoon of salt and 3 tablespoons or 45 grams of fat. Now there are a lot of options when it comes to fats that they would have used. It could have been butter or ghee or tallow or lard or sesame oil or olive oil that came in from the Mediterranean, or more than likely it would have been the fat from a fat-tail sheep. Finding the fat is darn near impossible. I'm sure it's out there, but I've never been able to find it here in the US. But they're really popular in the Middle East. I actually got to try some when I was in Jordan, and they were really popular in antiquity. In fact, one of the earliest descriptions comes from the 5th century BC Greek historian Herodotus, who says they have long tails no less than 4.5 feet long, which, if they were allowed to trail on the ground, would be bruised and develop sores. As it is, the shepherds have enough skill in carpentry to make little carts for their sheep's tail. The carts are placed under the tails, each sheep having one to himself, and the tails are then tied down upon them. I did get, like I said, to try it finally when I went to Jordan last month or 2 months ago, and it is really, really unctuous and kind of has a strong buttery flavor. So since I can't find it, I'm going to use ghee, which will have a similar flavor. So start this dish by chopping the shallots and crushing the garlic, and then add the coriander and cumin seeds to a mortar and grind them into a powder. Then get as much lamb meat off of the bone as you can and cut it into bite-sized pieces. You can also use pre-cut stew meat if you've got it. Another option would actually be to put the whole leg in the stew and boil it on the bone and then cut it off later, but I find that that doesn't give as much flavor, so I am going to sear the meat first. To do that, just melt a bit of the fat in a pot over high heat and then add in the meat and let it cook for a couple of minutes, then move it around and continue to cook until it gets just a little bit of a browning. Then remove the meat from the pot and add some more of the fat and then the chopped shallots. Sprinkle in a little bit of the salt and toss them in the fat and let them cook for 3 to 4 minutes or until they're nice and fragrant. Then pour about 2 cups of water into the pot and scrape off as much from the bottom of the pot as you can. There's going to be a lot of nice flavor there. And then let it come to a simmer and add the rest of the fat to the pot and let it melt in. Then once it's melted, you can add the ground up coriander and cumin along with the salt and stir it all in, and then add another 2 cups of water and the flour and stir that in. And a whisk here really helps so you don't get too many lumps. Then let this slowly come up to a boil, and then you can add in the garlic along with the seared meat. Then lower the temperature to medium-low and let it simmer for a moment, then put the lid on and continue to cook for about a half an hour. And every once in a while you can check on it and see if you want to add a little bit more water, if you want something more like a broth or a soup, or just keep the water as is if you want something thicker like a stew or even like the meat in a sauce. There really is no wrong answer there, because there really is no right answer there. We just don't know. We are in a complete culinary limbo, and I'm just going to have to make peace with that. Now as the soup cooks, chop up the mint as well as the leek. Now I always wash my leeks, of course, but yet once it's chopped, I find that there's still always like little bits of dirt between the layers, so I like to give them another rinse in the sink. Then after the soup has cooked for about 30 minutes, you can remove the lid and add in about half of the leeks and most of the mint. Stir those in and let it continue to cook uncovered for another 10 minutes or until it is as thick as you want. As I mentioned, this recipe was written around the time of the reign of Hammurabi, the most famous king of the old Babylonian Empire. Now in school, mostly what I learned about him was about his code of laws, like, you know, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, those kinds of things, the really rather harsh ones. But it turns out he also had a lot to say about the food of ancient Babylon. Before I get to Hammurabi, I just wanted to let you know about the river cruises that I'm going to be leading over the next year and a half. I'm going to be doing 3 of them. They are so much fun. It is just an experience filled with food and history and culture and learning. It is so educational, but it is a lot of fun. And you're with me, and I promise I am a great traveling companion. So if you want to check those out, the first one is going to be starting in Paris, going down the Seine or up the Seine through Normandy, so you know it's going to be good food. That is in November. If you want to sign up for those, I'm going to put links in the description. And now on to Hammurabi. Hammurabi was the 6th Amorite king of Babylon, and he took the throne after his father's abdication around 729 BC. But when he became king, Babylon was nothing that special. It was a small city-state, and it kind of had power over a few other client cities around the area, but it was really surrounded by much bigger powers and was nothing like the great empire that Hammurabi would make it. Because while he is definitely most famous for his code of laws, Hammurabi was one of the great warrior kings of ancient Mesopotamia. But before he became a great warrior king, he strengthened Babylon through food. See, just like in the early stages of the video game Civilization, one of my favorites, Hammurabi had to establish Babylon as an economic powerhouse if he wanted to conquer the surrounding territory. And he did that by building a ton of granaries and canals that went off of the Euphrates River that stopped the flooding from ruining the crops. Its banks on both sides I turned into cultivated ground. I heaped up piles of grain. I provided unfailing water for the lands. The scattered people I gathered with pasturage and water I provided them. I pastured them with abundance and settled them in peaceful dwellings. And it was only after he made sure that his people had ample food that he could use the surplus of resources to build a mighty army, which in just a few years was able to defeat the much more powerful civilizations of Elam, Larsa, Eshnunna, and Mari. Now, some of these places, like Elam, he didn't actually conquer, but he did defeat, and then other places, like Mari, he pretty much wiped off the map before incorporating their lands into his empire. If you remember last year's video on the Mesopotamian desert Mersu, I actually talked about the great king of Mari, Zimri Lim. He was an extraordinary builder in his own right and would have gone down as one of the greatest kings of the era had not Hammurabi come in and decimated everything that he had built. But before he did that, Zimri Lim tried to get into Hammurabi's good graces by plying him with wine. Hammurabi, king of Babylon, has written to me for wine. Open up the wine stockroom with Sid Kumasi standing by. Let him purify his hands, then select 11 jars of red wine of good quality that I drink. Mix it in one vat, fill up 10 jars of red wine, seal them with this seal I have sent, then give them to Badilim to take to Hammurabi. Then convey to me 1 jar of the red wine that you are mixing. Send it upstream. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem that the wine actually worked because shortly after that, Zimri Lim disappears from the history books and the city of Mari was burned to the ground. It was only after the utter destruction of most of his enemies that Hammurabi could settle in and become the wise, judicious king that history remembers him as. This is mainly because of the 7.5-foot tall diorite stele on which he inscribed 282 laws. Now, it is not the first written code of laws, but it was definitely the most enduring and influential in the ancient world, and I feel like in school we all learn about it, but mostly just about the really juicy bits. Like, if a man destroy the eye of another man, they shall destroy his eye. If one breaks a man's bone, they shall break his bone. All those tit-for-tat sort of laws that we associate with ancient justice. But actually, most of the laws are far more mundane and deal with things like the intricacies of inheritances and marriage, and probably most important for our modern set of laws, the idea of innocent until proven guilty. See, if you accused somebody of something, you actually had to prove it. There was a presumption of innocence, and the burden of proof was on the accuser. Also, there was due process. Everyone had a right to go in front of a judge and plead their case. And if you were the accuser, and you were proven to be false, making it up, well then, you were punished. For if a man has borne false witness in a trial, or has not established the statement that he has made, if that case be a capital trial, the man shall be put to death. It also established the concept of the punishment should fit the crime. Now, the punishments to us may seem rather harsh, but the idea was that the punishment should be no more nor less than the actual offense. And this obviously seems, like, of course, to us today, but that is not always the case. Even 1,000 years after this law code was written, there were things like the draconian laws of Athens. These, put into place by Draco, typically called for the death penalty for almost everything. Like if you steal a piece of fruit, death penalty. If you are caught sleeping out in public, death penalty. I would have got that many times when I fell asleep on the subway living in New York. As for Hammurabi's laws, the reason that I wanted to talk about them here on Tasting History is because many of them have to do with food and agriculture. Like if a tavern keeper should refuse to accept grain as payment for beer, but accepts only silver, and the price of the beer is less than that of the grain, she shall be convicted and thrown into the water. And some of these tavern-based laws were really strict. Like if someone is conspiring in your tavern, and you're proven to know about it and you don't turn them in, then you are put to death. And if a sister of God open a tavern, or enter a tavern to drink, then shall this woman be burned to death. Then there is a huge section of law codes that have to do with farm labor, and it even establishes a minimum wage for different types of farm work. It also gives protections, or sometimes not protections, to the people who are working the farm or people who are renting animals from your farm. Like if you rent an ox or you're working with an ox and you put its eye out, then you have to pay the owner, the farmer, the half of the price of the ox. And if anyone hire an ox and break off a horn or cut off its tail or hurt its muzzle, he shall pay 1/4 of its value in money. Those are some very specific injuries, which makes me think that they happened a lot, which is kind of sad for the ox. Also, the law codes give some protections to workers and renters that they had never had before. Like if anyone hire an ox or an ass and a lion kill it in the field, the loss is upon the owner. Then there was even an act of God clause, for if you are using an ox and God strike it that it die, the man who hired it shall swear by God and be considered guiltless. To this day, insurance companies use that same excuse to get out of paying claims all the time. Now, while these laws may not be as famous as, an eye for an eye kind of thing, they were actually probably a lot more commonly used by the average person because they dictated the most common things in life, namely things that had to do with food. And it's because Hammurabi paid attention to these rather mundane affairs that he was able to build and maintain his great empire. Unfortunately, his successors did not seem to have that same talent because basically right after he died, they started losing land, and within just a few generations, it was basically the size that it had been when Hammurabi had taken over. It'd be another 1,000 years before Babylon came roaring back with a sequel under Nebuchadnezzar II, though this time it was around for even a shorter time, just a few decades. But as I said, that's a story for another time because that's 1,000 years after Hammurabi and 1,000 years after the recipe for this kanasu stew was written down. So once the stew is fully cooked to the desired thickness, serve it up with a little of the raw leek and mint, and it is ready to eat. And here we are, kanasu stew from the reign of Hammurabi, one of the oldest recipes in history. Bon appetit. That's delicious. So it's almost as thick as like a gravy, and it could be served that way, more like I said, more like a sauce. What's really nice is having a little bit of the raw leek in there gives it some texture. There's a bit of a crunch. I also put some more coriander seed on top, which doesn't have a strong flavor, but again, it gives it some texture. What I love is that none of the individual flavors are like leaping out at you, and I was worried that the mint would because mint can leap. Have a little bit more. The meat just melts in your mouth. That's actually really, really good. Yeah, there's not a lot I would change. God, 3 millennia later, and it's still absolutely delicious. Now, yes, there is the possibility that it was not served like this, and some of the ingredients might be different, but it couldn't be that far off. Most of the ingredients are the same. So really, you're just kind of talking about a texture thing, or did they sear the meat, or is it a whole leg of lamb in here? Was it all boiled? I do think searing it helps. It just helps to bring out some of the flavor. Purely boiled meat, not the most flavorful way to make it, but a wonderful, wonderful dish. So yeah, if you want to join me in Paris, traveling down the Seine this autumn, then I will put a link in the description to where you can sign up to do that and make this dish. It is definitely worth it. And as always, I will put a link to the recipe up on the, or I'll put the recipe up on the Tasting History website, tastinghistory.com, which I made with help from today's sponsor, Squarespace. Squarespace is the easiest all-in-one platform for building a website, and you do not need to be a designer to make something
Okay, everyone, I'm going to be switching over the rest of the evening's programming, which is going to be Warcraft 3, I decided, or it's Reforged, and I have it running on a G2020T, which basically is only at like 35 watts. Basically, I could play this every day for 5 years for free compared to other computers. So I really recommend getting an old one and then fixing it and building it. I only put $105 into this, and it's like brand new. It's like a supercomputer. So everybody needs to do their due diligence and learn how to fix things. And anyway, it's a little bit too much to talk about that because my wife's sleeping right now. But I'll get to gaming right now. Thank you guys for watching. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe, and we can do more deep dives. I will do my recap tomorrow because like she's sleeping, I don't want to wake her up. So anyway, thank you guys. Have a great rest of your afternoon, night hours or nighttime, and then I will definitely see you later. If you don't want to watch me game, I will be back doing news reviews tomorrow. Thank you. Goodbye. Try to be earlier. I'm probably trying to do it around 5 tomorrow. All right. Thank you. Goodbye.